Chapter 4440, Chapter 4440, The Birth of Lin Moyu. Chapter 4440, The Birth of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu returned to the central region. The membrane barrier had been shattered, never to reappear. He now judged boundaries by the pressure alone. The West Pole Pure Land's ability to recover was even stronger than he'd guessed. Streams of chaos divine water kept gushing from cracks, collecting into puddles in places. So long as the Pure Land itself endured, chaos divine water would never run dry. Little Tree eagerly began absorbing and devouring. This time, the chaos divine water is better than before. Chaos Child also absorbed as he commented, "Yet, last time had too many impurities, now it's much purer." Before, the chaos divine water had always been tainted with some obsession from the divine water beast. It was no longer pure. Now, with the beast gone, each new drop was pristine. This was truly chaos divine water. Its uses were many, for refining pills, forging, and comprehending the Dao. Though the Pure Land had suffered, in the long run, it might be a blessing in disguise. Such is the way of heaven. Good and ill ride together, never alone. Lin Moyu's number of rebirths soared again, growing still faster. Little Tree's aura also strengthened. Chaos divine water not only benefited him, but his chaos soil as well, strengthening him from the root. With every drop absorbed, Lin Moyu's presence echoed wherever the water gathered. He guided the flow, drawing ever closer to the grand array left by Catastrophe Supreme. Though Dao's earlier strike had been overwhelming, Lin Moyu believed Catastrophe Supreme's formation could withstand it. At worst, it would be damaged, but not destroyed. Having controlled several such arrays, Lin Moyu had come to understand their structure and depth. He realized if Dao hadn't descended, and if blowing up his own corpse didn't kill the beast, his last resort would have been to flee into the array to use it as a weapon. Now, approaching the formation's location, he could sense it ever more clearly. Dong! A crisp sound echoed, vibrating directly to his soul. At the same moment, Lin Moyu felt the whole Pure Land quake. He looked ahead in surprise. A lake glowed red at its center, red light pulsating, the source of the sound. Lin Moyu perceived a strand of vitality. His death eye saw a soul flame floating within. "Suck it dry," he commanded. Little Tree and Chaos Child rushed to drain the lake. The moment Little Tree tried a sip, he exclaimed, "This lake isn't ordinary." Chaos Child shouted, "It's just too pure. Too pure to even be chaos divine water." Little Tree added, "If the old water was chaos divine water, this must be the essence." Lin Moyu pressed for more. "Aside from purity, what else is different?" Sensing deeply, Little Tree replied, "Beside incredible purity, there's a surge of vitality." Chaos Child suddenly realized, "I get it. This is where chaos divine water beasts are born. Now that the beast is dead, the Pure Land is birthing new life. The divine water beast was once birthed here, but none since. Once the beast died, the Pure Land could try again. What exactly is this Pure Land?" Lin Moyu wondered aloud. The ability to birth top-level beings and host countless cultivators, and the divine water beast once used its power to heal the land. It was clearly far more than just a cultivation ground. Neither Little Tree nor Chaos Child knew its true origins. It had just always existed. They drained the lake, revealing a pulsing heart within the red light. Lin Moyu approached, stretched a hand through the glow, but paused. His intuition and death eye raised no danger. Confirming this, he laid his hand on the heart. With a soft pop, the heart burst, releasing countless blood threads into his body. Lin Moyu did nothing to resist. He sensed the blood was harmless, perhaps even beneficial. The eerie blood ran cold, forming icy blossoms on his skin. Inside, it coursed through his body, then penetrated his soul. His eyes shone with spirit. After the initial chill, a deep comfort filled him. Wherever the blood passed, his body's strength rose clearly, even his soul grew stronger, as if the fundamental transformation of rebirth itself was repeated. His realm remained unchanged, but his power grew tremendously now, as a mere minor chaos cultivator, he matched or surpassed any great completion expert both body and soul. As his strength grew, the range of his methods increased. After all, the might of a spell is tied both to one's realm and to one's innate strength. The same spell, in the hands of two equal realm cultivators, still varies because raw power is real, if elusive. As the blood circulated, further chaos divine water continued to wash over him. Its usual dissolving power seemed gone, instead, wave after wave of vitality poured in, forging his foundation anew. More memories surfaced, memories of the West Pole Pure Land itself. He saw the Pure Land as a colossal, flawless jewel adrift in chaos. Within, legions of chaos divine water flowed, and 10 mighty beings arose from its depths. The divine water beast was born gifted, able to wield all chaos divine water, strong in every way, yet in an age of monsters, merely average. As the Pure Land's firstborn, it claimed the land as its domain. Later, the land attempted to birth more life. Each time, the water beast devoured any that appeared, growing ever stronger and unrivaled. With its endless desire, it sought to dominate the Pure Land. Over years, it achieved much though never full control. Then, a battle erupted. The beast was wounded, his blood hid in the land, forcing the land to repair itself, tapping deep into its root in hopes of resurrection. For eons, the Pure Land languished, unable to birth more life. Only now, with the beast slain and its power returned, could the land truly heal and nurture again. The heart in the glowing lake had been this new life, but Lin Moyu had absorbed it before it formed. Thus, the Pure Land had made him its new child. Download app. Chapter 4441, Chapter 4441, The Mother Womb of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 4441, The Birth Mother of Heaven and Earth. When Lin Moyu realized his current state, he truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The West Pole Pure Land now treated him as its own offspring. Through a twist of fate, he'd gained a new mother. He felt a growing affection toward the Pure Land, swelling from the depths of his soul. After producing the Chaos Divine Water Beast, the Pure Land had tried many times to birth more beings. This drive was seemingly part of its mission, but each time, the beast devoured the new life at the verge of emergence. For the Pure Land, this was as if its child was murdered again and again, and the killer was also its child. Fortunately, the Pure Land lacked a true intellect, otherwise, it would have been racked with grief and despair. Still, a trace of instinct warned the land to stop birthing new life. Then, after the Great War, when the Divine Water Beast was severely wounded, the Pure Land's full power was roused. It even sacrificed its essence to save the beast's life, dragging itself to the brink of ruin. For ages, the Pure Land was so damaged it could not birth any more beings. Only when the beast met its end and Dao destroyed it did all the essence and lingering power finally return to the Pure Land. Despite severe wounds, the Pure Land's state was now better than before, and so it began to nurture new life once more. However, before the young spirit could truly form, Lin Moyu absorbed it, resulting in the land accepting Lin Moyu as its own child. Yet there was another cause for Lin Moyu's complex emotions. As his bond with the land deepened, he learned that the so-called Chaos Divine Water was in fact the amniotic fluid used by the Pure Land to nurture new life. Its dissolving properties protected against impurities, ensuring every child was strong and pure. The Pure Land, he discovered, was also known as Heaven and Earth Birth Mother. This knowledge was unique to Lin Moyu. Even the greatest of supremes were unaware. Perhaps the Divine Water Beast knew, but it never used this aspect properly. The true function of the Birth Mother was not simply producing food for the beast, but harmonizing and transforming life, adapting it to new realms, a kind of secondary birth. This secondary birth required refining the Birth Mother, but even the beast never managed the right method. Devouring the offspring only built a shallow connection, not true mastery. Lin Moyu pondered a solution. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Let's begin." With most of the Chaos Divine Water in the lake consumed, Lin Moyu decided to put his method to the test. If it succeeded, he'd have an endless supply in future. Chaos Child whined, let me have a bit more. Little Tree bundled him up, stop hollering, listen to the master. With wings of chaos unfurled, Lin Moyu shot toward the true center of the Pure Land. Even now, he kept the name West Pole Pure Land. Knowledge of the Birth Mother was his secret. He wasn't yet the region's owner. Once he conquered it, he could call it whatever he wished. Catastrophe Supreme had placed his grand array at the exact center, though that spot was not the essence, as the beast had hoarded it. As the Pure Land healed, approaching the center meant ever-increasing pressure. Only Supremes or Quasi-Supremes could stand it. Now, Lin Moyu was treated as a native child. He moved as if at home, unobstructed. After just a few days, Lin Moyu reached his goal. The true central region. The Grand Array itself. Here it looked just like anywhere else, with a lake full of chaos divine water. Previously there'd been more, but Dao's strike had destroyed most. What remained was newly regenerated and less abundant. The array sat in the lake. Lin Moyu dove right in, free of fear. Engulfed by chaos divine water, he felt as if returning to his mother's womb. Its chill now felt warm. At the bottom, Lin Moyu found a hair-thin crack, only a few centimeters long, inconspicuous and easily missed. Just like the arrays he had seen in the primeval wasteland, Catastrophe Supreme had sealed this one with his private chaos sigil. Only solving the sigil opened the array. Brute force from a Supreme would cause a deadly self-destruction, powerful enough to threaten even them. Thus, Supreme Xing Chuan had said even peers could not break in. For Lin Moyu, though, the sigil was easily unsealed. He had done it several times. It used to be tricky inside chaos divine water, now, it was easy. He painted the sigil in the water, chaos water dragons circled him, pure power flowing into his work. Now Lin Moyu, too, could wield chaos divine water as the beast once did. A complex sigil was quickly inscribed, it shot into the crack, which boomed open to reveal the grand array. A thin membrane enveloped the array, isolating it from the chaos divine water. The membrane itself was covered in miniature vortices, constantly drawing in more chaos divine water. The dissolving trait of the water was perfectly neutralized. Catastrophe Supreme's skill was truly unfathomable. After careful observation, Lin Moyu crafted another sigil. With practiced ease, he entered the array. Within, wisps of mist essence of chaos divine water were filtered, absorbed, and gathered, partly powering the array, partly stored for future use. After countless ages, the array had amassed an incalculable reserve. Even Lin Moyu could only say it was astonishing. He walked deeper, then crafted yet another sigil to unlock the true core. Chapter 4443, Chapter 4443, Little Tree, Keep Working. Chapter 4443, Little Tree, Keep Working. No matter if the chaos divine water had gained sentience or not, Lin Moyu used the world-devouring fire to burn everything to nothing. It was a simple and brutal method, but extremely effective. With the grand array refined, every part was now under Lin Moyu's control. The world-devouring fire reached every corner, making sure no trace of spiritual will remained. The flames burned for over 10 days, and Lin Moyu made certain that no conscious will or soul lingered. Even if new sentience could form again, it would take tens of thousands of years to appear. He also set up a monitoring array, guarding all the chaos divine water essence. If anything unusual happened, he would instantly know. The work went smoothly. When finished, Lin Moyu clapped his hands. Now for the true business. A rare excitement stirred within him. He knew just how great the rewards of this task would be if he succeeded. With the thought, Lin Moyu left the array not upwards, but down toward the depths beneath the West Pole Pure Land. The earth, impossibly hard, parted easily before him, as if making way for its own child. For the Pure Land, Lin Moyu was still its true offspring. He kept moving deeper, no idea how far he'd gone, following only his sense of direction. Gradually, pressure built against both body and soul. Even he, as the Pure Land's child, could not escape its weight. But pressure meant he was on the right track. We're almost there, Little tree. On cue, little tree erupted with space-time power, sharing the strain. Even so, little tree couldn't absorb all the pressure, he could only ease part of it. Chaos Child added his inner world, damping the force too, but not as effectively. Lin Moyu's own identity spared him some pain, but the remainder he handled personally. In the end, Lin Moyu was subjected to about a tenth of normal pressure, which was still too much for a mere minor chaos cultivator. As he pressed on, cracks started appearing across his body and soul. Seconds later, with a sharp snap, both broke apart. A flash of violet, and Lin Moyu was reborn, but even freshly restored, cracks immediately reappeared. The strain here was simply too much, staying any longer meant instant collapse, and there was still distance to go. This is my limit. Lin Moyu retreated slightly, with less pressure, his cracks began to heal. He knew his level could go no further, he could not advance by his own strength. He'd expected this, though, with the turn, he drew out the cause-seeking ring and infused it with soul force to sow a fruit. Effect without cause. Now, for a time, nothing could harm him, not attacks, not pressure, not anything at all. The backlash struck, Lin Moyu broke apart again, but soon revived in violet light. He muttered, the backlash isn't as strong as before. This happened many times. Each time he died, he returned, the cause-seeking ring was stronger now, having absorbed residual power earlier. This meant stronger fruit with less backlash. But everything has limits, even the freshest fruit wouldn't let him ignore Dao's attack. If Dao struck, every resurrection would fail. The Pure Land was formidable, an ancient treasure, even surpassing the ring at times, but still not as strong as Dao. Besides, the pressure here was nothing personal, it was simply the land's presence. So Lin Moyu knew the fruit would work, and he wouldn't die endlessly. He felt the backlash again and again, dying each time and reviving, always analyzing the changes. After 10 deaths, the effect started to diminish. By the 16th, backlash was gone. The ring truly had grown stronger, just as Lin Moyu's flesh and soul had. Now he could withstand much more, and die far fewer times in pursuit of a goal. This let him estimate just how much risk he could take and how many times resurrection would be needed for further growth. He pondered if there was a better way than the ring to make use of the resurrection power. As the last backlash faded, the ring glowed and buzzed, a hidden force wrapped Lin Moyu tight, shielding him. He felt a connection to something marvelous, an energetic region that extended protection like an ocean all around him, absorbing all external pressure. No more help from Little Tree or Chaos Child was needed here, Lin Moyu was unharmed. Under the new fruit's protection, he pressed on toward his goal. The strain melted away, the magic of the ring turning it to softness as he delved deeper. He felt more and more connected to his destination. Since he'd become the Pure Land's born child by accident, a thread had always drawn him toward the real heart. It was the core the Chaos Divine Water yearned for but never managed to reach. If he succeeded, Lin Moyu believed he'd be the only one in the entire ancient wasteland to do so. Deeper and deeper he went, until more pressure rose. The ring buzzed crazily, its protection still holding, but barely. He knew he was pushing up against the ring's own limits. If he passed beyond, the fruit would fail, he would die instantly and endlessly, his infinite rebirths quickly drained. Was it worth the risk to go further? He hesitated. He could hurry onward, since the goal was near, but if he exceeded the ring's limit he'd be doomed. He could plant another fruit, but that wouldn't change the ring's fundamental boundary. Or, he could retreat and play it safe, though that would mean total defeat. Or, Little Tree, keep working. Chapter 4444, Chapter 4444, The Mother of All Waters. Chapter 4444, The Mother of All Waters. Little Tree, despite barely having any rest, was called out once again to work. He used his space-time powers to help Lin Moyu bear the crushing pressure. With Little Tree's help, the tremors of the cause-seeking ring were noticeably lessened. Lin Moyu decided to go forward. He was gambling that, before hitting the next limit, he could reach his goal. All the while, his eyes shone, he'd come up with a method to perfectly use his rebirths to strengthen his flesh and soul, with total control and no danger. Step by step, he pressed closer to the Pure Land's true core. Little Tree was at his absolute limit, the cause-seeking ring never stopped vibrating. Just a bit further, just a little further. Chaos Child, you help too. Lin Moyu called, gritting his teeth, determined not to fail after coming so far. Though Chaos Child's help was limited, every little bit helped. The closer Lin Moyu came, the more his body and soul neared collapse, and so did his resolve. If he faltered here, he would die, no exceptions. But retreat was not an option. After coming this far, he could not turn back. He thought, if I give up now, would I stand against Dao in the future? The only way to win is to move forward. He had boarded Catastrophe Supreme's ship, or more accurately, he was fated to ride it since birth. All that remained was to see it through to the end. He believed in himself. He believed he would win this gamble. Step by relentless step, he marched on, never turning back. Finally, as the last layer of earth opened before him, a blue glow shone into his eyes, and Lin Moyu's face broke into a smile of joy. Blue light filled his sight, its radiance washing over him, every pressure falling away like a receding tide. We've arrived. Lin Moyu let out a breath of deep relief. He had reached the true core of the West Pole Pure Land, a place even the Chaos Divine Water Beast had never accessed, a place in the entire chaotic wasteland that only he had ever reached. The core was vast, boundless, a sea of void, awash in azure water light. Blue Chaos Divine Water. Little Tree blurted in shock, but then shook his head. No, not Chaos Divine Water, this is higher, stronger. Chaos Child exclaimed, heavens, there's something higher than Chaos Divine Water? Master, what is this water? Lin Moyu answered, Heaven and Earth Mother Water. At the core of the Heaven and Earth Birth Mother, the true name of the Pure Land, resided the single greatest water in existence, the Mother Water. Chaos Divine Water was simply this Mother Water, diluted and cultivated by the Pure Land, even the purest ancestral water could not compare. Lin Moyu continued, the Birth Mother's power comes from this water. Without it, there would be no such thing as the Birth Mother. Could we drain it all? Chaos Child blurted. Lin Moyu shook his head, even a single drop would destroy your inner world, if not outright kill you. Little Tree extended a root, forming a clone with his own powers. Even as a mere clone, it retained all his attributes, including space-time might. The clone reached out, cautiously touching a droplet of Mother Water. Instantly, blue light spread over its entire form. The clone dissolved like melting ice, vanishing without a sound. Chaos Child shuddered, gone, just like that. He knew how tough Little Tree's clone was. If it vanished so utterly, he'd stand no chance either. Little Tree said, the dissolving powers here are magnitudes above Chaos Divine Water. Lin Moyu agreed, right. The Mother Water can nurture all things and is the purest existence, surpassing even Chaos Child's purified water. Its power of purification is beyond the limits of any Dao, anything within Dao is dissolved by it. Little Tree asked, Master, did you come here to refine this water? Lin Moyu chuckled, that's the idea, but I'm not strong enough, at least, not yet. Then why did you come? Chaos Child pressed. For a reason. Get Yangyan out, Lin Moyu replied. Chaos Child hesitated. Yangyan was a quasi-supreme from his own world, and setting foot in the chaos would draw Dao's attention and bring disaster. But Lin Moyu explained, here, everything is hidden by the Mother Water. Even Dao can't see us here. The Chaos Divine Water Beast had hidden for years by draining the core energies here, but those energies were mere condensed chaos water, not true Mother Water. Within this place, nothing they did would be noticed. Still, Chaos Child was afraid, but Little Tree snapped, when Master says do something, just do it. Stop dithering. Humph, fat tree. Chaos Child muttered, but did as he was told. Yangyan, exuding his quasi-supreme aura, stepped out, but his energy faded almost immediately, erased by the mother water as if he'd never existed. He gaped at the sight. Master, what is this? Lin Moyu said, something very good. Instead of explaining further, he moved to act. Space warped, Lin Moyu manipulated the mother water using his mastery of chaos divine water. At his will, the edge of the blue water twisted and shifted, and a tiny drop, humming with terrifying power, was drawn out. He split the drop into 2, then 4, then 8, until he had 100 portions. Chaos Child, give me some purified water, he commanded. Chaos Child produced a ball of purified water. Lin Moyu fused 1/100th of a drop of mother water into it. Instantly, the water turned a deep blue. Purified water was famed for cleansing anything, but in the presence of mother water, it was itself purified, overwhelmed by its superior essence. Handing the blue water to Yangyan, Lin Moyu ordered, "Don't move." A blue mist coated Yangyan instantly. Chapter 4445, Chapter 4445, Awakening the Power of Bloodlines. Chapter 4445, Awaken the Power of Bloodlines. Watching Yangyan enveloped by the blue mist, a glint of sharpness flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. Just now, Yangyan's gaze had flashed with a hint of resistance. But, as a revived follower, once he heard Lin Moyu's command, that resistance was forcibly suppressed and he ultimately stood his ground. A quasi-supreme follower with self-awareness is good, having a rebellious will, however, is not. Yangyan hid his opposing thoughts well, likely plotting ways to break Lin Moyu's control. But on the surface, he showed nothing, because if he did, he'd be crushed. Lin Moyu held complete power over his followers' lives. If he truly wanted Yangyan dead, he wouldn't survive. Yangyan knew this. Until he found a way to break free, he would comply, perhaps only expressing occasional independent thought to seem normal. Not even Chaos Child was aware of this subtle game. At present, Chaos Child still hadn't fully regained his former might, so the Supremes and Quasi-Supremes in his inner world were not entirely under his control. But for now, Yangyan's entire aura was thoroughly masked by the blue mist, and Lin Moyu's gaze changed, becoming both sharper and subtly more amused. Little Tree noticed, "Master, what's going on?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "Nothing. I'll tell you later." "Xiao Peng, come out." Summoned, Xiao Peng, barely at the half-step Chaos Realm, immediately shrank his giant body down to less than a meter, curling up like a snake and trembling with his wings wrapped tightly around him. Just the presence of the Heavenly Mother Water filled him with terror. Even knowing Lin Moyu was nearby, guaranteeing his safety, Xiao Peng could not suppress the deep-seated fear in his blood and soul. Teeth chattering, he barely managed to stammer, "Father, what is this place? It's terrifying." Lin Moyu smiled, "It's a good place. Keep still, you'll get something good soon." Much more obedient than Yangyan, Xiao Peng fought his own fear and kept completely still, shivering with effort. Lin Moyu continued dividing the Heavenly Mother Water. A single drop was split 100 times, but even a tenth for Xiao Peng was still too potent. He divided it again and again, finally into 10,000 parts so tiny as to be almost invisible, sensed only by the soul. After splitting, he asked Little Tree, "Give me some chaos soil." Little Tree directly produced a chunk of chaos soil the size of a fingernail, precious indeed, requiring at least 100 years to cultivate such a piece. Lin Moyu combined the minuscule mother water with the chaos soil, and the fragment glowed blue, radiating terrifying vitality. The soil already contained immense life, and now that was multiplied 10,000-fold, so much so it seemed it might gain sentience at any moment. Little Tree was amazed, "Master, what's going on?" Lin Moyu replied, "Heavenly Mother Water doesn't just dissolve all things, it can fuse with treasures to create new ones. I've merged it with the chaos soil to form a treasure bursting with life. It's not useful for you, but it's valuable for Xiao Peng. It will stimulate his bloodline and sharpen its potential. With a flick, the new chaos soil exploded into mist and covered Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng let out a dragon's roar, a mix of ecstasy and pain. Lin Moyu smiled, bear with it, nothing comes free in this world. Any gain has a price. As his bloodline was prodded, Xiao Peng's bloodline force multiplied, and his aura soared, breaking rapidly toward the chaos realm. Judging by the current pace, it wouldn't be long. Little Tree looked at Yangyan. What about him? Lin Moyu said, I used Heavenly Mother water fused with purified water to alter some of its properties, stripping Yangyan of the inner world aura from Chaos Child. Now, the Mother water lets Yangyan blend with the very air of chaos, making him invisible. He'll be able to fight in the chaos now, as long as he's careful not to draw attention. If we were in the primeval wilds, he could use his full power without attracting Dao at all. I promised Yangyan to help him pass on the Ye bloodline in the world, and with the Heavenly Mother water, it's a sure thing. Little Tree understood completely. This Heavenly Mother water is truly wondrous, and its uses surely aren't limited to this. Lin Moyu caught the deeper meaning. Don't worry, it won't get out of hand. He now had the Heavenly Mother water under total control woven into Yangyan's body and soul. It ensured Yangyan would never break free. If Lin Moyu wished, he could even erase his follower's self completely. Whether that would ever be necessary depended on Yangyan's future behavior. Minutes later, Xiao Peng broke into the Chaos Realm, his bloodline still raging and growing even stronger. Chaos Kunpeng bloodline is impressive, no wonder it once dared to challenge Supremes. There's power behind the arrogance. Lin Moyu understood that his technique's benefit depended largely on Xiao Peng's bloodline itself. Weak blood meant a small gain. Little Tree recalled, we had no Chaos Kunpeng back then, there was a Golden-Winged Peng, incredibly strong. Chaos Child muttered, if memory serves, that guy died horribly, hunted by hundreds on his level, torn apart afterwards. His true form was vast, spanning millions of miles, even larger than the Pure Land. His body was torn to pieces, flesh scattered everywhere. Some said the smell of blood haunted the chaos for ages. That was the Golden Wing's blood. Chaos Child interjected, that's probably a tall tale. Chaos was a killing field, blood everywhere. Not all of it was his. Little Tree didn't argue, just said, you're right. Who knew what he really believed? Lin Moyu mused, are you saying Xiao Peng might possess Golden Wing blood? Little Tree answered, it's possible, we'll see as he grows stronger. Meanwhile, Xiao Peng's aura soared ever higher, bloodline strength billowing in endless surge, constantly lifting his realm and power. Chapter 4446, Chapter 4446, The Golden-Winged Peng. Chapter 4446, Golden-Winged Peng. Xiao Peng's bloodline power was still surging, and Yangyan's purification and fusion were likewise ongoing. Both processes needed time. Lin Moyu kept busy as well. He took out some earth along his way here. He'd brought ample soil from the West Pole Pure Land. At the core of the Pure Land is the Heaven and Earth Mother Water. Chaos Divine Water is produced when this Mother Water seeps into the Pure Land and evolves. As long as Mother Water exists, Chaos Divine Water will appear endlessly. A single drop of Mother Water can be transformed into a vast amount of Chaos Divine Water. That entire previous lake was probably but 1/1000th of a drop. He used the soil to build a square pool, 100 meters per side, and mixed in divided portions of Mother Water. Shortly, pure Chaos Divine Water pooled inside. The formation of Chaos Divine Water was rapid. Before long, the pool brimmed with it. Go ahead and drink, Lin Moyu told them. Little Tree and Chaos Child immediately dove in, greedily absorbing the water. Lin Moyu kept making pools with more soil, infusing more Mother Water to evolve more Chaos Divine Water. He'd collected plenty of earth and built 3 pools, enough to satisfy the 2 of them. Most of the Mother Water got used up, but whenever it ran low, he extracted and split out another drop. Some of the split portions went to Yangyan, others evolved into Chaos Divine Water, and the weakest, 36th parts were reserved for Xiao Peng. At that moment, Lin Moyu felt like a true family head, an oddly pleasant feeling. After 10 days, Xiao Peng's bloodline power erupted a second time, surging him into the great completion stage of the Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu's surprise wasn't at Xiao Peng's breakthrough, such a bloodline almost guaranteed such a feat, but rather at an ancient, noble aura that was awakened during the bloodline's second surge. Formerly hidden deep, it now surfaced under the stimulation of the mother water. Little Tree marveled, "It really is Golden-Winged Peng." Chaos Child echoed, "It is. But the blood is thin, who knows how diluted it's become." Little Tree said, "That's to be expected. When he died, his blood flooded half of chaos, much of it eaten or absorbed by others. But now, with the mother water, Xiao Peng's bloodline might someday return to its source." Chaos Child muttered, "Bloodline return? Unless he's got a death wish. If he did, that old guy would come kill him instantly." Little Tree shook his head, "Of course not a total return. I mean in terms of power he'll still be Xiao Peng, not strictly Golden-Winged Peng. If he develops well, he could become quasi-supreme." Chaos Child questioned, "You mean by inheriting the old Peng's power?" Little Tree replied, "I saw him fight once. The Golden-Winged Peng's greatest strength was speed. If Xiao Peng inherits that, surpassing Dao in speed, quasi-supreme status isn't out of reach." Chaos Child sighed, "He really was insanely fast." Intrigued, Lin Moyu asked, "How fast was the Golden-Winged Peng?" Chaos Child said, "Ask Fat Tree, I never witnessed it myself." Little Tree answered, "His speed. The Golden-Winged Peng was so fast that he roamed free through chaos. Even if defeated in battle, none could catch him. In the end, over 100 peak experts had to join forces, setting countless traps and using supreme treasures just to kill him. His quickness was so extreme, he could even outrun the response of a conscious ancient formation. Once, a living formation housed a priceless treasure. The Golden-Winged Peng darted in, seized the treasure, and escaped before the formation or its spirit reacted. By the time they noticed, he was long gone. This was so beyond normal speed it bordered on the absurd. Outrageous was the only way to describe it. Thanks to such speed, he could almost never be bested one-on-one. He even borrowed many treasures from other strong beings, eventually igniting widespread vendetta. Over 100 top-tier experts joined together, using several supreme treasures to finally subdue and kill him. The Golden-Winged Peng perished long before the Chaos Wars truly erupted, an early and tragic end. Now, the ancient blood in Xiao Peng was being awakened, empowering him more than ever, and he had received the greatest fortune this time. His combat power now exceeded Lin Moyu's by level. Yet he still wasn't at the limit. His power continued growing, possibly approaching perfection. Whether or not he would finish the journey to fullness was anyone's guess. Modern chaos beings need the aid of domain power to achieve perfection. Ancient beings didn't, they were born perfect, even transcending perfection. Back then, strength, not just realm, was what mattered. In Little Tree's opinion, even if Xiao Peng never reached perfection, his fighting power could still match it. 100 days flew by. Little Tree and Chaos Child kept absorbing Chaos Divine Water as if they could never be sated. By now, Lin Moyu had extracted and divided 10 whole drops of Mother Water, transforming them into Chaos Divine Water vast as an ocean, all consumed by the pair. Yangyan's purification and fusion was nearly complete, his aura shifted, still quasi-supreme, but now more in harmony with chaos, and missing the influence of Chaos Child's inner world. With his fusion complete, he'd be able to act freely throughout the chaos, drawing no attention as long as he didn't fight at full power. In the ancient wasteland, there'd be no limitations at all. This upgrade greatly increased Lin Moyu's forces. Xiao Peng, now at the peak of great completion, was only a step from perfection. The Golden-Winged Peng bloodline was now fully awake and merging with his own. Once the fusion finished, he'd gain full access to the Golden-Winged Peng's abilities, a process that would still take time and could only be minimally sped up by outside force. After several dozen more days, Yangyan's purification and fusion was at last complete. With his soul fully cleansed, he kneeled respectfully before Lin Moyu. Yangyan greets master. Now, his soul was so thoroughly purified that every last trace of defiance was gone, though his self-awareness remained, he would obey Lin Moyu's every command. Chapter 4447, Chapter 4447, Master, go die without worry. Chapter 4447, Master, go die without worry. Lin Moyu's voice was calm. Rise, from now on serve me with peace of mind. Whatever I promised, I'll make happen. Only then did Yangyan slowly stand. Understood, my lord, your command is my vow unto death. It was only after this purification and integration that Lin Moyu fully gained control of Yangyan, the Quasi-Supreme. The Quasi-Supremes of Chaos Child's inner world were weaker than those from the primeval Chaos Wasteland, but still far above the level of a perfected one. A few days later, the blue mist around Xiao Peng finally dissipated. He opened his golden eyes, and the wings on his back had turned golden as well. His form had changed entirely. Gone was anything snake-like, the python was gone, leaving only the Peng. The blood of the Golden-Winged Peng was merging with his own, taking the dominant position. The Chaos Solitary Peng was a fusion of the Golden-Winged Peng bloodline and that of a serpent, part Peng, part pythons, but they favored calling themselves Peng, hence the name Chaos Solitary Peng. The name had always been a little misleading, but now that the Golden-Winged blood was awakening, driving out the serpentine ancestry, Xiao Peng fit the title at last. He truly was solitary now, the only Peng in all primeval chaos with awakened Golden-Winged Peng blood, utterly unique and alone. Lin Moyu asked, "How do you feel?" Xiao Peng replied, "Very good. Why is my power so much greater, and why do I look?" Thanks to his Golden-Winged blood, Xiao Peng not only grew stronger but nobler, such that even here, he was no longer afraid. Lin Moyu placed a hand atop his head. "Don't move, I'll check." Xiao Peng sat still for examination. Lin Moyu's spiritual sense swept into his soul, now gleaming with golden purity, all remnants of the old Supreme's curse gone. Even a Supreme's curse was wiped away by the revived Golden-Winged blood. Clearly, in ancient times, the Golden-Winged Peng rivaled or surpassed the Supremes. After checking, Lin Moyu confirmed, "Your curse has been lifted." Xiao Peng's eyes shone with golden light. "Really? My race is finally free?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "You are free, your race? No. Feel within your bloodline, the answer is there." With the Golden-Winged blood awakened, it now held vast inherited knowledge. A little focus let Xiao Peng understand everything. He was disappointed. The memories of his kin weighed heavy and their greatest mission had always been to break that curse. Now, that mission and that race had vanished. After reviewing the legacy in his blood, his expression shifted. Now he understood. In a subdued tone, "We're truly the descendants of the Golden-Winged Peng. The ancestral blood is so potent, it's overridden mine. I can't remember much of the past. Even the ancestors' memories are mostly gone, except a single cultivation art and one technique." Lin Moyu replied, "Your old blood was full of impurities. It was natural for the Golden-Winged Pengs to wash it out, along with the memories. The ancestor left no stories behind because he didn't want future generations to repeat his mistakes. By erasing karmic entanglements, he was protecting those who'd follow. But mark this, you are not your people. You are the only one. There will never be another Golden-Winged Peng. Your job now is to train, let your blood return to its roots, and become the true Golden-Winged Peng." Xiao Peng nodded. "I understand." He felt a pang, but accepted his fate. Some things, once changed, cannot be unchanged, one must accept and move on. His heart was steady, he knew what he had to do. Lin Moyu turned to the two others, "Have you two eaten your fill yet?" They'd been gorging themselves on Chaos Divine water for days. At first it had obvious effects. Chaos Child's inner world grew clearly stronger, but in recent days, that progress had plateaued, changes faded, a sure sign he'd reached his limit. But he kept drinking, as if in competition with Little Tree. It was much the same for Little Tree. The fastest increase in rebirths came at the start, now it was nearly halted. In the past 10 days, the increase was all but gone. The limit had been reached. Now his rebirth tally stood at 50,000, over 10 times more than when he entered the Pure Land. As the divine water was absorbed, Little Tree himself underwent strange changes. The water fused into the chaos soil, which shone with new life and even a faint blue light. Now hearing Lin Moyu's question, Little Tree stopped. "Master, I feel as if with a bit more strength, I could absorb the mother water directly." Lin Moyu replied, "You're right. But not yet, I'll prepare some for you later." Little Tree understood, to get much stronger now would bring Dao. He'd then have to hide inside forever, step outside, an instant doom. Lin Moyu once again added mother water to a pool, filled it with chaos divine water, and stored it up. "You've all gotten your share. Now it's my turn." Little Tree perked up. "How will you do it?" "Simple. I sow a fruit. Once I've died enough, activate the cause-seeking ring. You two then help shield me from the strain. Hopefully, you won't even need to help, by then, I might be strong enough on my own." "I'll keep watch," replied Little Tree. "Go die without worry, Master will handle the rest," said Chaos Child with odd cheer. Lin Moyu ignored him, then activated the ring. Effect without cause. With the thought, he began sowing his fruit. After dying 10,000 times, I want 10 minutes without harm from the outside world. The power of the ring was in making wishes. If you dreamed it, it made it real. Backlash surged, Lin Moyu's body shattered. This was an artful sowing, asking just 10 minutes. Protection needed only a little causal power, meaning the backlash was less. After just 5 deaths, the backlash faded, the ring sparkled, the wish accomplished. Lin Moyu exited the core through his original entry point. Not even a 10,000th of a second later, body and soul broke apart again. Chapter 4448, Chapter 4448, Life and Death, See It Lightly. Chapter 4448, Life and Death, See It Lightly. The closer to the heart of the West Pole Pure Land, the more crushing the pressure became. Approaching the heaven and earth mother water, it peaked. Before, Lin Moyu had only barely made it to this place with the combined strength of the cause-seeking ring, Little Tree, and Chaos Child. Now, without any preparations, he couldn't endure even a 10,000th of a second. The pressure obliterated both body and soul in an instant. This didn't surprise him in the least. If it didn't kill him, that would have been strange. Amidst violet light, he began a new cycle of resurrection. Before he could even fully revive, he was crushed again. Again and again, one resurrection, one death, as time trickled by in cycles of life and death. He kept count of his deaths. Though body and soul were smashed to dust, his awareness always remained wholly clear. He could even, in a detached, third-person view, see himself die, an uncanny, indescribable sensation. After 500 deaths, his flesh and spirit suddenly grew a bit stronger. Under such pressure, although he still shattered each time, he knew he was growing stronger. So it's just as before, if resurrection happens continuously more than 500 times, both body and soul advance in essence. Every 100 deaths after that brings another 1% increase. Don't know if there's a limit. He had resolved, ever since conceiving this approach, to push and discover that limit. Without raising his realm, he wanted to toughen body and spirit to the very extreme. Then, when his realm did rise, his strength would be nearly unmatchable. Much like his ancient world training of his body then, it was through the power of the Dao of Force, repeatedly breaking and rebuilding the body, eventually gaining immunity and growing ever tougher. Now, rebirth itself became the means. Each resurrection made body and soul stronger, a method even more direct and fundamental. Life and death kept cycling. At death number 600, again his fundamentals advanced. Throughout, Lin Moyu kept his heart unmoved, no joy, no sadness, watching the changes as a calm observer. Rebirth remained steady, about once per second. 10,000 resurrections would take several hours, each cycle increasing body and soul nearly 1% after 96 cycles, for a nearly 100% increase, both would double in essence. His calculations weren't exact, but they would be close. Even before, his soul and flesh had been very strong. 10 prior refinements at the Chaos Realm had put him far above his peers. Now, doubled again, he felt few, even at the great completion of Chaos, could match him. Perhaps only some innate freaks might be close, in specialized aspects. As flesh and soul toughened, at 3,000 deaths, he noticed the pressure weakened its effect. Now he could endure 2/10,000ths of a second, double the time before. That tiny increase was a qualitative leap. This showed that his instincts were right, he was much stronger now. The pain of each death had long since faded, now little different from an itch, any fear had simply vanished. Instead, there was only excitement at the slow river of progress, feeling Dao heart honed ever more sharply. The process continued relentlessly, strength trickled and gathered into a mighty river, eventually an ocean. Masters getting stronger. Even Little Tree could feel it, and was delighted. Lin Moyu's growth meant he, too, might someday stand unveiled in chaos, recapturing or even surpassing his ancient glory. Chaos Child was just as elated. At the end of 10,000 resurrections, Lin Moyu could now withstand 1,000th of a second before destruction, 10 times better than his start, his body and soul each twice as tough. If this continued, he felt he'd soon be able to move freely in such a place. A feat no ordinary great completion expert nor even the ancient chaos divine water beast could manage. Not even the water beast's body could survive such pressure. In its maternal instinct, the heaven and earth birth mother creates conditions only fit for beings it creates. Maybe the chaos bull could handle it, its flesh was legendary. Maybe even a supreme could stay, but it's hard to say. Supremes are perfected in everything, but don't truly surpass all boundaries. After 10,000 deaths, the cause-seeking ring auto-activated, shrouding Lin Moyu and neutralizing the pressure. Go! Little Tree and Chaos Child each moved to share the load. The 10,000th and first rebirth completed at last, and Lin Moyu at last restored. In the next moment, he returned to the core, the mother water surging everywhere and no pressure oppressing him. He carefully felt the changes. His realm had risen a bit, but truly what had changed was the doubling of his core physical and spiritual essence. If before, his soul and body were like wood, now they were like iron. Even compared in terms of raw power, he felt more than 5 times stronger. He even suspected that his flesh might now rival, or exceed, most great completion chaos cultivators, perhaps even matching the perfected state. Xiao Peng, come test this out. He called Xiao Peng, the two comparing pure bodily force. One punch, Xiao Peng brought down a golden wing. There was a massive boom. Lin Moyu was thrown back for 100 miles, Xiao Peng hundreds more, squawking in shock. The impact cracked the local space. Though it looked like Lin Moyu lost, Xiao Peng stood at great completion, just shy of perfection, and with his awakened golden-winged blood, his bodily force was off the charts, greater than most perfects. What mattered more was, Lin Moyu took no damage at all. Defense over offense. If even a great completion's best hit couldn't hurt him, his safety was massively increased. With this confirmed, he activated the cause-seeking ring, planted a new fruit. Effect without cause. This time, he set it for 30,000 deaths, after which he'd gain temporary immunity again. Backlash came and body and soul broke, but with their newfound strength, the pain lasted only 2 deaths before vanishing. With the ring empowered, Lin Moyu set out again, ready to enjoy the pleasure of dying. Chapter 4449, Chapter 4449, A Terrifying Aura. Chapter 4449, A Terrifying Aura. Death after death, rebirth after rebirth, Lin Moyu's body and soul gradually strengthened. The pressure's effect on him grew less each time, from holding on for just a 10,000th of a second in the beginning, to now withstanding a 1,000th, then a 100th of a second. Every time his body and soul doubled in strength, the time he could endure multiplied tenfold. Similarly, every such strengthening multiplied his offense and defense by more than 10. There was a clear proportional link. By the time he had died 20,000 times, his body was over 4 times as strong as when he started, and he could now survive almost a 10th of a second under the pressure. He couldn't fully assess how strong he'd become, but knew he far surpassed little strong. As his rebirths accumulated, the boost from each doubled, making the final increases astonishing. When he hit 25,000 deaths, his body was 7 times stronger than at the start, and he could now endure nearly a full second of the crushing power of the Pure Land's core. A second was long enough for him to recover and attack several times. This timing also approached the limit for continuous rebirth. If he took longer than a second to die and revive, the cycle would break and no further strengthening would occur. Continuous, rapid rebirth was essential for the gains, and as the base strength rose, the efficacy and requirements increased. If he grew much stronger, even the Pure Land's pressure might not suffice for further growth. At that point, he would need to create a new, extremely difficult fruit, using the cause-seeking ring to keep the resurrection cycle unbroken. But this carried dire risk. Too weak, it would be useless; too strong, he could die for real. He knew even the cause-seeking ring had an upper bound. If he ever reached that, its protection would fail. So I'll have to find another place. But ones like the West Pole Pure Land are rare. Instinctively, his mind turned to a location, the deepest part of the ancient wasteland, a sight beyond even the Supreme's reach. Strange, I've never been there. He marveled at the feeling. He hadn't even seen the place, only heard Little Tree mention it once. Yet somehow, he felt certain that was where he could take his plans to the next level. The feeling was indescribably odd. Rebirth went on, the Pure Land's pressure slowly faded. It had nearly fulfilled its purpose for Lin Moyu, with only the Heaven and Earth Mother Water untouched. It wasn't that he didn't want to refine it, he simply wasn't ready, plus Catastrophe Supreme's array was still needed here. After another 2,000 deaths, the exact total was lost, some 27,000 in all. By now, his body and soul had grown tenfold in strength. Suddenly, the Pure Land's pressure vanished like a receding tide. It hadn't gone, but it no longer affected him. He realized he'd broken through a threshold, a barrier between life and death. A sliver less would mean death, a sliver more, life. Body and soul broke past a membrane, surging to a new level. With resurrection ended, he could freely stand in the deadliest core of the West Pole Pure Land, feeling no harm at all. Boom! The Pure Land thundered. A terrifying aura descended, and Lin Moyu's expression changed as he stepped back into the Heaven and Earth Mother Water domain. Blue light writhed, even the Mother Water twisted in response to the sinister force now present. It's not him. Relief swept Lin Moyu as he probed the aura. It was strong, but not Dao. But then, who could wield such presence? Little Tree was tense. Master, what is going on? Chaos Child shrieked, it's terrifying. Xiao Peng, who'd recently awakened the Golden-Winged Peng blood and no longer feared the Mother Water, now quivered in terror again, curled tightly. Lin Moyu said, I have no idea what this aura is, but I'm sure it's not him. Meanwhile, outside, throughout the primeval chaos wasteland, everything panicked as the aura descended over all. Every being at or above the chaos realm felt it clearly. Creatures shuddered, and cultivators in seclusion woke with alarm. What is this? How can it be so terrifying? What's happening to chaos? Such omens are calamities coming. Last time meant a return. Will blood rain begin again? Ancients everywhere shared shocked glances. Soon after, colored clouds appeared, draping chaos in rainbow-like brilliance. Dao severing. Sword light swept the ancient wasteland. Lin Moyu unleashed a mighty swing, making an ancient life form scream and flee, leaving only a severed limb for Lin Moyu to pocket. She didn't pursue, instead sheathed her sword and looked deep into chaos. A white-robed elder arrived, stepping through the air to her side. Lin Mohan's voice rang, "Fellow Daoist Baishong, what do you make of it?" Supreme Baishong likewise gazed into the depths, "I'd say you look with your eyes." She smiled, "Still so witty, I'm glad I bet right." Baishong chuckled, "When has the Sword Supreme ever been wrong?" Moan shook her head, "I'm not the Sword Supreme, I'm Lin Moan, Lin Moyu's elder sister." Baishong grinned, all right, Daoist Lin is never wrong. Indeed the disturbance is from there." Moan mused, "None of us have ever gone there, only Catastrophe made it to the outskirts, and nearly died. If it weren't for that thing he had, maybe he'd have perished." Afterwards, Catastrophe never spoke of it, but I think he saw something unimaginable. All the strategies and plans fell into place after that. I really want to know what's inside." Baishong nodded, "I'm curious too, but I know our place some things aren't meant for us. Then again, once you couldn't, but maybe one day you'll be ready. If Daoist Lin ever learns what lies inside, please enlighten us all." Moan didn't answer, speaking more to herself. Back then, Catastrophe said if the plan worked, maybe he'd return. I hope he was right. So far, Catastrophe has never failed. Let's hope for the best. Is your sword ready for more? She shook her head, not sharp enough yet, got to keep sharpening. Chapter 4450, Chapter 4450, The Seven-Colored Key. Chapter 4450, The Seven-Colored Key. A terrifying aura from the deepest reaches of the ancient wasteland arrived, followed by a brilliant glow that blanketed all of chaos. The radiant glow shone everywhere, as if trying to communicate something to the world, but none could understand its message. Except for a select few, no one knew the origin of this radiance and the dreadful aura. Only the strongest knew of the ancient wasteland's depths. Most perfected cultivators didn't even realize such a place existed. There were too many secrets hidden in the chaos wasteland for anyone, not even Dao, to claim complete understanding. This time, no one knew the reason for the sudden terrifying aura or the glow that flooded chaos, only that both originated from the very deepest part. In that most mysterious, unreachable place, a giant eye emerged, and a deep voice echoed, "I, personally, will go there someday." Inside the heart of the West Pole Pure Land, the same glow covered everything, shattering the blue colors of the heaven and earth mother water. The glow then condensed, forming a single beam that fell upon Lin Moyu. He suddenly heard a whisper in his ear. He couldn't make out the words, but they sounded incredibly familiar, as if he'd heard them somewhere long ago, though no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember where. The glow gave Lin Moyu no special feeling. His flesh, soul, and cultivation all felt unchanged. It seemed like the most ordinary light. But then, in his field of vision, a key appeared. Seven-colored light flowed over the key as if it were liquid. He reached out, but his hand passed right through it. Was like grasping air. The key did not vanish, it just couldn't be seized. He tried using his spiritual sense, but with the same result. His soul force passed through the key without the slightest resistance. The key was right before his eyes but felt as if it didn't exist at all. Lin Moyu grew ever more puzzled. At his current level, his soul should easily handle illusions and reality alike. Yet this key was neither real nor illusory. What sort of existence was this? What is this key? Lin Moyu muttered. Chaos Child asked, "What key? Where?" Lin Moyu was surprised. "There's a key right in front of me. Don't you see it?" Chaos Child shook his head, "Nothing at all." Fat Tree, do you see a key? Little Tree confirmed, "No key." He asked Xiao Peng, still trembling, "Do you see a key?" Xiao Peng shook his head desperately, "No key." Lin Moyu grew even more bewildered. This key was visible only to him, yet still couldn't be touched. Suddenly, Little Tree said, "Master, I feel this glow is from there." Lin Moyu's heart jumped. "You mean the very depths of the ancient wasteland?" Little Tree nodded, yes, that's right. Chaos Child chimed in, I agree, but I have no idea why it came. Lin Moyu muttered, just what is at the heart of the ancient wasteland? Both Little Tree and Chaos Child shook their heads, they had no idea. He knew there was no answer to be had for now, so he turned his focus back to the seven-colored key. The glow and the key had come from the same source. If the radiance was from the ancient wasteland's depths, the key must be linked as well. No one else could see it, so the key was meant only for him. But why give him the key? What connection did the heart of the wasteland have with Lin Moyu, and why now? A possibility arose in Lin Moyu's mind. It might be that his power, the sheer strength of his body and soul, breaking through the limits, had triggered a response from the ancient wasteland. I'm just at minor completion in the Chaos Realm, but after 10 rounds of refinement, my power was already top tier for my stage. Now, with all this strengthening, I'm easily 10 times above my peers in the same realm. But would just this strength trigger such a reaction? That seems unusual. He knew there were plenty stronger true supremes, the wilderness-born, all were above him. But for now, there was no way to know for sure. With little information, precise analysis was impossible. So he switched tactics and focused on the key itself. Since it was sent right to him, it had to be for him. But it couldn't be taken. Was it always to hang before him like this? He tried several different approaches, none worked. As the prismatic glow faded after several dozen seconds, the dreadful aura ebbed too. The key before Lin Moyu's eyes also faded. He started to panic, as if some priceless treasure was slipping away forever. No. There's got to be a way. I must be missing something. Driven by instinct, his thoughts raced. He mentally scanned for any overlooked detail. With every flash, the seven-colored key dimmed further, nearly vanishing before his eyes. Suddenly, he had an idea, something he hadn't tried. He triggered his storage space, commanding it, store. Since both his body and soul couldn't grip the key, he unleashed the full pull of his storage space, trying to suck the key in. A rift appeared in the void. On the other side was his storage space. A powerful suction acted upon the key, and for the first time the key moved, slowly floating toward the rift. Success! His heart leaped. His storage space was unusual, never based on any artifact, always following him wherever he went, always remaining unharmed no matter the circumstances. Most cultivators relied on artifacts or domain worlds for storage, but his space was utterly convenient. He'd compared before, his storage space was simply in a league of its own. Things put in never aged, living or dead, time was still. Each living being within had its own isolated little space. Most cultivators had similar spaces, but he didn't know if theirs were quite the same. Now, as the seven-colored key was pulled in, the miraculous nature of his storage space became evident again. No sooner had he relaxed than the key, once inside, burst with brilliant light and detonated. Inside the space, a door appeared, the key had unlocked it, and a strange, indescribable aura flowed out from beyond. Chapter 4451, Chapter 4451, A Second Primeval Wasteland? Chapter 4451, A Second Primeval Wasteland? Within the storage space, the seven-colored key unlocked a door that, astonishingly, seemed to have always existed, but even Lin Moyu as its master had never noticed until now. Only with the appearance of the seven-colored key did this door finally open. For Lin Moyu, this was a rare moment of utter shock, so much so that it was visible in his eyes. He had used this storage space countless times, but never once detected a hidden doorway. This was ranked among the most mind-blowing revelations of his cultivation journey. From behind the door, a mysterious aura poured in like mist, quickly spreading through the entire storage space. The aura was ancient and vast, transforming the storage space and causing its territory to expand at a breathtaking pace. Before, the storage space was already enormous, half a great world could fit inside, but now its bounds receded into infinity, beyond even Lin Moyu's estimation. He even had the sense that not only one origin continent, but even entire domains could eventually fit inside his storage space. If it kept expanding, he could one day bundle all his domains and bring them anywhere, far more conveniently than by refining them and carrying them as ordinary cultivators did. If that's possible, then please keep growing. Right now, Lin Moyu was hoping for even more mist and for the space to grow without limit. As the space expanded, its very nature also began to transform. Lin Moyu faintly sensed a spark of life forming inside the storage space. It was resilient and strong, growing ever more powerful. Is life being nurtured in the storage space? He was stunned. His own storage space was about to breed new life, something he'd never even heard of, yet was clearly occurring right under his nose. As the first life began its gestation, he immediately sensed a powerful sense of kinship, like a child of his own. It would take a long time to gestate, and what kind of life form it would be, Lin Moyu had no way to know. A storage space that could birth new life was no longer a storage space, but an actual living world. With more mist pouring in, the space's scale and strength ballooned further. Lin Moyu sensed increasing barrenness and grandeur. He hardly recognized his own storage space anymore. Dong! A heartbeat sounded, and Lin Moyu was startled. His storage space had started gestating a second life. Not just one but two. What kind of situation was this? Once again, that sense of kinship surged within him. Another child. Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Not only had he become an unexpected father, but now he was getting more children all at once. The changes didn't stop. Without any signs of slowing, the expansion continued, stronger and vaster still. The mist thickened, but thankfully it didn't hinder Lin Moyu's vision. He could see clearly, regardless of its presence. He watched as the edge of the storage space receded farther and farther away, its essence changing with each moment, an astonishing transformation. There can't be more, right? As soon as that thought came, there was another faint sound, this time not a heartbeat, but a call from his soul. A new life took shape, this one specifically soul-based, seeming especially unique. The process was slow, such birth would take ages to complete. Yet the numbers. With continuous expansion, one life after another started gestating. Each built a tie with Lin Moyu, every one became his child. The seven-colored glow and aura from the ancient wasteland's depths had long faded, everything returned to calm, as if nothing had ever occurred. But for Lin Moyu, this was a transformation beyond precedent. In only half a day, his storage space grew unrecognizable, now hosting more than 100 embryonic lives at once. He became numb to it, all his control long gone. This was not a process he could halt. Given all that, he simply let things progress as they would. In the core region of his storage space, he created a separate subspace and stowed all his previous possessions there. This subspace was big enough for a great world, yet compared to the new storage space, it was only the tiniest fragment. The space had grown boundless. As the process continued, Lin Moyu thought he might even fit the entire ancient chaos wasteland inside. When he finally opened his eyes, Little Tree, Chaos Child, and Xiao Peng were looking at him. Off to the side, Yangyan stood respectfully, as if guarding him. Xiao Peng asked, "Father, are you all right?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "I'm fine. No need to worry." Little Tree said, "Just now, Master, you gave off an aura like the chi of primordial beginning. I wonder what happened." No one but Lin Moyu knew what his storage space had just undergone. He asked, "What is the chi of primordial beginning?" Little Tree replied, "It's the primal breath from the dawn of the ancient wasteland. When I was born, I carried a wisp, but it was quickly spent and never returned." Chaos Child added, "I had some too, but it merged with my inner world and vanished." After their explanation, Lin Moyu basically understood. Those born in the first wave of the ancient wasteland all had a special primal aura chi that could be refined into power and helped them through their earliest stages. This was called the chi of beginning. Later generations no longer possessed it, not even living beings born within Chaos Child's inner world. Just now, Lin Moyu's body had emanated that same primal aura, the chi of primordial beginning. No one knew why he should have it, especially in this era when it should long since have vanished. Lin Moyu, however, realized it came from his storage space, more precisely, from the lives starting to grow inside it. Does this mean my storage space is becoming a new world, independent of the ancient chaos wasteland? Otherwise, such primal aura should never have appeared. What on earth was that mist behind the door, and how had his storage space changed so drastically? He thought back to the dawn of the wasteland, when untold numbers of living beings were born at once, not one by one, but by the multitudes. Now, his storage space was repeating that history remarkably similar. Could it really be transforming into a second ancient wasteland? The very idea was staggering. Yet the reality was that it seemed to be happening, and evolution was already underway. Lin Moyu realized his path was diverging, no longer following the script Catastrophe Supreme laid, but forging forward on a brand new road. Chapter 4452, Chapter 4452, The Right Path. Chapter 4452, The Right Path. A new path. Lin Moyu realized that the road he now walked was utterly different from the one Catastrophe Supreme had planned. That Supreme's hope had been for Lin Moyu to merge the 10 domain worlds, transcend limits, and reach a level equal to or near Dao, and with the Catastrophe Scepter, to slay Dao and break the yoke over the Supremes, perhaps even open the way to further breakthroughs. But such a path brought its own problems. Most crucially, during the final fusion and promotion, Dao would inevitably act to prevent success. In that moment before full ascension, how would one withstand Dao's strike? Catastrophe Supreme had considered this. The Great Array, and an unknown hidden force, were prepared for just this. Yet to Lin Moyu, the odds of success with this plan were slim, maybe 30%, at best. Unless Catastrophe Supreme had further hidden cards, or measures to increase the success rate. Knowing Catastrophe Supreme's personality, he was a gambler. If there was even a 50-50 chance, he'd stake his life on it. But Lin Moyu now saw a newly revealed road. His storage space was evolving independently from the primeval Chaos Wasteland, likely to become a whole new world of its own, unlike Chaos Child's inner world, which, while following its own rules, was still ultimately tethered to the wasteland. Lin Moyu's space, though, was fully self-contained, unrelated to the outside world. The proof? The appearance of primordial beginning chi, something only worlds truly independent of the wasteland, at their genesis, could possess. If his storage space truly completed its transformation, he would not merely hold 10 worlds but a vast cosmos, equivalent to the wasteland itself. At that point, facing Dao, he would not just be a cultivator but a true sovereign of a pure universe, possibly even outranking Dao in cosmic hierarchy. Already the newborn cosmos brimmed with the faintest taste of this power beyond the third tier, just a whisper now, but sure to grow. Lin Moyu glanced at the heaven and earth mother water, pulled out a lump, and no refining threw it straight into his storage space, knowing the ongoing evolution would change it without further intervention. Little tree, give me some chaos soil and a seed. Chaos child, give me a piece of your treasure ground. Xiao Peng, I need a drop of your essence blood. All complied promptly. Chaos soil and the ancestral seed might produce wonders in this new world. Chaos Child's treasure ground, after exposure to primordial beginning chi, might transform anew. Xiao Peng's blood, containing Golden-Winged Peng heritage, was too rare to waste. Little Tree's eyes suddenly gleamed. Master, there. Lin Moyu cut him off. Don't say anything, just know it. Little Tree nodded vigorously. Little Tree understands. Chaos Child, too, sensed something. The piece of his treasure ground remained linked to him. Only Xiao Peng looked blank and confused, not comprehending the deeper meaning. Lin Moyu didn't explain, simply told Little Tree to continue absorbing chaos divine water, to restore his rebirth quota as it dwindled during their ordeal. Soon, Little Tree's rebirth tally returned to about 50,000, the current limit. With this settled, Lin Moyu sent Yangyan back to Chaos Child's world, the rest returned to their soul domains, and Lin Moyu shot from the core region like flowing light. All the hard pressure of the West Pole Pure Land receded around him. His bodily strength now surpassed almost every perfected being. Perhaps only top-tier perfected beings of exotic origin matched his physique, but their souls were often weaker. Lin Moyu excelled in both. He was confident that pure physical power alone could slaughter any great completion chaos cultivator. That old feeling from the big world returned, the feeling of being able to leapfrog realms in battle, rather than just relying on techniques and artifacts. That was always his true goal, not just strong spells, but strength itself. When the day came to abandon spells, he would still dominate. It was a difficult ideal, but now, not impossible. As he neared the surface, the oppressive force was like a gentle breeze. Splash! With a surge of chaos divine water, Lin Moyu burst from the lake. Below, Catastrophe Supreme's formation was once more hidden, ready for the next activation. On the surface again, Lin Moyu felt the familiar chaos aura, saw chaos's unique radiant light. This journey had changed him, and revealed a new path, one he now knew was the truly correct path, one Catastrophe Supreme could never have envisioned. The gift of rebirth was his alone. Only by rebirth could he truly transform and surpass the limit. He was only starting. The real transcendence was a long way off. The West Pole Pure Land was not enough, he needed even mightier places. Young friend, why are you at the lake bottom? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking, Lin Moyu saw 6 perfected experts arrayed around him, clearly some of the most powerful, though perhaps not as mighty as the Supreme Wine Lord, still not far off. The Pure Land's pressure had reverted to normal. From the restoration, Lin Moyu deduced that quite some time had passed since Dao descended. He'd sensed that time flowed differently in the Heaven and Earth Mother Water region, its power so great it altered space-time itself, making time pass abnormally. Linking up with the greater world, he learned that 1,000 years had passed since he entered that region. For him, less than a year had gone by. No wonder the Pure Land had recovered so well on the surface. Looking around, he saw that pools of chaos divine water were everywhere, again filling the air with their special aura. Once more, the Pure Land was a sanctuary for perfected experts Dao seeking. One of the 6 boomed, "You were asked a question, youngster." Such rudeness! Lin Moyu replied, "Greetings, seniors. I do not wish to answer for now, I simply do not know." Their faces darkened. His reply was indeed bold. "How dare you? A mere minor completion dares to address us like that?" Chapter 4453, Chapter 4453, Shall we continue? Chapter 4453, Shall we continue? The perfected stage of the Chaos Realm was its pinnacle, second only to the Supremes, a solitary elite among billions. Among these, a handful stood at the very top, within the West Pole. As long as no Supreme emerged, these few controlled all. In their own races and forces, they were even more supreme, never contradicted or defied. To these lords, Lin Moyu, an upstart who'd suddenly rocketed from the Chaos Divine Water, was nothing but a curiosity. They were simply interested in what treasure he might possess to allow him to enter the Divine Water, not his actual cultivation. His realm was so beneath notice that, at first, their words still carried a trace of patience. But when Lin Moyu delayed answering, thinking his own thoughts, they felt disrespected. Lin Moyu was not inclined to defer to them, either. If they were rude, he'd respond in kind. His "I don't know" trampled their pride. At their level, face meant more than treasure. They could not abide such a slight. He smiled coolly, "Seniors, I've already answered your question. Now, I need to go, please make way." The irritation in their eyes deepened. He was clearly treating them as if they were unworthy of his notice. As Lin Moyu tried to leave, they blocked him. An invisible barrier sprung up, barring his path. One sneered, "And if we don't? Insolent brat, where are your elders? If you won't answer, I'll gladly teach you proper respect on their behalf." Lin Moyu glanced at him, so you're sure you won't let me go? This peak expert outwardly just a middle-aged man, but in truth ancient and not human at all, likely transformed from some other creature. He laughed, and space around Lin Moyu warped, freezing solid the invisible barrier turning to a golden cage. Why not call your elder? Before he finished, Lin Moyu slammed a fist into the golden cage, the unbreakable prison shattered. Lin Moyu burst free, stepped forward and, without the slightest flourish, struck with a second punch straight at the peak expert. Impertinent! The others turned grim. They'd planned only to teach this young brat a lesson, never dreaming Lin Moyu would dare attack. Traditionally, the gap between lower chaos and perfected was infinite, even a casual sigh should obliterate Lin Moyu. But he attacked, and his power was unfathomable. The first punch shattered the golden cage, the second unleashed such strength that the West Pole's void itself was torn open, chaos divine water erupted in a sky-high pillar, and half the domain responded to his might. The targeted perfected's expression changed, his very soul felt locked in place, the punch utterly unavoidable. Humiliated by a mere junior, his only response was to roar and unleash a palm in defense. Fist met palm, the palm was instantly smashed, the perfected's body hurled thousands of miles away, nearly half exploding to pieces in mid-air. Only the intact soul saved him, and his body swiftly rebuilt. Deprived of human form, his true shape emerged a colossal wolf beast. He stopped himself after flying thousands of miles, regrowing all the lost flesh and bone. Yet shock and terror filled his gaze. The power Lin Moyu had shown, just from his body, surpassed most perfecteds and rivaled the strongest unique beings. The other peak experts could only stare in disbelief. That a lower chaos cultivator could blast apart half a perfected's body? This wasn't merely defiance, it was the inversion of all things, an event that just should not be possible. Yet it had happened, right before their eyes, shaking everything they'd ever believed. Lin Moyu was quietly satisfied, as he'd guessed. His refined body and soul now matched even the greatest unique beings. It was no wonder he had provoked the response from the ancient wasteland's depths. One tried to soften things, Tian Lang, are you all right? But the wolf's ears heard only mockery. He roared in response, brat, I'll kill you. He drew a crescent blade, flickering like the moon, sweeping toward Lin Moyu. The strike wasn't just physical, it roared with devastating soul power, aiming to destroy Lin Moyu completely. Lin Moyu only snorted, fearless, and punched head-on to meet the blade. Boom! The blade was sent flying, and Lin Moyu was knocked into the lake, but an instant later, he exploded from the water, cleaving the void itself as he charged right back. The blade spun in a wide arc, came at him again. He answered with another punch. Ascend! With a low shout, his cultivation rose instantly to the great completion of chaos, his force multiplying. This time, his punch sent the blade hurtling away, while Lin Moyu himself stood motionless. All the perfected's faces darkened. Suddenly, boundless soul energy formed a cage to keep the wolf from fleeing. Lin Moyu struck again, this time with the soul punch technique he knew, learned from the World Force Supreme. A giant loomed in the heavens, and a punch crashed down as if to shatter the whole Pure Land. Tian Lang roared, spat out a powerful artifact, a giant hammer, and donned armor, his figure swelling. He fought purely by force, meeting Lin Moyu head-on, but was just barely able to keep up by relying on his treasures. Again and again the blade assailed, but every time, Lin Moyu batted it away. Slowly, the spirit of Tian Lang's gear began to fade, the blade, armor, hammer, all weakening under the relentless assault. Little by little, Tian Lang fell behind. In terms of pure bodily strength, he could not match Lin Moyu. If news spread, few would believe that someone of lower chaos could outbrawl a perfected expert by strength alone. The wolf howled, but it was futile. Lin Moyu's raw power simply overmatched his own. Brilliant aura exploded suddenly, a domain world emerged, as dazzling as the sun itself. At last, Tian Lang resorted to his full domain, regaining the upper hand. Steadying himself, Lin Moyu stared coldly. Senior, shall we continue? Chapter 4454, Chapter 4454, The Heart Cannot Be Too Soft. Chapter 4454, The Heart Cannot Be Too Soft. In just under 10 seconds, Lin Moyu had fought with abandon. He hadn't felt such exhilaration in a long time. He'd triggered his ascension, unleashing nearly all his power and thoroughly suppressing his opponent. The toughness of his body was a true surprise, not just in raw strength but in defense. He had no need to even block the incoming crescent blade, his body alone could withstand it. Even attacks laced with spell power could do nothing. Only when the opponent unleashed his domain was Lin Moyu knocked back. Even then, he was unharmed. He realized he could now stand before perfected experts, even without relying on spells. He'd fought enough, didn't intend to keep going, and never planned to kill just to use this man as a test. His last words, tauntingly, made the wolf's face darken even further. He'd lost all dignity, forced to use his domain just to keep up. I'll kill you. The wolf's eyes gleamed with murder. Lin Moyu shook his head. You can't. If you keep fighting, I will accompany you, but be warned, life or death is on you. The threat was clear. Lin Moyu plainly had the power to kill. If you can't calm down, don't blame me for showing no mercy. But before the wolf could finish, a tremendous pressure descended, silencing him instantly. Everyone looked up to see a blurry figure in the sky. A Supreme! The Supreme has come! Their voices shook with surprise. Why had the Supreme arrived? The voice of Supreme Xingchuan rang out. Stop! You are free to go. Lin Moyu met the Supreme's shadowy gaze, then turned and left without a single word of deference. The wolf tried to protest, but one cold hum from the Supreme sent him howling, crashing to the ground in disgrace. Before the Supreme, even perfected experts were like children, utterly powerless. After Lin Moyu left, the Supreme announced, an omen shrouds chaos. Calamity will descend. You must prepare. A great many will die. If you want to survive, avoid creating causal entanglements, or I won't be able to help. As for that boy. Here the Supreme paused, then finished, do not provoke him. My words are done, watch yourselves. With that, the Supreme vanished. The remaining perfecteds glanced at each other, pondering the Supreme's true meaning. Calamity and chaos would soon follow the omen. Something huge was coming. The message to avoid causal entanglements implied this event's roots lay with karma and consequence. If tangled in too much karma, they would perish. For anyone else, they wouldn't have believed it, but from a Supreme, it was gospel. And for Lin Moyu, the Supreme not only let him go but warned others not to mess with him. Was even the Supreme wary? Such a person as Supreme Xingchuan shouldn't fear anyone unless Lin Moyu carried massive karmic weight, and whoever involved themselves with him would suffer misfortune. That, at least, fit the facts. His own combat strength was extraordinary, further proof that he was not ordinary. They were thankful not to have made an enemy of Lin Moyu, nor to have risked any karmic ties. Some gave sympathetic glances to the wolf, beaten by Lin Moyu and humiliated by the Supreme. His luck could not be worse. Don't take it too hard, Tian Lang. The Supreme meant well. Yes, the warning is for our good. Whoever tangles with that kid is inviting disaster. Forget it, let it go. Even the Supreme would rather avoid him. The wolf, regaining human form, seemed calmer, though his eyes were dark. I understand. The Supreme is right. I'll take my leave. And with that, he flew away. In the aftermath, the others all pondered deeply. Lin Moyu's performance was unbelievable. Tian Lang's blade was a real treasure. None of them would dare face it head-on, yet Lin Moyu did, with a fist. Such a body was beyond reason. Could he even be human? Surely some unique breed. After a few more comments, each left intending to follow the Supreme's hint, keep a low profile, and stay away from fate's entanglements. No one knew what chaos would soon erupt. Leaving the West Pole Pure Land, Lin Moyu shrouded himself in blue flame and headed for the nearest teleportation array, once again in disguise as a local to avoid trouble. Given his power, only a supreme could stop him in this domain, but he preferred to avoid all fuss. He found the teleportation array, inserted Chaos Gold, chose his destination, and left. He was searching for his personal domains. Both the Grand World and Law World were somewhere nearby, and now that his soul was stronger, he could sense their exact positions. Meanwhile, Supreme Xing Chuan and another in green, Supreme Bo Yang, watched Lin Moyu leave. Sighing, Xing Chuan said, "The anomaly from the wasteland shrouds chaos. I checked with the Wheel of Fate, the future will be wild. We must prepare." Bo Yang smiled, "There's always chaos before anything big. Didn't the last tides of chaos stir the South Pole powers? This time is different, more than a mere war of realms. Something deeper, but even the Wheel of Fate can't see it." Bo Yang remained unconcerned. "There's too much none can see, not even him can discern all." "Enough. Keep your voice down," Xing Chuan warned. Bo Yang did, but added, "If chaos and the tides coincide, keep an eye on the South Pole, they're up to something. We must be watchful." "Why aren't you going back yet?" I'm going. But if things go totally mad, let it become a true storm. Go with the flow sometimes, a hard price must be paid. The heart cannot be too soft." Xing Chuan waved him off. Yet. Enough with your chatter. Chapter 4455, Chapter 4455, The Changes in Chaos. Chapter 4455, The Changes in Chaos. Lin Moyu teleported again and again, heading toward the location of the Grand World. He locked onto the direction there would only be some minor course corrections along the way. During this journey, Lin Moyu observed the changes in his own power. Previously, he focused on the strength of his body and soul, paying little attention to the shift in his spell casting. Yet such increases in power would impact techniques as well. For instance, his undead minions had already reached the great completion stage of Chaos Realm, surpassing him once again in tier, just like long ago, when his summons always outpaced his own level until that reversed at Chaos Realm. Now it had swapped back, and it felt wonderful. During his recent battle with Tian Lang, he'd noticed something strange while using Ascension. By gathering a fraction of his strength, he could already push his cultivation to the great completion of Chaos Realm, but that wasn't the limit of his ascension. With his current body and soul, if he went all out, he could advance to perfection. But as a being of chaos, bound to its laws, unless his domain matured and fused, the current limit was great completion. Still, that was only a limit of cultivation, not power itself. His strength could keep growing like the living creatures of the primeval wasteland, pushing to perfection or even beyond. Lin Moyu wasn't in a hurry to advance his realm, the changes that came with it would come when needed. In any case, he had much to do, his domains weren't well developed yet, so even at great completion he needed to perfect his base before advancing. Now was the time to lay the ultimate foundation, progressing step by step. After the final teleport, he was still 2 days' flight from the Grand World. He summoned Xiao Peng glowing brilliantly with golden light to serve as his mount, heading in the marked direction. Xiao Peng was incredibly fast, faster than Lin Moyu or his boat, covering tens of millions of miles in a blink, trailing a streak of gold through the chaotic void. Traversing the chaos, Lin Moyu clearly felt the primordial power hidden in the air avenue, strength power that could be used to enhance any Dao. But he noticed something odd. This chaos power was useless for his immortal Dao. Others could absorb it to comprehend their path, but the force he drew from chaos couldn't strengthen his immortal Dao. It felt as if the level of his Dao had grown too lofty to care for chaos's avenue energy, though he couldn't be sure. Still, this sensation was vague and unproved. In seeking to clarify the relationship between chaos and the immortal Dao, he detected some strangeness. Chaos itself had changed some delicate shift, which, added over time, could become enormous. He murmured, It feels like the law of avenues in chaos is changing. See if you sense it too. Take your time, be precise. He brought out Chaos Child and released Yangyan. After being refined with Mother Water, Yangyan could freely enter and leave, even use his power as long as he didn't attack too forcefully. Lin Moyu asked Yangyan, now a quasi-supreme with a sensitive soul, to feel for any oddities in chaos. Though Xiao Peng's soul was less refined, his Golden-Winged Peng blood gave him an edge in sensitivity. All five of them, including Little Tree and Lin Moyu himself, concentrated, sensing quietly for 3 days. Xiao Peng whispered, "It's true, something's changed. The avenue power in the last 3 days has grown ever so slightly." Chaos Child nodded, "It's stronger very faintly, but it's there." Little Tree disagreed, "Even if it's a tiny change now, it'll add up in thousands or tens of thousands of years." Lin Moyu concurred, "I agree. It may not take that long." Yangyan, what do you sense? Now the answer was clear. Chaos's fundamental laws were strengthening. The effect was small, but persistent and widespread. Yangyan answered, "Master is right. Before long, maybe in 1 or 2 centuries, the change will be obvious. Chaos's avenue power is growing incrementally faster with each passing year." As a quasi-supreme, his sensitivity surpassed theirs. Lin Moyu asked, "Can you find the source?" Yangyan nodded, "The ancient wasteland. That's where it's coming from. I feel as if something from the wasteland is heading here, and chaos's change is its result." "Something from the wasteland?" Lin Moyu murmured. "Do you know what it is?" Yangyan shook his head, "That I cannot determine." Lin Moyu mused, "In a few days, when we reach the domain world, leave a bit of your bloodline, then head into the wasteland to investigate." Yangyan accepted without question. His will to rebel had been dissolved by Mother Water. Now, he was both independent and utterly compliant. Provided Yangyan found whatever was coming, Lin Moyu would see it, too. He had the feeling this matter was connected to him after all. The radiance that covered chaos from the wasteland had appeared because of him. Otherwise, the timing was too coincidental. After a few more days of Xiao Peng's flight, they reached their destination. "Looks lively here." Lin Moyu pinpointed the Grand World's location. Many other beings loitered nearby. Most were at the Lord of Dao stage, some looking like rabbits, searching under the lead of their half-step chaos bloodkin. These rabbit-like beings were chaos creatures, able to survive freely in chaos even with lower cultivation. They were searching for the Grand World, evidently. Lin Moyu glanced around and saw a great completion chaos bunny, the true target, sitting in the void. This bunny was here to reach perfection, for which he needed a domain. Yet chaos was huge. How did any of them know the Grand World was here? Lin Moyu flew over and asked, "What are you looking for?" The bunnies scattered, fearful, they hurried away from him. The Great Completion Bunny looked at Lin Moyu warily. "None of your business. Get lost or I'll eat you." "What did you say?" Suddenly Yangyan appeared before the giant bunny and slapped it hard. Chapter 4456, Chapter 4456, The Timid Silver Light Rabbit. Chapter 4456, The Timid Silver Light Rabbit. "Pa!" With a crisp sound, the giant rabbit at the peak of the Chaos Realm was slapped by Yangyan and sent flying. Before he could even scream, Yangyan reached out and grasped his throat through the void, silencing him immediately. All the power of a great completion chaos being was useless. The giant body twisted fruitlessly in the sky, unable to break free. As a quasi-supreme, Yangyan could kill this rabbit with just a fraction of his strength. The other rabbits were clearly terrified, letting out strange cries, while more rabbits quickly gathered from afar. They appeared ready to fight Lin Moyu to the death, but he just laughed, quite united. "Unfortunately, these guys rushing over are only heading for death." He flew toward the giant rabbit. "So, should I just kill them all?" The struggling giant rabbit immediately froze, his soul sending a plea for mercy. "No, don't kill them. He called out, "Everyone, don't move, just stay put." Lin Moyu signaled Yangyan to release him. "Answer my questions. What is your name, what's your race, and what are you searching for here?" The rabbit lowered his head, all resistance gone before Lin Moyu's dominance. "My name is Undead, of the Silver Light Rabbit clan. We're here seeking 2 domains." Lin Moyu's eyes flashed. "How do you know there are 2 domains here?" Undead hesitated, but the pressure forced him to tell the truth. "I have a talent, I can smell the aura of domains. I started searching 1,000 years ago, and sensed it here." Lin Moyu said, "That's a useful talent. How do you know there are 2? Undead replied, "Each domain's aura is different. One here has a peculiar smell never encountered before." Lin Moyu knew that was the sense of the law domain, where the main Dao is the physical Dao. Such laws were indeed strange. In all his time in chaos he'd never met anyone else who possessed the physical Dao, nor even anything similar. Even after asking Little Tree and Chaos Child, neither had ever heard of anyone else. It seemed that only his law domain existed with such a Dao, though by right it shouldn't, but here it was, and that mystery remained. He asked, "Ever thought these domains might be weak, and can't help you reach perfection?" Undead instinctively replied, "I don't need to wonder, I know one domain here is weak, I can smell it. One is better, the other's freshly born, not more than 100,000 years old. For a domain, such time is just a start, true growth is counted in tens of millions." Lin Moyu asked, "If you can tell, what's the point of getting a domain?" Undead hesitated again, but Lin Moyu said, "If you won't answer, I'll kill you now and ask your corpse." Undead's eyes widened. "That's impossible." "Nothing's impossible," Lin Moyu chuckled. "Chaos is full of odd things, no reason to be surprised." Frightened, Undead shivered. Silver Light rabbits, even at the highest level, weren't known for courage. Lin Moyu held up 3 fingers. "I'll count. If you don't answer, just keep quiet." He hadn't even started counting when Undead blurted out, I'll tell. Our Silver Light rabbits have a technique for accelerating domain growth." Relieved, he poured out the whole story. Silver Light rabbits possess a unique spell, they can merge various materials into domains to make them grow faster. While merging resources into domains is common, the right materials and methods are needed, and the results are often modest. But the Silver Light rabbit's method stands apart, they can use any material, maximizing the extracted power, multiplying the effect 1,000-fold. With enough resources, a domain that would require millions of years might be shaped in tens of thousands, 1,000-fold reduction in time. And with superior materials, even greater gains. For Undead, tens of millennia was no obstacle. If he could find a domain, he could nurture it quickly. But although he could scent out the rough area, even after years he'd never found the exact spot. Unmerged domains remain hidden by chaos's laws, hard to find until they ascend. Lin Moyu smiled. "This magic of yours is clever, can you teach it to me?" Undead shook his head. "It's a bloodline spell, only our kind can use it." "A bloodline spell? Not entirely impossible. If all Silver Light rabbits were slain and resurrected as puppet slaves, it might still work, but perhaps the bloodline would be lost in the process. It wasn't foolproof." Lin Moyu had another thought. "Your rabbits don't seem strong, you must get bullied a lot." Undead gasped. "How did you know?" Lin Moyu laughed coldly. "Just remember, I'm the one asking the questions." Terrified, Undead stammered, "We're always oppressed by the 6-tailed green foxes." He spilled out all the details, describing the foxes' domination. The 6-tailed green foxes were also a chaos race. Reportedly, both clans originated in the same domain, and even then, the rabbits were bullied. When that domain's lord broke through to chaos, he brought the whole world into chaos, turning its residents into chaos beings. With one king's rise, myriad races ascended too. Soon, many clans achieved the chaos realm and founded their own lines. That's how the Silver Light rabbits became an independent race, but so did the foxes who never stopped bullying them. In truth, the foxes could have wiped out the rabbits, but kept them alive to raise domains, making the rabbits little more than enslaved livestock. Yinda said, the six-tailed green foxes have 8 perfections, while our rabbits have only 4. Lin Moyu replied, even if you'd 16, you wouldn't win against them. Yinda grimaced, wanting to object but unable to. He knew Lin Moyu was right. Ever think of escaping? Yinda shook his head, it's hopeless. The foxes have a bloodline spell like a curse. If we run, they sense it and send someone to kill us. We've wanted to break it for ages, but never succeeded. Now that I've found 2 domains, if I can fuse both, I'll be stronger, maybe enough to rebel. Lin Moyu laughed, clearly skeptical. With Yinda's temperament, even 4 domains wouldn't help. He had an idea, let's make a deal. Chapter 4457, Chapter 4457, Insist on courting death. Chapter 4457, Must you rush out to die? Cutting a deal. When Lin Moyu said he wanted to make a deal, it made clear he meant the Silver Light Rabbits would have no choice but to accept. His words left no doubt, the rabbits had to cooperate whether they wanted to or not. He considered, if they refused, he could simply turn their clan into his undead servants. The few perfection experts might not be converted, but they'd just be discarded. He valued their domain nurturing skill, since he had several domains needing development. Such an ability was exceedingly rare in all of chaos, not something to let slip by once encountered. If others knew what the Silver Light Rabbits could do, they'd be seized and bred for use just like the green foxes did, kept as a secret resource. Yinda blinked his big bunny eyes. You said, a deal, with us? Lin Moyu replied, not urgent. I'll finish my business and speak with your clan then. With that, he flew past and vanished into the chaos. Yangyan stood guard, and with such a powerhouse there, Yinda didn't dare move. With his sense aligned to the grand world, Lin Moyu quickly found his goal, a hair-thin crack in space, masked by chaos, screening all auras. Unless someone stumbled directly upon it, it was unfindable. Domains that hadn't fully entered chaos existed in semi-concealed forms, protected by its rules. The 5-world domain, for example, always hid in chaos's far corners until it emerged. The grand world was guarded even more closely, its small rift and chaos aura making it easy to miss. Lin Moyu's spiritual sense identified, beyond that slit, a fair-sized space home to the grand world and the law domain. He stretched out to touch the slit, it twisted and warped under his hand but gave no welcome or resistance, simply no reaction at all. A thought, and his spiritual power pried the slit open further, chaos gas dispersed and strong domain aura poured out. Suddenly, a shrill laugh rang out, so there really is a domain here. Lin Moyu turned, why not stay hidden? Must you jump out just to die? A great completion realm male in blue robe emerged. His form flickered from illusion to reality, eyes greedy as they fixated on the rift's secret, the domains. He ignored Lin Moyu, speaking only for his own benefit. I saw that dumb bunny searching this spot for years, so I knew there must be a domain. He never found it, but you did. As thanks for helping me find the domain, clear off. I'm in a generous mood. Though human in appearance, the man was certainly not of human race. The thin face, monkey cheeks marked him as one of the 6-tailed green foxes. He'd tailed Yinda, seeking a domain for himself. Lin Moyu instantly put the clues together. There was no need for talk, just action. He punched. With no sound, the void shattered completely. One blow pulverized the space, and the fox didn't have time to scream before being blasted to atoms. His punch far beyond great completion, more than most even at perfection could handle. Lin Moyu muttered, couldn't stay hidden? Had to leap out and die. And I hate blue robes most of all. With a sweep, a flame of undying fire flew out. Infinite summon. Even dead, this great completion fox wouldn't escape servitude. He'd simply be reborn as Lin Moyu's thrall. The fire burned over the shattered flesh as Lin Moyu ignored it, stepping into the spatial rift. Beyond was a vast space, its laws slightly different from those of chaos. This was a region created by chaos's rules to protect nascent domains. Without this, new domains would constantly be robbed and destroyed before maturing. From the grand world came a wave of joy, so too from the nearby law domain. Both worlds were linked in soul projection and now, in reality, were physically conjoined. The grand world spewed thick chaos gas, forming a special region. Here, Lin Moyu's undead servants floated in an endless sea. Billions upon billions of undead, seemingly asleep, waited in the darkness for Lin Moyu's command, ready to cross all space and time in an instant. He marveled at the sheer magic of the art across any distance. A thought could summon his army in a flash. By this logic, he realized his summoning was truly unparalleled. Its command of time and space far exceeded even Little Tree, who'd been dominant in those arts in ages past. Perhaps only a quasi-supreme who had mastered the Dao of time and space could rival it. As for true supremes, Lin Moyu doubted even they could match him. Supremes were near perfect in all, but had not breached the highest limits of any one path. It was the first time he had seen his undead servants in person. The grand world's chaos gas had a purer, more primal essence, almost like the breath of the beginning. Besides the grand world, he soon sighted the law domain as well. By Lin Moyu's will, the grand world always channeled some of its strength into the law domain, spurring its growth. It advanced even faster than expected. The grand world had already developed quickly, especially with Lin Moyu's help. Still, it would take countless years to reach true maturity. According to the world's natural progression, another 10 million years might see it fully formed. The law domain would take even longer. As for others such as the Ling Miao domain, still restoring, and several not yet born, time was needed. Before, Lin Moyu hadn't had a solution, but now, with the Silver Light Rabbits, they'd help solve the bottleneck. With a sweep of his hand, a flood of power wrapped the grand world and law domain. Being their master, Lin Moyu met no resistance. The two domains celebrated at his approach, delighted he had returned. He'd already decided how to take them away in the past. He'd have needed tiresome prep, carrying them round himself. Now it was simple, just toss them into his storage space. That space, day and night, was still expanding beyond imagination. Stowing both worlds inside barely put a dent in its expanse. At this rate, his storage space might truly become a second chaos itself. Chapter 4458, Chapter 4458, The Ancestor of the Six-Tailed Green Fox Clan. Chapter 4458, The Ancestor of the Six-Tailed Green Fox Clan. The whole process went smoothly like storing materials or treasures. Lin Moyu easily sent both domains inside. Since he was the master of these domains, they had no resistance and cooperated entirely. If it were anyone else's domain, even with all his strength he wouldn't have managed it. The grand world and the law domain, along with his undead servants, all entered his storage space. He checked his spells still worked fine, unaffected by the transfer. It was obvious now that the storage space was a world totally separate from the primeval chaos wasteland. Their laws were simply different, connected only by Moyu as a bridge. He hadn't expected his spell casting to remain unaffected. The scope of his power surpassed what he had imagined. With both domains gone, this interstitial pocket space had served its purpose. Chaos's grand laws automatically dissolved it. In a sound like breaking glass, Lin Moyu returned to the chaos. The undying fire had burned out. That six-tailed green fox of great completion was kneeling, waiting for Moyu to give further orders. "What's your name?" He answered quickly, still kneeling, reporting to Master, "I am called Su Chongqing." Su? Lin Moyu thought instinctively of the Heavenly Fox clan from the big world, also with the surname Su. There's some irony, since the six-tailed green foxes and heavenly foxes are both foxes but fundamentally different. One is chaos-born, the other a typical domain race. He had Su Chongqing describe his clan being a high-ranking member. Su knew plenty about both his own people and their neighbors. As a reborn thrall, he answered everything in detail without prompting. Just as Yinda had said, Both their clans had originated in the same domain, their natures locking them in perpetual conflict. The Silverlight rabbits were always oppressed and bullied by the foxes. However, the rabbits bred swiftly, sometimes over 100 to a litter, and were adept at hiding no matter the foxes' efforts. They could never exterminate them. When their domain's lord broke into the Chaos Realm, he brought the whole world into chaos. Over time, all sorts of races and offshoots from that domain became chaos beings, with both foxes and rabbits soon producing chaos-level descendants. Even after leaving their original domain, the foxes clung to their old ways until they discovered that the rabbits had two invaluable powers. The first was the ability to nurture domains, the second, an uncanny sense for finding other domains not yet merged with chaos. Suddenly the foxes changed tactics from trying to exterminate the rabbits to keeping them as pent-up resources. They branded a controlling spell into the rabbit bloodline, restricting them to a certain area. Escape meant death. The foxes grew ever stronger, and the rabbits improved somewhat too, but always remained under the fox's thumb. Originally there had been dozens of races from that domain, with the foxes only mid-ranked, but thanks to the rabbits' abilities, they surged to the top. The other exiles understood the truth too late. By now, the six-tailed green foxes were a force, boasting 8 perfections. Even if the other clans wanted to band together, they couldn't match them, especially not when considering the domain's original master, now one of the strongest perfections of all, who could squash the others like ants. Lin Moyu mused, "So you all serve a common master?" Su Chongqing replied quietly, "He's not really our master, but we all follow his orders. We call him Ancestor." Lin Moyu understood immediately. If he tried to simply walk off with the rabbits, the foxes couldn't stop him, nor could any of the other clans, but this Ancestor would be another story. If it came to a fight, Lin Moyu wasn't afraid, but he didn't expect to have an easy victory either. Better to avoid him, or make a deal, if possible. He asked, "Does the Ancestor know the Silverlight Rabbit's ability?" Su Chongqing nodded. "Naturally, when we first moved into Chaos and awakened our talents, Ancestor was already a top-level perfection. The rabbit's ability is useless to him now. But I do recall elders saying Ancestor always warned, pen up the rabbits, don't ever wipe them out, but also don't let any escape, be sure to keep guard." By now Lin Moyu realized the situation was complicated. Though that old Ancestor no longer needed the rabbit's abilities, it didn't mean he wouldn't want them around in case his own kin or friends needed them. Essentially, he used the foxes as sheepdogs to corral the livestock on his behalf. So if Lin Moyu wanted to leave with the Silverlight rabbits, it wasn't going to be simple. He might even end up having to fight. He still preferred to avoid a direct clash with an ancient perfection, one who had lived who knows how many ages, but nor was he afraid. After clarifying matters, Lin Moyu had Su Chongqing follow him back. He passed through the chaos, first encountering the Silverlight rabbits clustered in a group. The sight of Su Chongqing filled them with panic. The fox's aura brought instant fear. Returning to Yinde, the old rabbit puffed up with terror at the fox's approach. Su Chongqing, now just Lin Moyu's servant, made no sign. Unless commanded, he'd not speak. Unlike Yangyan, he never took initiative, just a silenced thrall. Lin Moyu watched Yin Da's panicked display with some amusement. Despite both being top chaos beings, Yin Da was so obviously cowed by Su Chongqing. Clearly, the rabbits were no fighters even with chaos power, they were easy prey. In fact, if the foxes hadn't herded them as slave stock, the Silverlight rabbits would likely have been extinct already. Lin Moyu didn't explain, just ordered, "Lead the way, take us to your home." Yin Da hesitated, "Do we have to go? If you'd rather not, I'll kill you and ask someone else. There are plenty here who'll lead. Even Su Chongqing probably knows the way." Chapter 4459, Chapter 4459, To multiply is the greatest power. Chapter 4459, Being able to give birth is the strongest ability. Timidity is the nature of the Silverlight rabbits, unrelated to realm. Frightened by Lin Moyu, especially with Su Chongqing nearby, Yinda had no real ability to refuse. He could only lead the way. Producing a soft blanket, he caused it to grow, thickening until it became a whole grassy field. The gathered silver light rabbits were summoned and burrowed into the field, which was riddled with interconnected tunnels, just perfect for them to hide in. Interesting. Lin Moyu found it amusing. Every race had its traits, and here the blanket, clearly a treasure, could become a living field and home to so many rabbits. Yinda controlled the field as it flew swiftly toward their territory. Lin Moyu saw that, as they traveled, the field manifested illusions at a distance, copies of itself, visually and in aura, that flew off in all directions. Multiple illusions continued to multiply en route. If one lost track of Yinda himself, they'd likely tail after the wrong field and lose him completely. A rabbit has 3 burrows, Lin Moyu thought, and Yinda's methods seemed to involve several hundred. For the timid race, every trick was about survival. He asked, "Have you ever thought of becoming stronger?" Yinda hesitated, glancing at Su Chongqing, afraid to answer. Lin Moyu, understanding his concern, waved away Su Chongqing. "Go on, you can speak now." Yinda stared in surprise. He couldn't imagine where Su Chongqing had gone. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't," Lin Moyu said coldly. "Keep talking." Yinda shivered, "Understood. We do want to be strong, and we've tried. But it's hard, really hard. We've even gotten a few powerful combat techniques and tried to blend them into our bloodline, but it never sticks. With us, even the best skill loses 2/3 of its might or more. We tried everything but couldn't make it work. Eventually we just had to accept that fighting wasn't our path. Luckily, we cultivate quickly, our ranks grow fast. That's our advantage." Lin Moyu grinned. "Your advantage is being able to reproduce, right?" Yinda, utterly unashamed, replied, "Exactly. Reproduction was the greatest asset of the silver light rabbits, a litter of hundreds, several times a year. Their numbers multiplied exponentially. Unchecked, their population would surge by 1,000-fold in just a year." Lin Moyu thought, being able to reproduce truly was their greatest strength. If given time, they could fill chaos itself. But chaos's rules being what they are, a race given such powers would also be given a counterbalance, for every gain, a loss. Sheer lack of fighting power surely wasn't the only weakness, there had to be more. He asked, "With so much birthing, you must face some drawbacks." Yinda shook his head. What issues could there be? Lin Moyu could tell he didn't understand, and doubted the elders did either. After flying for many days, they reached the Silver Light Rabbit's territory, a piece of world peeled from their original domain, now grown into a giant continent in chaos. The whole place looked like a rabbit-shaped landmass, covered in grass, some tall as trees, full of burrows rather than houses. Though unfortified on the surface, Lin Moyu detected faint arrays, clear signs of Fox clan surveillance and apparent protection. Were it not for Yinda leading the way, the foxes would have surely blocked them. Yinda asked, "What is this deal of yours?" Lin Moyu replied, "It's something to discuss with your perfection elders, not you." Yinda muttered, "All right then, I'll take you to them." The field descended, the rabbits scattered to their homes. Their ancestral land was called the Azure Silver Grassland, their home for generations. Yinda led Lin Moyu through a winding tunnel into a large chamber several hundred meters high, with 4 giant rabbits in each corner, seemingly asleep but in fact overseeing subtle secret arrays that drew off their energy. The rabbits' efforts at subtle resistance were not lost on Lin Moyu, though he knew they'd never succeed. After all, the foxes were just the jailers. The true master behind the scenes was their ancestor, who would never release his grip. No matter how they struggled, it would be futile. As soon as Lin Moyu appeared, the 4 elders woke, 8 huge eyes gazing at him. Human minor completion realm. At his level, they weren't worried what real threat was, a young cultivator. But when they saw Yangyan concealed aura, unreadable power, their confidence flickered. Timidity drives suspicion. Unable to gauge their guests, they hesitated. Yinda bowed, elders, this is Lin. He wants to discuss a deal, but says it must be with you all. All four were perfection stage, the clan's strongest, known by order of age, and always made decisions together. Lin Moyu traced light with his fingers, conjuring several chaos runes that formed a simple formation, enveloping the chamber in soft glow. All five rabbits, including Yinda, grew tense. He said, "No need to worry, this formation only blocks outside listeners so we can speak freely." With these words, they relaxed a little. The eldest elder asked, "So, Lin, what is this deal you want?" Lin Moyu smiled, "Simple. I'd like to pack you all up and take you somewhere new." Chapter 4460, Chapter 4460, The Deal. Chapter 4460, The Deal. Lin Moyu's words left the four Silver Light Rabbit elders stunned. They had no idea what he meant. Even Yinda was puzzled. "Deist Lin, what do you mean by this?" Lin Moyu replied, "I mean exactly what I said. I want to take all of you and the Azure Silver Grassland to a new place. There, I give you freedom, no more bullying from the six-tailed green foxes, but in exchange you must help me with some things." His proposition was deeply tempting. Freedom, no more foxes, but he had made it clear, they'd have some obligations. The chief elder didn't reject him outright and instead asked, "And what are these things you want from us?" Lin Moyu answered, "I have several domains that need developing. I'll supply all the materials, you don't have to worry. And I promise once these domains are cultivated, you will be truly free." Raising domains was their specialty, as Yinda had said. Materials were the real challenge. If Lin Moyu could provide them, it would be easy for the rabbits. But the chief elder shook his head, "It's not that we don't trust you or appreciate your kindness, Deist Lin, but this deal." Lin Moyu cut him off, "No need to decide so quickly. I know your concern is the six-tailed green foxes, especially their ancestor. I can assure you I'll settle that myself." The chief elder looked at him doubtfully, as if to say, "On what basis?" After all, Lin Moyu only appeared to be minor completion in the Chaos realm, while the ancestor was a top perfection, just a step from the next level. The second elder asked, "Deist Lin, do you know the ancestor's cultivation?" Lin Moyu replied, "Yes, top perfection, very close to quasi-supreme. In the West Pole, only the Supreme is above him." "Then," pressed the second elder, "why are you so confident?" Lin Moyu glanced at Yangyan and said, "Because of him." A faint aura began to emanate from Yangyan, and it was the unmistakable pressure of a quasi-supreme. Bang! 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 5 sounds echoed as the four elders and Yinda prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling beneath quasi-supreme might. They could perhaps endure physically, but timidity conquered them completely. If the pressure had been any stronger, they would have fainted. "Does that explain my confidence?" Lin Moyu asked. When Yangyan withdrew his aura, they slowly recovered. The chief elder gasped, "Deist Lin, you do have the power. But, to be honest, the deal still isn't easy for us. If there's anything else, tell me," Lin Moyu said. The chief elder replied, "Truly, our bloodline carries a curse laid by the ancestor. If we leave this place, a single thought from him can make us explode and die." Yinda was shocked to hear this, utterly unaware. The chief elder nodded, "Only we four know. Years ago, the ancestor sent us to help a friend's descendants raise a domain, allowing us to leave. But he made clear, if we left the West Pole, he'd detonate the curse. As long as we remain here, he controls us. Except for the Supreme, the ancestor is the mightiest in the West Pole." Lin Moyu asked, "What is the ancestor's name?" The second elder said, "We don't know, but once we heard a friend call him Tianlang Deist." Tianlang. Lin Moyu's lips twitched. "What are the odds?" "Deist Lin, you've met him?" the chief elder asked. Lin Moyu nodded, "Once. Which makes this deal much easier if you agree, I'll handle the curse. With his natural caution, the chief elder wondered, are you, close with the ancestor? Lin Moyu quipped, we met just recently and I gave him a beating. They all looked at each other now. Lin Moyu's plan made sense, a fight would settle things without politeness or negotiation. But they were still worried about the curse, something none believed could be broken. The fox's secret art was only for tracking, but the curse spelled certain death. Lin Moyu gave the bottom line, well, do you want to bet? If you leave with me, you'll be free, if not, you'll stay slaves, living as penned animals for eternity. He was ready for them to refuse. If so, he'd just kill them all and take them as undead. The elders still hesitated, but Yinda understood the threat. He dropped to his knees before Lin Moyu. Deist Lin, I'll go with you. Release my curse, please. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, there's a wise one. Resist if you can, and I'll break the curse. He tapped his fingertip, and 1/1000th of a drop of refined pure water appeared. With his formidable soul power, he willed it flawlessly. A full drop would have killed Yinde, but this sliver was more than enough. The drop struck Yinde, instantly turning to mist and enveloping him. He shuddered, great black miasma rising from his body. The curse was woven into his blood and soul. The mist crept throughout, deep into every fiber, and at last reached his soul, purifying every trace of foreign will, including the curse. The purification went smoothly. On the verge of completion, Lin Moyu barked, I'm sending you to a different place, don't resist. Yinda obeyed utterly, letting Lin Moyu send him into the storage space. Breaking a curse like this would certainly alert its caster. Only by putting Yinda in the storage space at the crucial moment could the connection be fully severed and cleansing completed. Moments later, Lin Moyu brought Yinda back, now without the curse. Yinda's eyes were wide and bright, full of excitement. Deist Lin, what was that place? Chapter 4461, Chapter 4461, is primordial chi really so important? Chapter 4461, is primordial chi really that important? It was rare to see the timid silver light rabbits so excited. From childhood, they knew they were penned and lived under constant threat, growing up in perpetual anxiety. They wanted to resist, but were always too weak and only ended up smaller and more cautious as the eons passed. Cowardice and caution had become embedded in their blood and souls, so even in their happiest moments, they would hardly ever be so exuberant. But now Yinda was uncharacteristically animated, leaving even the four elders deeply curious about where he had gone and what he had seen. What could have changed him so much? Lin Moyu didn't reveal where he'd sent Yinda. The curse is lifted, and the six-tailed green fox's tracking spell is gone. Yinda nodded vigorously. Thank you, sir. He couldn't actually tell if the curse was gone. It was usually unnoticeable, but he could feel the fox's tracking spell had definitely disappeared. Yinda, step forward. The four elders summoned Yinda to be checked in turn. Confirming his curse was broken, all four stared at him with astonishment. Lin Moyu said, you should know that with shared bloodlines, even if Yinda's curse is gone, as long as someone in your clan remains cursed, the pollution will eventually spread back to him. So now you must choose, stay here as enslaved animals, or come with me and gain your freedom. Before the elders could decide, Yinda burst out, elders, say yes. Let's go with Sir to his place, there. He said it several times, failing to find words to describe it, finally pleading, please, elders, trust me. We can change our fate, this is our only chance. He prostrated himself in a gesture of sincere supplication. The silver light rabbits had their own rituals. Lin Moyu did not know them, but could see his sincerity. Now the choice was with the four elders. If they chose to follow Lin Moyu, all would be well. If not, Lin Moyu was prepared to act himself. He preferred not to use force, since the four elders were especially skilled at domain cultivation, and losing their talents would be a shame. The four exchanged glances. Lin Moyu waited in silence, giving them 10 minutes in his mind to decide. If they failed, he would make the choice for them. Thankfully, the usually timid Silverlight rabbits found some boldness. The chief elder eventually said, "Yinde, rise. We agree, but, sir, how will you proceed?" The respect implicit in the title sir was obvious. Lin Moyu replied, "Simple. I will first remove your bloodline curse. Then gather all your tribe, and I'll handle the rest at once. But if you cause a commotion, the foxes may notice, their surveillance is everywhere in our land. If they sense a problem, they'll alert the Tianlang ancestor and he will be here in moments." Lin Moyu smiled, "If he comes, I'll thrash him again. That's the worst case. I'll talk with him first if I can. But only if you follow me, then I'll have my bargaining chip." This was his plan: get the rabbits first, then negotiate from strength, whether by talk or fist. With the elders' agreement, Yinde was the most thrilled. "Thank you, elders. Our tribe is saved, our fate can change." His elation sprang from the brief sojourn in the storage space, a sensation only he, and not even Lin Moyu himself, fully understood. "Now that you've decided, don't resist. I'll remove your curse." He sent refined pure water into the 4 perfection elders, using a bit more for their powerful cultivation. A drop split among them sufficed. As the water turned to mist inside them, scouring out the curse in body and soul, Lin Moyu secretly messaged Little Tree and Chaos Child, "Why is Yinde so worked up?" Little Tree replied, "Probably the primordial qi." Chaos Child was sure, it's the influence of primordial qi, stirring his bloodline. He probably doesn't even realize it himself, he's like this because of that. Chaos Child knew best, having nurtured life in his own internal realm for ages. Lin Moyu asked, "Is primordial qi really that important?" Little Tree was certain, it's vital. Only the very first beings born had it, the later generations never did. Even a little is crucial, it's the very foundation of life. Whether a being has primordial qi sets its potential and upper limit. We all had it, that's why we're the top tier. There were some without, and they were weaker, their ceilings much lower. Lin Moyu asked, "Do you two still need primordial qi?" Little Tree answered, "Of course, but we're still recovering, only when fully restored can we absorb it." Chaos Child added, "Primordial qi is wonderful, but only if you can handle it. In our state, we're too weak. If we forced it, it would do more harm than good." This puzzled Lin Moyu. "If you two can't take it, how is Yinde okay?" Little Tree explained, "He's different. He's never had primordial qi before, so he can take just a trace and it will transform his roots. Just a little is enough to change his bloodline forever. With primordial qi, maybe the Silverlight rabbits can evolve and leave their weakness behind." Lin Moyu mostly understood. One more question: when humanity appeared back then, did they have primordial qi? Little Tree replied, "Yes, plenty. Humankind was born in a domain, not directly from chaos. At first, humans were weak, not born strong, but they could cultivate and rise, and eventually stood shoulder to shoulder with us. At that time, about 1/5 of all primordial qi in the world went to humans, not to individuals, but to the whole race. That's what set their foundation. Afterward, later humans didn't need any more, it's already part of their bloodline foundation." Chapter 4462, Chapter 4462, The Gears of Fate. Chapter 4462, The Gears of Fate. In Little Tree's era, there were countless innately powerful beings, most of whom gained some primordial qi at birth. Each creature only received a tiny bit, sometimes just a wisp, at most a thin strand. Although the amount was tiny, just a touch of primordial qi could establish one's foundation and raise one's entire class. But the human race, weak and born of a domain, received a full 1/5 of all primordial qi. Some powerful clans of the age received less than 1,000th, many received none at all. Humans, though fragile, hoarded 1/5 of the world's foundational power. How could others not envy that? Yet at the time, not a single strong clan tried to trouble the humans. The domain they occupied seemed protected by some unfathomable force, layered with terrifying prohibitions. To offend the humans was to make an enemy of all chaos itself. Those powerful ancient beings could all feel that the humans were untouchable. They were chaos's chosen favorites. History proved it true. While almost all the ancient mighty species perished in the great turmoil, humans rose from weakness to dominance. Though humanity suffered tremendous losses too, they survived. Their kind now inhabits every corner of the 4 poles and 3 domains of chaos, often holding positions of power. In fact, half of the 8 Supremes are now from humanity. The race has unquestioningly become the number 1. Lin Moyu reflected on Little Tree and Chaos Child's words, linking it to the changes in his own storage space. He realized that the laws of his storage space had started to operate. As its master, he could alter the laws at will, but if he did nothing, the laws would proceed on their appointed course. Looking at the big picture, it was the same with humanity in chaos. Their birth, rise, and thriving all seemed laid down by the rules themselves. So the mighty beasts all felt humans were untouchable. He was beginning to understand. He now felt himself standing at a higher level, seeing the world's evolution from a new vantage. The purification of the 4 elders was nearly finished. Lin Moyu opened his storage space and sent them in to complete the process. Seconds later, he brought them back. They emerged with the same intensity and excitement as Undead, the influence of the primordial qi making them exuberant from the depths of their blood. What was that place? They exclaimed together, echoing Undead's earlier words. Lin Moyu didn't explain. Please summon all your people. They still did not comprehend, but instinctively sensed that the primordial qi was invaluable. Now, regardless of Lin Moyu's intentions, they all wanted to go with him. Their former cowardice vanished, ruled by resolve to follow him. The elders immediately began to gather their people. Countless silver light rabbits answered the call, leaping from their warrens toward the gathering place. Their numbers were astonishing, big and small. They numbered over 100 million. Most were weak, many just infants who'd barely begun to cultivate. Lin Moyu eyed the vast crowd. Aren't you crazy prolific? Why are there so few of you? 100 million might seem a lot, but by their reproductive potential, far too little. With their talent, hundreds of billions would be no surprise. The azure silver grassland was vast enough to house thousands of billions, but there were just 100 million. The chief elder sighed. It should be far more, but Tianlang ancestor restricts our breeding. Our total is kept between 100 and 200 million. Actually, fertility is our greatest gift, but even that has been strangled. He was helpless. Not only had they been penned, but even their ability to multiply was limited. Their core strength was forcibly suppressed. Little Tree sent Lin Moyu a sound transmission. Tianlang ancestor does that to stop the curse from being diluted if the numbers get too high. Lin Moyu understood larger numbers meant the curse would weaken, finally disappearing. Therefore, Tianlang ancestor kept the population down to maintain the curse's strength. He reassured, that issue will soon be solved. I'll give you a place in my storage space. Develop as you like. He'd already decided to carve out territory for the rabbits in his storage domain and let them reproduce unchecked until the land was filled and natural limits were reached. Living things always find their balance, resource constraints will regulate numbers. Soon, the whole clan gathered. Some newborn kids were still sleeping on their mothers' furry backs. With a wave, Lin Moyu conjured an ocean, adding several drops of refined pure water. The ordinary water instantly gained magical power, becoming a sea of purity that could purify on contact. Lin Moyu then drew dozens of chaos runes, forming arrays of various power to match the rabbit's different stages. There were too many to purify one by one, so he assigned them to formations based on cultivation. These arrays would purify them outside, not inside the storage space, otherwise Tianlang ancestor would sense it. Still, even if he did notice, by the time he arrived, Lin Moyu would be ready, the purification finished and the clan packed up. By then, control over the rabbits would already be lost and Lin Moyu would have every advantage in the negotiation. As for the six-tailed green foxes, Lin Moyu ignored them altogether. Groups of rabbits entered the correct formations in order and began the purification. Most didn't know what was happening, they just followed orders to leap into the sea of purity. Throughout the azure-silver grassland, surveillance artifacts planted by the foxes began to broadcast the changes, instantly alerting their masters. In short order, a perfection-level fox elder known as Su Dingtian, third-ranked in his clan, arrived, leading his men directly to the grassland. His sole voice thundered, "What are you doing?" The chief rabbit elder blanched. "Lin, that's Elder Su Dingtian, third in their hierarchy." Su Dingtian radiated terrifying pressure. From the chief elder's expression, it was clear he normally suppressed the entire rabbit clan by himself. But to Lin Moyu, that pressure was meaningless. "Get lost!" With a casual fist, Lin Moyu conjured a colossal fist 100,000 miles across in the sky above the grassland. It shattered the chaos space itself, sending endless shards toward Su Dingtian. Chapter 4463, Chapter 4463, The Youngster Courting Death. Chapter 4463, The Youngster Courting Death. A giant fist swept across the void. Solishan, who had been charging in, felt his expression change drastically. "Retreat, quickly!" He sensed the terror of that punch, his entire being locked in, there was no escape. He whipped out a shield-shaped artifact, trying to block, retreating wildly with his clan behind him. But the punch smashed the shield artifact, a top-tier chaos-level treasure, like crumbling tofu. Solishan's face grew grimmer, his speed was no match for the fists. In an instant, the colossal fist loomed before him, the space around shattering, the force unshakable. Realizing great peril, he roared, transformed into his true form, and even summoned his domain behind him. Domain power erupted, and he donned chaos armor, forced to meet the blow head-on. Boom! The earth rumbled. Solishan was sent flying, a fifth of his domain shattered, his armor crushed to fragments. The punch left Solishan horribly injured. His followers, struck by the aftershocks, let out agonized screams, most dying on the spot, with only a few lucky enough to survive. Barely stopping himself, Solishan's eyes were full of fear. This fist was just too terrifying, a kind of brute physical strength he simply could not fathom. Then Lin Moyu's voice reached his ears, "That was only a warning. Try it again and you die." Lin Moyu's calm threat was thunder in Solishan's ears, making him tremble. At last, he tasted fear, the same fear he'd always instilled in the Silver Light Rabbits. Now, the tables had turned. Witnessing Lin Moyu's punch, the Silver Light Rabbit elders shouted in giddy excitement, "Wonderful strike! Sir Lin is truly a marvel!" They no longer cared about his realm or apparent cultivation for them, it was only natural Lin Moyu could deliver such a blow. After all, hadn't he claimed to have beaten the Tianlang ancestor? Against Solishan, what's the problem? Without realizing it, they'd begun to see Lin Moyu as a transcendent, deified figure, limitlessly powerful. Lin Moyu knew the foxes would no longer dare meddle for the time being. But with so many rabbits, the purification process was slow, it would still need a few more days. That was plenty of time for the Tianlang ancestor to arrive. Despite their outward composure, Lin Moyu still saw worry in the elder's eyes. 2 days later, the purification was almost complete. Suddenly, the sea of purity began to boil. Lin Moyu frowned. From within the rabbit's bloodlines, a powerful force was rising against the purification. Countless rabbits started crying out in pain, the curse and purification were clashing and causing agony. The chief elder's voice trembled, "The curse is activating. Tianlang ancestor is here. He's faster than I thought," Lin Moyu muttered. Not too troubled, he noted that while the ancestor was early and the purification unfinished, it was no longer a real danger. He tossed another refined droplet of pure water, further empowering the sea of purity, and murmured, "Little tree, do it." Little tree responded, countless roots plunging into the sea, time and space energy bursting forth. By distorting time, Little Tree forcibly delayed the curse eruption, allowing the purification to continue. Lin Moyu said mildly, "He's just a top-tier perfection. Not a supreme, not a quasi-supreme. His curse has its limits." This was as much for the elders as for himself. If it were a supreme's curse, even Little Tree's power wouldn't suffice. But for now, it was enough. Under temporal distortion, the curse weakened and was soon finally purged. Half a day later, some rabbits, now fully cleansed, walked out from the sea of purity. For the weakest, curse removal caused almost no sensation. They scarcely understood what had happened. "Stop!" A furious shout shattered the sky. Tianlang ancestor burst from rending space. Even before his arrival, his attack had already surged across billions of miles, threatening to annihilate the entire grassland, wiping out at least half of the Silverlight Rabbit clan. But in fact, he held back with his true power. Tianlang ancestor could have destroyed the grassland instantly, but he wasn't planning total genocide, just a massacre, trusting their numbers would soon recover. Scram! With a cold snort, Lin Moyu punched again. A gigantic fist slammed into the sky wolf, pulverizing it. The grassland wasn't harmed, and purification continued. Though the elders relaxed, deep-seated terror of Tianlang ancestor lingered. They couldn't help it. Lin Moyu smiled, "No need to worry, he can't touch me, and soon, he won't be able to touch you." The purification would be finished in less than half a day. After that, the ancestor's curse would be useless on the rabbits. Shortly after, the sky shattered again. Tianlang ancestor reappeared billions of miles away. And with each rupture, more and more forces arrived. Tens of billions of warriors appeared, sealing off the grassland from all sides. Dreadful power filled the air. The four elders, terrified, collapsed. It wasn't just Tianlang ancestor, he'd called all the tribes under his rule. More than 50 perfection-level experts came, each strong enough alone to wipe out the rabbits a dozen times. They had no idea what Lin Moyu would do. For all his strength, he was just one person. Wait, there was still Yangyan. Maybe with his help. But Lin Moyu looked utterly calm, and simply snapped his fingers. Pa! A crisp snap, and out of nowhere, countless grey flames ignited in the sky outside the grassland, forming undead minions. In a flash, the heavens were covered with undead, a trillion strong, standing shield to shield, backs to the rabbits, faces toward the enemy. An overwhelming aura clashed with the gathered tribes. A standoff. Ascend. With a single thought, Lin Moyu's realm leapt to the peak of the Chaos Realm, and his undead rose with him. Formerly Great Completion, now boosted by Ascension, they reached mid-Great Completion. Their combat power surged several-fold. With a trillion undead, even 50 perfections would struggle to break through. And the undead minions couldn't be killed easily. When struck down, they revived, needing to be killed over and over. "You little wretch!" roared Tianlang ancestor, unleashing his domain. A flood of domain power blasted into the undead, wiping through entire swathes at once. Lin Moyu turned to Yangyan, "Don't let him come any closer." Yangyan nodded and stepped out, blocking the ancestor's path in the sky. The Quasi-Supreme's pressure gathered into a blade, slashing at the old wolf. Tianlang ancestor screeched to a halt in terror, staring at Yangyan in disbelief. Chapter 4464, Chapter 4464, I want to become a supreme. Chapter 4464, I want to become a supreme. In chaos, the number of supremes was strictly limited. Of 9 possible seats, only one now remains vacant. That last spot is forbidden to ordinary contenders. Many tried for it before and always perished, so now no one will dare pursue it. If Supreme is unreachable, Quasi-Supreme became the goal for top perfection cultivators. Though not perfect like Supreme, Quasi-Supreme offers strength in specific areas, and even has its own Dao seat. Tianlang Ancestor desired to become Quasi-Supreme. But now a true Quasi-Supreme stood before him, the unique, crushing pressure like an invisible wall blocking his way. He never expected that in the affair about the Silver Light Rabbits, a Quasi-Supreme would get involved. Earlier, the moment he sensed his bloodline curse tampered with and someone aiming to take his rabbits, he tracked the culprit through the curse. It was Lin, the same man he'd fought in the West Pole Pure Land. Despite Supreme Zinken's prior warning not to entangle with Lin Moyu lest karma cause ruin in the coming chaos, Tianlang Ancestor couldn't let Lin dig into his home and steal his rabbits. He planned to settle old and new debts at once. He didn't believe Lin Moyu could be so strong. Surely, if he fought with all his power, he could defeat this mere minor completion cultivator. He only needs to die and all karma will be washed away, Tianlang thought. As he understood it, kill the man, and all bonds were severed. What he hadn't foreseen was the arrival of a Quasi-Supreme, a true obstacle, insurmountable by force. If he tried to fight, he'd die, no way around it. He coughed and tried to maintain dignity. Senior, why must you block my way? Though he knew he couldn't best Yangyan, he maintained his bravado. Yangyan responded coldly, my master orders no one is to approach. Master? Tianlang Ancestor stared at Lin Moyu, who smiled and nodded behind the wall of undead. He blurted, that kid is your master. Silence. Yangyan snapped, pressing his advantage, making clear he'd fight if needed. Tianlang Ancestor reeled in shock. Yangyan wasn't joking. Lin Moyu truly was his master. How could a minor completion youth command a Quasi-Supreme? It was against all reason. But thinking back to the West Pole Pure Land fight, it suddenly seemed logical. Lin Moyu there had battered him like a training dummy. Could he be the reincarnation of that Supreme? Tianlang Ancestor's thoughts leaped to the empty Supreme seat, once held by the strongest, now gone. If Lin Moyu was that person's reincarnation, everything fit. Supreme Zinken's warning seemed to confirm his suspicion. Tianlang's view of Lin Moyu subtly shifted. At the very least, he could not treat him as an ordinary cultivator. Then Lin Moyu's voice rang out, I have no desire to kill you. I need the Silver Light Rabbits. When I'm done, let's talk. Lin Moyu's tone was equal, but firm. To Tianlang Ancestor, it felt precisely right. He relented, fine. He had no choice, even Yangyan alone was enough to stop him. He still had trump cards, but now was not the time. He would wait and see what Lin Moyu had in store. As for the bloodline curse, it was of little concern to Tianlang, who could remove or lay it as he wished. The undead shielded the grassland, ignoring the other tribes outside. After half a day, the cleansing finished. With a wave of his hand, Lin Moyu warped the void, and, like a pocket opening, the azure silver grassland vanished before everyone's eyes. The grassland was gone, the silver light rabbits disappeared. Tianlang Ancestor twitched, his mouth pulled tight. Lin Moyu hadn't waited to negotiate at all. It was more cut and run than a friendly talk. He felt humiliated yet dared not act. Lin Moyu approached, setting up a small table. Would Senior prefer tea or wine? Tianlang Ancestor said quietly, wine. Lin Moyu nodded, offering 2 bottles. Not the finest, but good enough. Let's drink and talk. With a gesture, simple dishes appeared on the table. Lin Moyu sat down casually. Tianlang Ancestor followed suit, unsure of what Lin Moyu intended. Lin Moyu raised his glass. I'll be direct, I'm taking the Silver Light Rabbit clan. I apologize for the disrespect, but I have a compelling reason, and I'm willing to offer compensation. If Senior needs anything within my power, I'll see it done. He drank a cup, poured another, and continued, although we've had our differences, as the saying goes, fighting makes friends. I hope, after today, we can let old resentments go, maybe even become friends. I believe in karma, I want to create good karma, not evil. 3 cups and a few words. Lin Moyu tried to be courteous. Yet a close analysis of his words revealed the underlying message: the silver light rabbits are mine, nothing can change that. If you cooperate, compensation is possible. If not, there's nothing more to say, future karma will settle the matter. Or we can settle it now. I don't fear confrontation, I might even come out on top. Tianlang ancestor couldn't miss the message. His face soured, but he reined in his temper. Deist Lin, your words go far. Even with a quasi-supreme at your side, don't underestimate me. I have cards left. For one, the quasi-supreme Xingyu owes me a favor. He left the implication hanging. He was not defenseless. Whether the Xingyu quasi-supreme truly owed him was beside the point, it was a question of Lin Moyu's belief. Lin Moyu smiled. Senior misjudges me. Name your price. I'll see if I can meet it. Tianlang ancestor snorted. Price? I want to be a supreme, can you do that? Lin Moyu shook his head. No. The supreme seat is already claimed, no one else can take it. But why not aim for quasi-supreme? That could still be within reach, I might be able to help. Tianlang ancestor's eyes lit up. You can help me become quasi-supreme. Chapter 4465, Chapter 4465, Achieving Quasi-Supreme. Chapter 4465, Achieving Quasi-Supreme. To become a supreme is the ultimate wish of every top perfection expert, but it is common knowledge that none of them can truly attain it. Countless top perfection cultivators have tried for the supreme position throughout the ages, and without exception, all have failed. Failure meant total annihilation, death of body and deo, with no chance of reincarnation or a new life. Their ends were varied, some even strange, but over time, this vacant supreme spot became a forbidden goal. Some have declared that the 9th supreme seat will remain empty forever. During these ages, some managed to become quasi-supreme, and this achievement became the main goal for all top perfections. When Tianlang ancestor joked about wanting to be supreme, after meeting Lin Moyu, he had already suspected Lin Moyu was the reincarnation of the mysterious Catastrophe Supreme. In other words, the empty supreme seat was destined for Lin Moyu, and the other supremes would not allow anyone else to claim it. Now that Lin Moyu confirmed his guess, Tianlang ancestor was sure he was right. But he never expected Lin Moyu would actually say he could help him become quasi-supreme. Tianlang ancestor's eyes shone, his Dao heart trembled, and he was extremely excited. If he really could achieve quasi-supreme, what did a mere silver light rabbit clan matter? He'd give Lin Moyu all of them, even every subordinate clan if needed. For experts at his level, true pursuit is personal strength, not the number of subordinates or influence. If he himself were powerful, then influence and minions would come as he wished. If Lin Moyu could truly help him, any prior grudge was meaningless. He forced himself to calm down, quietly asking, Deist Lin, is this for real? Lin Moyu replied, all I can do is give senior a push. There's a 30% chance of success, but even failure is harmless to you. Tianlang ancestor nodded. I understand achieving quasi-supreme is not possible by mere external help, what matters most is one's own cultivation. Sometimes, however, it only takes a helpful push to cross the final line. If Deist Lin can really help me, regardless of outcome, I am truly grateful. Just a push, even a failed attempt would be worth it. He had chased quasi-supreme for countless years, always just one step short. Lin Moyu said, then please, Senior Tianlang, drink this gourd of wine. Tianlang ancestor paused, you mean? Lin Moyu said, the opportunity is in the wine. His eyes brightened instantly. Good. Without hesitation, he grabbed the gourd and drank it all in one gulp. Though the gourd looked small, it contained a pocket dimension over 10,000 pounds of wine. Tianlang ancestor swallowed the lot as if drinking the sea. During this, Lin Moyu quietly injected a trace of primordial qi into the wine. In chaos, Only ancient beings like Little Tree and Chaos Child know of primordial qi. Even most current supremes don't recognize it. They joined after humans already inherited and absorbed the primordial qi into their bloodline. Tianlang ancestor, for his part, didn't have the faintest idea. He couldn't even sense it. A wisp of primordial qi entered with the wine and exploded within his body. Tianlang ancestor's eyes bulged, he let out a shriek, instantly reverting to his true form, a massive blue celestial wolf. His true body was over 1,000,000 miles long, every hair a mountain, Lin Moyu like a speck before him. 9 giant blue tails swayed behind him, the 9-tailed celestial wolf, unique in all chaos. His blood surged and boiled with deafening force, rumbling like a tidal wave, all the chaotic energy within billions of miles rushed toward him. Like a vortex, he frantically devoured the chaotic energy. Primordial qi was strengthening his foundation, the basis of all life. The deeper the foundation, the higher the possible future. That's why Little Tree's group could rival supremes at their peak. Tianlang ancestor had never experienced this nourishing essence, so his ceiling was always perfection. Now the primordial qi pushed him further, toward a breakthrough. He roared, continually gulping chaos energy, his soul and flesh rapidly growing in power. Lin Moyu knew even if he didn't become quasi-supreme, his power would vastly increase. He watched as a cold, jade blue Dao emerged above Tianlang ancestor, a Dao Lin Moyu didn't know, but he could see Tianlang was using it for his breakthrough. Dao force radiated outward, Lin Moyu withdrew billions of miles to spectate. Such breakthrough scenes were ever rare. It was an invaluable lesson. His Dao vibrated, resonating with chaos. Chaos itself was filled with infinite Dao powers, all being absorbed by Tianlang's Dao. His Dao grew rapidly, closing in on chaos's ultimate limits. When Tianlang ancestor's Dao surpassed chaos's natural Dao force, he would break through, becoming quasi-supreme above chaos. Yet quasi-supreme only betters Dao force. Body and soul are not on par with true supreme, and it is not perfect. In desperate combat, most quasi-supremes fall short of supreme, though their power is enough to crush any perfection effortlessly. His Dao thundered, while Tianlang howled at the heavens. His strength and the resounding wolf cries grew strong enough to shatter even chaos itself. Lin Moyu watched and felt both Tianlang and his Dao building for the final strike. After half a day, a thundering howl came. I, Tianlang, today achieve the Azure Sky Dao Quasi-Supreme, Domain Manifest. Blinding azure light burst forth as Tianlang ancestor's domain appeared so strong that it had once thrown Lin Moyu flying. Like the Wine Lord, he carried his true domain, not a mere projection. Azure Sky Dao's light merged with the domain, which amplified its power. The Azure Dao light sank gradually, fusing the Dao and domain until half the Dao became one with the domain. Dao, domain, and Tianlang ancestor became one. Break! With a furious roar, all three erupted at once. Lin Moyu seemed to hear something shatter. Immediately, Tianlang ancestor radiated an indescribable, unusual aura. Chapter 4466, Chapter 4466, ultimately still just a test subject. Chapter 4466, ultimately still just a test subject. No doubt about it, Quasi-Supreme achieved. Lin Moyu closely observed Tianlang ancestor's entire process of reaching Quasi-Supreme and gained a deeper understanding. There are many ways to become Quasi-Supreme. Tianlang ancestor used his domain power, Dao power, power of faith, and his own personal strength. For ages, Tianlang ancestor had stored up experience and power within his domain, constantly refining it for this moment. His domain grew stronger throughout, acting as both warehouse and foundation. All that stockpiled energy would now be unleashed in the final breakthrough. His greatest preparation was finally useful. With all powers united, Tianlang ancestor shattered the barrier between perfection and Quasi-Supreme, stepping across. Upon becoming Quasi-Supreme, Tianlang ancestor radiated a new aura reminiscent of a supreme, but not identical. To Lin Moyu, Quasi-Supreme means an imperfect supreme, incomplete realm, Incomplete strength, incomplete Dao, but in some specific ways even superior, resulting in formidable power. Now, Tianlang Ancestor was infinitely beyond perfection. He could even battle Supremes on equal ground for a while, though ultimately he would lose. He shrank back down, returning to human form. Lin Moyu congratulated him evenly. Congratulations, Senior, on achieving Quasi-Supreme. His tone remained calm and unaffected, unchanged by the Ancestor's advancements. For Tianlang Ancestor, this was proof he was almost certain now that Lin Moyu was Catastrophe Supreme reincarnated. It was best to be friends with someone graced by such fate, never enemies, regardless of current power. Even after becoming Quasi-Supreme, Tianlang Ancestor felt he couldn't risk Lin Moyu as an adversary. Lin Moyu's karma and fortune simply couldn't be measured. He let go of all past resentment. Smiling, he replied, "Thank you, Dea ist linear." Lin Moyu smiled back, "I only gave the push, it was your deep foundation that made success." The Ancestor shook his head, No, my temperament may be poor, but I know my limits. Without you, 10 million years would not have sufficed." He couldn't help asking, "What method did you use?" Clearly, it wasn't just wine, something hidden lay within. Lin Moyu smiled, "That's a secret. Now that Senior has succeeded, my promise is fulfilled, so I'll take my leave." The Ancestor didn't try to keep him. "Then I wish you success. If you ever need anything, call for me, I'll come at once." As he spoke, a blue wolf hair flew out and became a short blue sword in the void, an artifact that Lin Moyu could summon the Ancestor with, wherever, whenever. With Quasi-Supreme power, a journey across realms was no challenge. Lin Moyu accepted the sword readily. "There's one thing, Senior, that I'd like to say, though I'm not sure it's my place." "Please speak," said the Ancestor. Respectfully, he no longer regarded Lin Moyu as an ordinary cultivator, but as a supreme in waiting. Lin Moyu said, "Senior, you really shouldn't wear a blue robe." The Ancestor blinked in surprise. "Why?" Lin Moyu answered, "There's someone who loves wearing a blue robe, and I find him most annoying. Whenever I see a blue robe, I feel like fighting." The Ancestor laughed awkwardly, "If someone annoys you, just let me deal with them for you." Lin Moyu replied, "He's probably a supreme, it's fine, I'll handle it myself." With that, he summoned Xiao Peng, boarded, and sped away in a flash of gold. The Ancestor watched him vanish, musing that among the 8 supremes, only one favored blue robes. He smiled wryly, knowing if he dared confront that one, he'd be the one taught a lesson. He turned to his subordinates. "It's done. Everyone go back, there will be no more Silverlight Rabbit clan." "Yes, sir." All answered and departed, the Ancestor stepping away to consolidate his new strength. A golden streak sliced through the void. Xiao Peng's speed neared the limits of perfection. If not for his lack of domain, he'd be eligible now to challenge perfection, but with pure speed, he even surpassed most. Xiao Peng asked, "Father, why did you help that guy reach Quasi-Supreme?" Lin Moyu replied, "Can't you figure it out?" Xiao Peng shook his head, "Not really. With your strength, you could just kill him." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Not every problem needs fighting. He has lived long and built up a vast network of karma, friends, brothers, and kin, many with significant achievements. If I killed him, I'd sow massive bad karma, and while I'm not afraid, it's messy. My enemy isn't him. Too much bad karma creates trouble, so I prefer to cultivate positive ties. Even unexpected changes can be turned to my advantage." Xiao Peng nodded, not really understanding but following along. Lin Moyu's life is deeply tied to karma. He can't fully see through it yet, but understands it better than most. He isn't afraid of karma, but avoids troublesome entanglements. This time, helping Tianlang Ancestor wasn't solely for karma, there were deeper reasons. He used Tianlang as a test subject for primordial qi, to see what it could do. If successful, it could be used for others. If not, and something went wrong, Tianlang would be the first to suffer. Strictly speaking, Tianlang ancestor was Lin Moyu's experiment, but that he'd never admit. On the whole, it worked well. Primordial Qi proved useful for his allies, as expected. Little Tree and Chaos Child have already used Primordial Qi, but its benefits to Lin Moyu himself are much reduced. He'll wait until they're fully recovered before exposing them to more. Xiao Peng, however, is a good candidate. Back in the day, Golden-Winged Peng was a peak being, as strong as any supreme, and his power wasn't limited by domains. You now have his blood, you could reach his past heights, though Chaos's rules have changed, you'll be limited by domains and the path is harder now. But if I use Primordial Qi, you might leap past the Chaos restriction, and regain Golden-Winged Peng's strength even without a domain. But Primordial Qi is risky. Do you want to try? Xiao Peng already nodded eagerly. I do. I want it more than anything. Chapter 4467, Chapter 4467, Maturity alone is not enough. Chapter 4467, Maturity alone is not enough. The bloodline of the Golden-Winged Peng was changing Xiao Peng, and his mindset had shifted from before. Once, everything Xiao Peng strove for was to break the bloodline curse left by a supreme. After awakening the Golden-Winged Peng bloodline and breaking the curse, he initially wanted to help his kin do the same. But as time passed, that idea faded, and eventually disappeared. Xiao Peng had changed species from a Chaos Lone Peng to the Golden-Winged Peng. The Chaos Lone Peng, despite the word lone, wasn't few in number. Their kin were united by blood, hardly alone. But the Golden-Winged Peng is truly solitary. There was only ever one, and would only ever be one. His soul had shifted. He no longer thought of helping the Lone Peng, unless it was particularly convenient. Now, his greatest wish was to become stronger, especially after spending time with Little Tree and Chaos Child and seeing their past might. Becoming their equal became Xiao Peng's highest aspiration. When Lin Moyu offered him Primordial Qi, Xiao Peng immediately accepted. Since Xiao Peng agreed, Lin Moyu took out the ferry boat in place of Xiao Peng, then took out a wisp of Primordial Qi. Xiao Peng's realm was nowhere near Tianlang ancestors. Even as a rare mutant, low realm is low realm. Too much Primordial Qi would not help and could be dangerous. Lin Moyu decided to administer it bit by bit, prioritizing safety. Xiao Peng understood, and absorbed a wisp of Primordial Qi. The moment it exploded in his body, golden rays shot out, illuminating the ferry boat, and some light broke through to the outside, creating a golden radiance in the chaos outside. The ferry boat sped onward, trailing gold behind it. With Primordial Qi, Xiao Peng's anomaly flourished. His body swelled quickly, until he nearly exploded. But at the limit, a new bloodline force awoke, helping him absorb the excess energy and avoid destruction. His soul underwent similar growth. Little Tree said, "No wonder the Golden-Winged Peng's bloodline is truly tough." Chaos Child agreed. The Golden-Winged Peng once absorbed Primordial Qi before. Its blood remembers it, shouldn't be a problem. Both agreed, as long as Xiao Peng didn't take too much at once, he could bear it. Ancient standards don't care for realm, only power matters. As long as Xiao Peng's bloodline kept awakening, his power would keep climbing, eventually surpassing perfection, to rival supremes. Lin Moyu had mountains of Primordial Qi. As long as Xiao Peng could take it, there was no limit. With this, Xiao Peng could even surpass the original Golden-Winged Peng. Little Tree and Chaos Child frankly envied him. If only they could absorb more Primordial Qi, but for now, all they could do was wait and slowly recover. Once sure Xiao Peng was stable, Lin Moyu turned his attention to his storage space. He hadn't given it a new name. It had been called storage space since becoming a professional, and he'd just gotten used to it. If it ever became another chaos, he'll name it then. The name is just a label. Primordial Qi streamed through the storage space, emanating from the gate opened by the key, in a constant flood. The space was still expanding and apparently limitless. The Grand World and the Law World now occupied their own region in storage. Lin Moyu had allotted areas without any Primordial Qi. The Silver Light Rabbit clan also had their own area, with no primordial chi. The difference, the rabbits' area allowed them to see and sense primordial chi overhead, but not receive any. The four elders and a few high completion rabbits stared upward at the chi. They longed for it but didn't show greed, just deep yearning, as years of timidity had dulled greed from their hearts. What others gave, they accepted, what was withheld, they didn't dare desire. It was always thus. Lin Moyu's projection appeared in the azure silver grassland, meeting the four elders. All is settled, Tian Lang ancestor will never trouble you again. The elders' eyes lit up with joy. Sir Lin, does that mean we are free? Seeking flowers. Lin Moyu shook his head, not yet, not until you finish your work for me. They recalled his earlier condition, freedom came only after helping Lin Moyu. Though timid, the rabbits weren't stupid, they well understood Lin Moyu could have destroyed them just as easily. The chief elder lowered himself. Please instruct us, Sir Linear. Lin Moyu said, it's simple, I have several domains, you'll help me cultivate them. I'll provide all materials. Domain cultivation was their forte, not damaging, only laborious. In the past, they were used as tools. It felt miserable. Now, though still a tool, the outcome was different. Once done, Lin Moyu would grant them a separate world to live as they wished, with no restriction. That was all they truly wanted, it was perfection for them. The chief elder promised, don't worry, Sir Lin, we four elders will cultivate your domains with all our skill. Each rabbit's rank changes the quality of domain cultivated. The four perfection elders could produce the very best, and though there were only four, Lin Moyu was content to sacrifice speed for quality. He nodded, good, complete the work, and you'll have freedom and a share of primordial chi. The elders now knew what primordial chi was, they only sensed it as precious treasure. How many domains, sir? The chief elder asked. 9 or 10, no more than that, Lin Moyu answered. The elder agreed, with sufficient materials, a single domain takes 1,000 to 10,000 years to mature. 1,000 years is short for a domain, mature means it can bring a cultivator to perfection. But I want more than maturity, I want a perfect domain, and I want you to compress the domain's force as well. Chapter 4468, Chapter 4468, Lin Moyu's Delusions. Chapter 4468, Lin Moyu's Delusions. Lin Moyu's words left the four elders deep in thought for a long while. He didn't disturb them, because their faces alone revealed that what he proposed was not impossible. This plan originated in a conversation with Wine Lord and took real root after the transformation of the storage space. What started as a fanciful notion became a real hope for Lin Moyu and, after encountering the Silver Light Rabbits, seemed feasible. That's why he had to obtain the whole Silver Light Rabbit race, not as undead servants, but as living beings. Otherwise, the true realization of his idea would be impossible or, at best, much less likely. To make this dream a reality, he was prepared to kill the Tianlang ancestor or even fall out with Supreme Xingchuan if it came to that. This idea was, compressing domain power. Wine Lord once explained that to become a supreme, the foundational requirement was a perfect domain with 5 times compression. There were 2 conditions. First, having a perfect domain which already blocked many perfections. Second, achieving 5-fold compression was even harder. Even an elite like Wine Lord, just below Supreme and Quasi-Supreme, improved his domain to perfect but only managed 4-fold compression. According to him, this was due to an insufficient base. He made his domain perfect only after reaching perfection. That constrained him, so after 4-fold compression, he hit his limit. It was also related to having only 4 ascensions on his path to Chaos Realm. Whether path or timing, both closed the door to becoming a supreme, so he could only aim for Quasi-Supreme. Lin Moyu, with 10 ascensions, already has a peerless foundation. Furthermore, he possesses multiple domains. If he could perfect all of them before perfection and fuse them afterwards, a multi-compressed power core would result, sufficient to make a bid for Supreme. But even Supreme isn't his true ambition. Supremes are simply not enough. If that's all, what was the point of 10 ascensions? Catastrophe Supreme made 9 ascensions, became the strongest of the Supremes, and still fell in the end. Lin Moyu must break past the limits of Catastrophe Supreme to have any hope of victory. He now had 9 domains, 5 realms, Grand World, Law World, Spirit Mist Domain, and the realms of 4, 3, 2, 1, plus Virtual Sky. He needed one more, which he believed he could find. It was not hard to locate, just hard to cultivate. Luckily, now he had the Silver Light Rabbits. Cultivate each domain to perfection, then compress their power 1 or more times. Fusing them afterward wouldn't mean just 4-fold compression but perhaps 3 times at least per 2 merged. Merging and compressing 10 domains could, in theory, create the equivalent of a 20 times compressed perfect domain. With 10 ascensions, Lin Moyu believed he could surpass the Supreme threshold and go to realms beyond Catastrophe Supreme. Then, even if he could not reach Dao itself, he could be close, and, by wielding the Catastrophe Staff, stand a real chance in the final clash. At last, the elders concluded their consultation. Their glances betrayed careful unspoken debate. Finally, the chief elder spoke. What Lin Sir asks is difficult. Perfecting a domain can be done with some rare materials, we've managed it before. But to double a perfect domain's power, the 4 of us fall short. Lin Moyu's eyebrows lifted slightly. Falling short is not failure. State your conditions. Whatever you need, I'll manage. The chief elder replied. Once, Tian Lang ancestor had us help someone cultivate a perfect domain and asked us to compress its power. The 4 of us tried and failed, almost being punished but spared later. We do have the technique, but a perfect domain is so powerful 4 of us aren't enough. If there were 8, our success rate would be over 50%. But we also need some extremely rare materials that are hard to find. How about 16? Lin Moyu asked. If 4 is not enough, perhaps with more, it becomes possible. The elders exchanged another round of glances and communication, incomprehensible to Lin Moyu, before answering. With 8, there's a 50% chance. 12 gives 70%, 16 gives 80. More won't help, it's the limit. 80% sufficed, and if they failed, they could just try again. The worst that could happen was wasting some materials. But if it actually worked, the benefits would be beyond imagination. Now the problem was, how to get more Silver Light Rabbits to perfection. Only perfection Silver Light Rabbits could cultivate a perfect domain and compress its power. Lin Moyu tossed 4 jade tokens to the elders. Write down your detailed cultivation methods, the more detailed the better. I'll try to help your people reach perfection. Let's see how many we can get. Ah! The 4 received the tokens, staring in amazement, big rabbit eyes blinking in disbelief. Lin Moyu asked, Don't believe me? The chief elder hurriedly shook his head. No, it's not that. We just need a domain to reach perfection, and that requires a domain to cultivate. Lin Moyu cut him off. Don't worry about that, just do as I ask. I have my ways. At this point, the 4 had no choice but to believe. Lin Moyu's ability and this place were too mysterious to doubt. They wrote down every detail of Silver Light Rabbit cultivation and bloodline arts on the jade tokens. Lin Moyu put them away. I'll handle the rest. For now, start cultivating my 2 domains. Boom! A crash of thunder echoed. Someone was attacking the ferry boat. The force was great enough to make it lurch wildly through the chaos. The elders were flustered. What happened? Lin Moyu shook his head. It's nothing, don't worry, I'm opening the passage to those 2 domains. The materials are waiting on the other side, and my avatar is there to supervise. Focus on cultivation, contact me if there's a problem. Chapter 4469, Chapter 4469, Spacetime Prison. Chapter 4469, Prison of Time and Space. The ferry boat kept coming under attack. Its structure was incredibly tough, though it was battered and sent zipping erratically, it suffered no real damage. Lin Moyu was in no hurry. He'd experienced this countless times along the ancient wilderness road, and was quite used to it. From the way the opponent attacked, Lin Moyu could already judge their power, a top-tier perfection in the Chaos Realm, even stronger than Tianlang Ancestor had been. Inside the storage space, Lin Moyu opened the passage connecting the azure silver grassland to the Grand World and the Law World, and took out all the materials and treasures he currently owned. Piles of materials and artifacts of all grades and types rose into little mountains. Some were provided by the Central Domain's God Alliance, meant for repairing great teleportation formations, but he had only used a small portion. Others were spoils taken from adversaries he'd killed, much of their wealth was now his. Others still were collections from earlier epochs, not high grade, but still usable. Lin Moyu nearly cleaned out his stockpiles so the Silver Light Rabbit elders could get to work. He would search for more materials later. The four elders immediately got started. After crossing the passage, they arrived in the Grand World and began their enchantments. Their method was extraordinary. It barely seemed to do anything at first, but winds began sweeping silently across the world, gradually strengthening its foundation. Meanwhile, the prepared materials were slowly breaking down. No matter how high grade, no artifact could resist this method. The only difference was that stronger materials took longer to dissolve. Incredible, Lin Moyu muttered. He saw that, aside from domain cultivation, their sorcery could destroy other people's treasures in battle. Any weapon would eventually break. Terrifying. As he watched the domains grow stronger, Lin Moyu left the storage space. He sent his awareness out from the ferry boat and saw the attackers, a top-tier perfection he'd never met before. Why attack for no reason? Then, two more soul flames burned nearby, two other top perfection chaos cultivators. 3 against 1. What could they want? After a moment's thought, Lin Moyu realized their aim was his ability to help others become quasi-supreme, as he did for Tianlang Ancestor. They must have caught wind of this and come to demand it. But, rationally, they should have tried to negotiate, not attacked outright. Why such aggression? Something else was at play. Lin Moyu, always someone who plans before acting, pondered all the possibilities before devising a solution. These 3 perfection experts attacking him directly made no sense unless they were guided by some unseen cause. Just then, Little Tree's voice sounded, "Master, someone is interfering with time and space." Though Little Tree's soul wasn't as sharp as Lin Moyu's, his control of time and space was unmatched. His perceptions here were keener. At Little Tree's warning, Lin Moyu checked his undead eye. The 3 soul flames moved in orderly fashion, but no sign of time-space tampering. There had to be a 4th attacker, hidden in another timeline, escaping both the undead eye and Lin Moyu's senses. Lin Moyu asked, "What's he doing with time-space?" Little Tree shook his head, "I can't tell, he's concealing himself well." "Force him out," Lin Moyu ordered. Little Tree nodded, sending forth myriad roots, piercing the veil of reality and space-time. Little Tree searched through the infinite layers of time and space, a daunting quest. There were endless layers, and even he couldn't guarantee success. He pierced one moment after another, traversing the epochs, searching for the hidden foe. Rifts tore across the void as Little Tree's attacks destabilized time and brought distant time nodes into the present moment. No matter how deep, all events in time-space would eventually echo back to the now, and anything hidden would ultimately erupt into reality. Finally, Little Tree gave a shout, "Found him!" His roots lashed like whips, filling the air with phantom streaks as space and time fractured. Boom! A shadow burst out from the ruined void, its soul flame vast and cold. Lin Moyu's brow furrowed, "Quasi-supreme." But a moment later he shook his head, "No, not quasi-supreme, but closer than perfection." This creature's soul flames were strange, stronger than a perfection, weaker than a quasi-supreme, but radiating power beyond Chaos Realm standards. He must have failed a quasi-supreme breakthrough, stuck between perfection and quasi-supreme. His soul showed signs of damage. A repeat breakthrough would be difficult, but he was clearly far above normal perfection. Lin Moyu instantly deduced the plan. The three other perfection experts must have been his instruments. This failed Quasi-Supreme, seeing Lin Moyu help Tianlang ancestor, figured he'd get the same assistance. Yet instead of negotiating, he'd chosen violence. It simply made no sense. If he truly looked down on Lin Moyu, even after seeing the Tianlang breakthrough, there must be deeper abnormality. Little Tree, still tearing at the time-space, finally drove the foe into the open. As he crossed into reality, the enemy let out a thunderous roar. His body ballooned, rapidly growing into a massive serpent 1,000,000 miles long. Then he shrank, reduced by 100-fold, down to 10,000 miles, then swelled up past 1,000,000 again. He kept growing and shrinking, unable to stabilize. His soul flame wavered, and it was clear he was losing control. Little Tree said, his body's fractured. Once he leaves the time-space, he loses control. Lin Moyu grinned, probably an after-effect of failing his breakthrough. He can't stay in normal time-space, and has to keep shifting timelines. Little Tree agreed, yes, he exudes time-space power, he must be skilled in that Dao. Lin Moyu's voice rang from the ferry boat, Senior, do you really want to fight? The serpent roared, time-space prison. A rain of scales shattered, in an instant, the timelines twisted and the ferry boat was dragged into another layer of reality. Chapter 4470, Chapter 4470, The Three-Headed Python Reincarnation. Chapter 4470, The Three-Headed Python Reincarnation. The ferry boat vanished from real space and entered another layer of time-space. This layer was created by the giant serpent. Even Little Tree, for a time, found it difficult to break through. Lin Moyu didn't order Little Tree to act, since with the ferry boat, even a Quasi-Supreme would struggle to harm him, let alone this failed Quasi-Supreme. He must have suffered some soul damage and lost control of his Dao heart, Lin Moyu thought. From the serpent's eyes, he saw madness unusual for life forms from the West Pole, who tend to be cold and calm. Even Tianlang ancestor's temper was terrible, but madness wasn't his nature. This serpent, however, burned with frenzy. Sanity was present but easily overwhelmed. In this time-space prison, that madness subsided and he could finally stabilize his form, a change that confirmed Lin Moyu's suspicions. With his arrival, the three perfection strongmen appeared as well. Lin Moyu immediately sensed something off. Their eyes were empty like soulless puppets. Were they controlled? Or just inherently abnormal? He stayed inside the ferry boat, not confronting directly. This serpent felt truly dangerous. Kill. The three perfection experts attacked the ferry boat with savage blows. Fortunately, the ferry boat was sturdy, and no matter the attack, it remained safe. The harder they tried, the more obvious something was wrong. These perfections were all stronger than Tianlang ancestor had been, but utterly vacant, nothing like a true perfection's spirit. Yet their souls betrayed no obvious manipulation. Lin Moyu mused, there's definitely a problem with these three. Little Tree agreed, something is wrong. Best not to leave the boat, I sense that serpent is very dangerous. Then Chaos Child cried out, I think I know what this creature is. Lin Moyu, do tell. Little Tree, what do you know? Chaos Child, remember in our time, the three-headed python? Little Tree nodded, I recall it was said he died long ago. Chaos Child, maybe not completely. His left and right heads controlled time, space and soul, but no one knew what the third did. Rumor had it, the third head was for self-destruction and reincarnation. Little Tree, you suspect this serpent is his reincarnation? But now it only has one head. Chaos Child, it's not just reincarnation, he could channel the other two heads' powers into the third and carry them into the next life. Little Tree said, it's possible. We can check if Yangyan forces him to show a true domain or not. If this really was the reincarnation of the three-headed python, carrying that ancient blood and having absorbed primordial chi, then he could evade the normal limits of chaos. If he lacked a domain but retained such combat power, that'd be the proof. Chaos Child's tone turned gleeful. If that's him, we're in for a feast. Little tree, not only us master here could gain a powerful enforcer. If it really was the three-headed python, without a domain, he could be turned into a revived butcher, a nigh unbeatable, quasi-supreme level, time-space, and soul power-wielding, restriction-free chaos strongman. A new trump card for Lin Moyu. Yangyan soared from the ferry boat. A surge of quasi-supreme pressure rippled out, scattering the perfection experts. He turned into a fire dragon and charged the serpent, using less than half his power. Due to chaos's suppression, he couldn't use his full might, but even 40% sufficed. The serpent roared, its gaze flaring. Yangyan trembled minutely, but was unaffected. Little tree muttered, soul control. Chaos Child cheered, it must be him. All could feel the massive soul shock. The serpent had tried to take control of Yangyan's soul. But Yangyan, now one of Lin Moyu's revived, was under total control. He was unaffected. Soul illusion failed, the serpent's time-space power lashed out, aiming to absorb Yangyan, but the fire dragon's onslaught shattered the time-space. Both abilities rendered worthless. The serpent whipped its tail scales glowing, summoning a phantom in the air, not a true domain, but a spectral three-headed python. It's him, it's him. Chaos Child whooped, practically drooling. Little Tree added, I wonder if he retained his core through reincarnation. If so, the core of the three-headed python held his talents time-space among them. If Little Tree could absorb it, his own powers would grow. Time-space power is vast. There are infinite combinations, and Little Tree's own mastery is not absolute. Fusing the three-headed python's style could compensate for his own limits. Lin Moyu himself had once used time-space in the big world and understood it well, but whether the core was present was luck. Little Tree's eyes were eager. He wanted that core. The phantom three-headed python roared at the sky, sweeping its tail into countless afterimages. Yangyan was flung away, but so was the phantom. It was a tie, even with Yangyan only at 40%. That was enough. Lin Moyu gave a telepathic order, kill the three perfection attackers, ignore the serpent. Yangyan righted himself and, blazing with fire, charged the trio. For Yangyan, killing perfection experts was child's play. That they were the absolute peak made no difference. Unless they escaped immediately, they'd fall. Under the serpent's control, fleeing wasn't an option. They stood and fought, and were quickly overpowered. Meanwhile the serpent ignored their fate and instead attacked the ferry boat. Chaos Child laughed, his mind isn't right. Lin Moyu grinned, agreed. The serpent's storm of time-space power battered the ferry boat, groaning as if about to break. Chapter 4471, Chapter 4471, Who Cares About Ancient Bloodlines? Chapter 4471, Who Cares About Ancient Bloodlines? The time-space strangulation was truly terrifying. The ferry boat was sent into multiple different timelines simultaneously, its body subjected to conflicting forces, as if on the verge of falling apart. If it were any normal perfection level chaos cultivator, their body and soul would have already been annihilated. But while the ferry boat looked ready to explode, it stubbornly remained intact. In the next instant, Little Tree's roots burst forth, wielding time-space power like a whip. At the same time, a piece of chaos god soil flew out. With it, a Little Tree avatar rapidly expanded in power. Little Tree used this avatar to harass the three-headed python, not to win, but to keep the serpent from focusing fully on the ferry boat and to buy Lin Moyu time. The second reason was to lock onto the three-headed python and relay his exact location to Lin Moyu. However, Little Tree underestimated the serpent's strength. The moment the avatar appeared, the serpent's eyes flashed. Little Tree's avatar froze, then immediately started attacking the ferry boat itself. Little Tree yelped and swiftly withdrew his avatar and the chunk of god soil, unnerved. That guy's soul control is terrifying. Chaos Child laughed, his soul powers were famously fierce back in the day. Nobody could resist him. Had he not met his end by that one, he'd not have died so soon. Little Tree shook his head, he died in the ancient wilderness. I never knew who finished him. Chaos Child glanced at Xiao Peng. That'd be this fellow here. Xiao Peng stared at them, baffled. Me? Chaos Child clarified, not you Golden-Winged Peng. His speed was unmatched. Before the python could use soul control, his head was already cut off. Little Tree nodded. True enough. The Peng's speed surpassed most space talents, nearly impossible to defend. But what now? My avatar can't get out. Chaos Child turned to Xiao Peng. Shall we let him try? Xiao Peng hurriedly shook his head, I'm still too young. I can't do it. He was only at great completion now, moving toward perfection thanks to recent absorption of primordial qi, but still far from a match for the three-headed python. Chaos Child pressed, you won't know unless you try. Xiao Peng insisted, no, I definitely can't. Chaos Child sighed, then what now? If Yangyan could use his full power, he'd easily suppress the three-headed python, but with only 40% available, at best he could manage a draw and time would be against him. Lin Moyu said, let me handle this. Little Tree objected, his soul control is too strong, master even your soul. He left the last bit unspoken, even Lin Moyu might not be able to resist the serpent's control. Lin Moyu replied, don't worry, I have a little trick. He planned to use the karma ring to sidestep the soul control altogether, and he had another secret up his sleeve. He summoned the catastrophe staff. Haven't used you in a while, don't disappoint me. All 5 gems on the staff gleamed, each one bearing distinct powers. Ever since entering chaos, Lin Moyu rarely used the staff. Its power was subtly masked 5th level, invisible to Dao, but prudence was wise, and he didn't like relying on tools unless needed. Besides, he didn't want to kill the three-headed python only to use the soul gem's power. Channeling his soul force into the staff, Lin Moyu activated the soul gem. An ochre glow bathed his spirit like armor. He didn't act immediately, he waited for Yangyan to finish the 3 perfection enemies first. Even as the ferry boat creaked under the python's time-space assault, Lin Moyu just waited calmly. Kill. 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 The serpent kept raging, losing control as it failed to defeat Lin Moyu, growing more and more manic until reason nearly vanished. Lin Moyu waited patiently. After half an hour, engulfed in Yangyan's flames, the 3 perfection cultivators finally perished. Even until death, puppeted by soul control, not one tried to run. Their domains shattered, countless beings perished, massive karma split 3 ways. The greatest piece fell to the python, who controlled them. Lin Moyu took the remainder, but the faith of his own domains shielded him from most of it, one of the many advantages of domain mastery. Having many domains, Lin Moyu had a bottomless well of faith. Once the 3 were killed, Yangyan turned on the python. But the python's soul control had no effect on Yangyan, nor could its time-space powers do more than equal him. At that, Lin Moyu finally left the ferry boat, becoming a giant, channeling the fist of the Power Lord, raining down blows. The python's gaze flashed, soul powers crashing in, but Lin Moyu's ochre soul shield flickered and blocked all influence. The catastrophe staff had never let him down, this time, again, his defenses held. Ascend. Lin Moyu's cultivation surged to great completion, his flesh sparkled with power, soul force braided through every strike. The time-space cage shuddered with each punch, close to fragments. Lin Moyu's fist strength now rivaled peak perfection, he could genuinely harm the 3-headed python. Together with Yangyan, they drove the serpent back, scales shattering, flesh splitting. If it continued, the python would soon lose. The serpent thundered in rage, its tail whipping Lin Moyu and Yangyan away repeatedly, yet it could not escape. Not even a quasi-supreme. You haven't fully escaped Chaos Realm. Lin Moyu's tone was disparaging as he attacked even harder. The visceral thud of his fists, scales, and blood flying, was immensely satisfying. He collected every shred of flesh, precious material not to be wasted. Suddenly, a phantom appeared behind the python, growing solid, as if resurrecting the primordial three-headed python. The time-space power multiplied. One blow forced Yangyan back, wounds opening, while Lin Moyu's giant form was torn apart, thrown back with a grunt. Little Tree warned, "Master, he's awakened his primordial blood, get ready." Lin Moyu scoffed, "He has no chance." He pointed at the three perfection corpses, and with a thought, reduced them to powder. Boom! 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 Three huge blasts struck the python, forcing it back to its true form. Primordial bloodline? Spare him! Chapter 4472, Chapter 4472, Destiny's Arrangement. Chapter 4472, Destiny's Arrangement. Who cares what ancient bloodline it is, just blow it up. As long as the force is strong enough, nothing can survive. If Lin Moyu could use Dao's corpse as material, he felt he might just blow up all of chaos. The explosion was mixed with howls of agony as the three-headed python's reincarnation was blown to pieces. The attempt to summon its ancient bloodline was cut off, leaving only a shattered snake barely alive. Corpse explosion doesn't just shatter the body, it explodes the soul too. After the explosion, Yangyan stepped forward to finish the job. The three-headed python struggled to escape. The time-space prison was breaking down, swiftly returning them to reality. In the real world, the python's body began to change again, its soul thrown into madness as well. With a final roar, Lin Moyu drew out the soul-sundering needle and stabbed the spirit. The needle flashed and punched into its soul. The needle's power was limited enough to injure, but rarely useful. This time, though, it became the last straw. Next came world-scorching flames, one after another, burning through its soul. Lin Moyu wanted to be sure it died, so he kept pushing. At the same time, undead thralls surrounded the void, and Little Tree's roots rose up, stirring a tsunami of time-space power to cut off all hope of escape. The wailing grew weaker and weaker, until it ceased altogether. This ancient, reincarnated three-headed python was finally dead. He would never return to his former glory, never again stand at the world's peak. In truth, Lin Moyu knew he could never rise again. Had he somehow made it back to his prime, Dao would have come for him eventually and he'd still have perished. Almost all top ancient powerhouses were Dao's enemies. With a thought, Lin Moyu let his undead swarm in and dissembled the corpse. Soon, a glowing blue core was found. Little Tree cheered, "There really is a core." Chaos Child snorted, "He certainly carried it through reincarnation, or he'd never have reached this level." Lin Moyu handed the core to Little Tree, "Take what you need." Little Tree said, "All I want is the time-space talent inside. Soul control isn't much use to me." Lin Moyu smiled, "It won't go to waste. I'll turn him into a revenant, and though the time-space talent will be lost, that soul power is still potent. Eat the extra flesh if you want, just save some for me." Chaos Child whooped with glee and began devouring the python's flesh, praising Lin Moyu all the while. Little Tree ate some as well, but his main focus was absorbing the core, merging its time-space gift with his own powers to grow even stronger. According to Little Tree, previously, his time-space power did piercing, but the three-headed python's was about carving out independent pockets in time-space and using those to crush enemies. Now, Little Tree could do both, and his abilities grew much sharper. Lin Moyu set undying flames upon the remaining flesh. The void shook, the flesh slowly reorganized, and soon the soul began to regenerate as well. Because there was no domain, and not quite a quasi-supreme, Lin Moyu believed the process should work. Yangyan stood guard, pure water at the ready, any mishap could be handled. The flames burned steadily. The python must have been enormously powerful, as rebirth was incredibly slow. Lin Moyu was not worried, he had revived Yangyan before and knew this required patience. Gradually, the outline of the three-headed python reformed inside the undying fire, first the flesh, then the soul. Everything went smoothly. Lin Moyu carefully monitored the soul's gradual reformation, up to the very peak of perfection. And there it stopped. There was no more growth beyond peak perfection. The flames went out on their own and returned to Lin Moyu, marking the completion of rebirth. The new three-headed python bowed before him, more than 1,000,000 miles of massive coils in space, with Lin Moyu standing before it like dust. Lin Moyu inspected the change. As a revenant, the python showed no trace of resistance or rebellion, and its cultivation remained at peak perfection. Not beyond such a state should never exist. Lin Moyu asked, "What's your name? What happened to your soul before? Why attack me?" The python replied, "I'm Spacetime Soul Python. Before, I tried to break through to Quasi-Supreme, but failed at the last moment. It wasn't that I couldn't succeed at the very end, I sensed I'd die if I did. So I chose to stop, but suffered lasting damage, unable to stay in real-time space. If I did, my soul would go mad and I'd lose control of my body, even to the point of self-destruction. Only by drifting through various layers of time-space, using time-space gifts to suppress the after-effects, could I keep myself balanced. At the same time, my soul became easily angered. My mind was gone, and I only did the simplest things." He explained that the three perfection experts had been under his soul control for a long time. He could only manage three, his ability wasn't as limitless as others feared. When Tianlang Ancestor achieved Quasi-Supreme, Spacetime Soul Python sensed it. He saw Lin Moyu through the fabric of time and instantly knew, by instinct, that Lin Moyu could cure him. But deprived of rational thought, out of habit, he assumed that if he just controlled Lin Moyu, he could make him fix it by force. So he sent his thralls to attack, which brought everything to this conclusion. After hearing the tale, Lin Moyu had to laugh. It was as if fate itself had arranged all of this. But as a revenant, the after effect was indeed cured, that animal instinct had not lied. And Lin Moyu had gained a fine new enforcer, one able to match any top-tier perfection opponent. Chapter 4473, Chapter 4473, A Way to Evade Dao. Chapter 4473, A Way to Evade Dao. For the new revenant, Lin Moyu's first command was to surrender all his possessions. As the reincarnation of the three-headed python, he had lived countless ages, from ignorance to immense power, amassing vast wealth, all of which now passed into Lin Moyu's hands. Spacetime Soul Python could no longer justify that name. Little Tree had drained all the core's original spacetime talent, and even as a revenant, it could not regenerate. According to Little Tree, such a core is unique and non-innate. Once depleted, it is gone for good. The three-headed python's core had possessed three talents: spacetime, soul control, and dissolution/reincarnation. After being slain by Golden-Winged Peng, the reincarnation power saved the python's life, but the core never recovered the same. Now spacetime talent is gone too, leaving only soul control, and his combat power dropped sharply. To Lin Moyu, the python was now a single-headed entity with only one talent left. The rest was destiny. He didn't believe in fate, but accepted that destiny existed as a rule. All creation, from the mightiest to the smallest, was subject to it, even Dao. Yet self-aware beings can disrupt and change fate. This is defying heaven and rewriting destiny. Lin Moyu intended just that, to grow strong enough to master the rules. From the python, Lin Moyu gained many materials, some quite valuable, enough to keep the 4 Silverlight Rabbit Elders busy for a while cultivating the grand world. Perfecting a domain is possible for any perfection-ranked Silverlight Rabbit, though the more workers, the faster it is done. But compressing domain power as Lin Moyu planned required sufficient numbers. Returning to the ferry boat, he continued toward the central domain. A few more days, and he would reach the first teleportation array for rapid travel. He needed to find the great teleportation array between West Pole and Central Domain, take control of it, and make it one of the 12 arrays for the Catastrophe Supreme's plan. All must be mastered to succeed. Meanwhile, Xiao Peng kept absorbing and refining primordial qi, with Lin Moyu providing it steadily. His power improved rapidly. Primordial qi activated his ancient Golden-Winged Peng bloodline, allowing Xiao Peng to bypass domain restrictions and achieve perfection, then surpass it. Even so, he feared chaos. Reaching his true peak, Dao would come to destroy him. To reach his peak safely, Xiao Peng had to go to ancient wilderness, away from chaos. There his peak could safely return, but he could never come back to chaos or it would mean death. Little Tree and Chaos Child faced the same dilemma. Lin Moyu had not known how to solve this before. His soul world was not enough to shield them from Dao's scrutiny. Not even hiding deep in a domain would suffice. Only by leaving chaos, going into ancient wilderness, could they avoid notice. Now Lin Moyu had a new idea: bring them into his storage space. His storage space was like a second chaos, fully linked to his soul world. He could let them help whenever needed. Moreover, paired with Sky Jellyfish's cleansing ability, there was a chance Little Tree and Chaos Child could act in chaos, as long as they didn't go all out, without Dao noticing. Dao isn't omniscient. With enough forethought, ways to avoid detection can always be found. The ferry boat raced onward. Lin Moyu entered his storage space and headed for Azure Silver Grassland. The 4 elders weren't there. Lin Moyu went straight to Yinde, who was currently in charge of tribal affairs. Faced with Lin Moyu, Yinde bowed respectfully in the Silver Light Rabbit tradition, huge body flat on the ground, long ears pressed low, drumming the earth. Yinde knew exactly what Lin Moyu wanted. The task was no hardship, and he treated Lin Moyu with sincere gratitude. Yinde, change to human form. The massive rabbit shrank, taking on a human appearance, but the ears remained unmistakable. In human form, Yinde saluted Lin Moyu with a human gesture. How may I serve, Sir Lin? Lin Moyu laid out the matter. For what I discussed with your elders, doing as I wish requires more perfection level rabbits. 4 is not enough. Yin Da's eyes brightened. Lin Moyu wanted to cultivate more perfection level tribesmen. How many perfections do you currently have, including yourself? Yin Da counted, including me, 28. How many do you want, sir? 12, said Lin Moyu. Yin Da's eyes widened, shocked at the number. That's a lot. The resources needed. 12 perfections, each requiring a domain, each domain maturing. Even though his people had the talent to find and cultivate domains, it wasn't easy. When searching for the Grand World, it had taken him many years. Lin Moyu said, I have a method. If it works, no domain is needed for perfection. Yinda was stunned. Is that even possible? Lin Moyu's claim defied all known rules. Reaching perfection without a domain was unheard of. But seeing how much Lin Moyu had accomplished, Yinda couldn't help but believe. Lin Moyu said, let me test it on you first, would you be willing? Yinda didn't hesitate. Yes, yes. Timid or not, he recognized good fortune when offered. This was not to be refused. Excellent. Let's try. Lin Moyu summoned a wisp of primordial qi for Yinda absorb and refine this. Until now, primordial qi had hovered out of reach, tantalizing, but now he could claim it. Without a thought for danger, Yinda sucked it into his body and began refining. Lin Moyu gave him only a little less than what he gave Xiao Peng to be safe. Yinda sat cross-legged in human form, silver light blazing as his power climbed. At the same time, Lin Moyu set about changing the rules. Chapter 4474, Chapter 4474, Cultivating Perfection Level Experts. Chapter 4474, Cultivating Perfection Level Experts. Primordial Qi can strengthen one's foundation, and with enough foundation, the upper limit of power naturally rises. At the same time, primordial qi can change some rules. When used on ancient bloodline life forms, it can make them stronger. However, primordial qi cannot directly help ordinary chaos beings bypass the rules of chaos. To break through to perfection, they still need a domain. Except for rare ancient bloodlines like Xiao Peng, their birth from heaven and earth means they never needed domains. So Xiao Peng only needs to fully awaken his Golden-Winged Peng bloodline to ignore domain constraints and grow in strength. But the Silver Light Rabbits do not have ancient bloodlines. Even with primordial qi, they cannot bypass the domain requirement. Lin Moyu knew this rule well. However, in their current situation, they were not in chaos proper but inside his own storage space, which serves as a parallel chaos where he can set the rules. Unlike Chaos Child's internal realm, which is partially reliant on ancient wilderness and not fully independent, Lin Moyu's storage space is fundamentally separate. Now, all living beings nurtured inside his storage space do not need domains to reach their peaks. Lin Moyu altered the rules within the Azure Silver Grasslands area, abandoning the domain requirement. As long as their power is sufficient, they can reach perfection. To be precise, this would be equivalent to peak chaos cultivation. Without the rules, boundaries became blurred. Yin Da's energy started shifting in strange ways. His power kept climbing, his cultivation increasingly indistinct at first. It seemed he was still at great completion, but on closer inspection, he was advancing far beyond. Lin Moyu, looking through Yin Da's soul, saw that he was progressing toward peak chaos cultivation in the traditional sense. Moreover, primordial qi was solidifying his foundation further, raising his future ceiling. Soon, Yin Da's body erupted with thunder as his blood surged like tidal waves. His essence burst forth and formed a pillar of blood that shot skyward, strengthened with the help of primordial qi. The Silver Light Rabbits, being kin, felt the change immediately. The lower-ranked felt little, but those at Chaos Cultivation noticed their bloodline and personal power increasing. What's happening? The Chief Elder returned, being the strongest Chaos Cultivator among the Silver Light Rabbits, and felt this most intensely. He sensed his own strength leap not just in force but also in skill. After tracing the source of his bloodline change, he found Yinda as well as Lin Moyu. He understood just days ago, Lin Moyu had spoken about cultivating more perfection-level rabbits. He had not expected such rapid results or such an unusual method. Lin Moyu said, "I'm trying a new approach to see if we can skip the domain requirement and promote Yinda directly to perfection. If it works, then more can follow without finding domains." The Chief Elder was knowledgeable. "I've heard that in the ancient wilderness, some strong beings can rival perfection even without domains. Is this what you're doing, Lin Sir?" Lin Moyu laughed and shook his head, "Not quite. I won't explain the specifics, but so far, it seems to work and is all benefit, no harm. However, there is a drawback. You can't leave this space if you return to chaos. The chaos rules will crush your cultivation, reverting you to great completion at best." The Chief Elder replied without hesitation, "Our tribe holds no worldly ambitions. If Lin Sir gives us a safe haven, we don't mind leaving chaos behind." Lin Moyu agreed, "Of course. I'll allocate a territory for you. But you should interact with others sometimes. I'll handle these matters. I can't promise everything, but absolute freedom is assured." The Chief Elder bowed deeply and departed to continue cultivating Lin Moyu's domains. The bloodline change made his arts stronger and sped up domain cultivation, saving much precious time. Lin Moyu monitored Yin Da's progress, providing primordial qi as needed. He didn't require Yinda to reach Xiao Peng's level, just enough for peak chaos cultivation. After several days, Yin Da's aura stabilized and stopped rising. Lin Moyu knew the process had reached its limit. The Silver Light Rabbit tribe, being rather weak, had a fairly low maximum limit. To raise that, long years and major opportunities would be required. Yinda now radiated the strength and soul of peak chaos cultivation. In the storage space, cultivator rank is blurred, but that doesn't matter. Lin Moyu knew it was sufficient. Yinda woke up, ready to speak, but Lin Moyu said first, "Focus on consolidating your strength. Get used to it, and then pick 11 accomplished, bright, and promising clan members. I'll return soon." Yinda nodded happily. "Yes, Lin sir." "Good." Leaving the storage space, Lin Moyu felt at ease. With enough materials, his wild idea might actually succeed. If it works, he'll be the first since ancient times to accomplish such a feat. The ferry boat stopped in the void, not far from a teleportation array, surrounded by cultivators. Some were practicing nearby, many flying treasures waited in the void, but the ferry boat did not stand out. Lin Moyu put away the ferry boat, cloaked himself in blue fire, and flew to the array, activating it to travel toward the central domain. After several transmissions and vast leaps in space, he got closer to the central domain. As he approached, the number of cultivators increased. The West Pole's cultivators generally radiated cold, sinister energy, while the surrounding space was chilling. At times, there were queues for the teleportation array. As numbers rose, Lin Moyu sensed something off. He listened to conversations, hoping to pick up some news. With his powerful soul, nothing was hidden. He could overhear almost anything, even soul transmissions. But West Pole cultivators were not social, their conversations were terse and sparse. After analyzing what he overheard, Lin Moyu learned the answer. The South Pole and Central Domain were at war. Just recently, Chaos's South Pole and Central Domain had formally gone to war. The North Pole was rumored to be stirring as well, an upper domain among the three was restless too. Chapter 4475, Chapter 4475, Fate from the Depths of Ancient Wilderness. Chapter 4475, Destiny from the Depths of the Ancient Wilderness. The southern pole of Chaos and the central domain had gone to war. The northern pole looked likely to join, and upper domain forces were prepared to support the central domain. The chaos of war had erupted. While the western pole had no plans to fight the central domain yet, they too were preparing fully. Historically, the western and central poles had fought many times before, with heavy losses on both sides. Thus, the West was making its own preparations this time. It's likely not just the West, even the East should be preparing now too. From what is known, conflicts among the domains usually remain localized. This time, though, it looks different. In the West, Lin Moyu got precious little real intelligence, nor did he wish to press the locals. After all, he was originally from the central domain. If discovered, it could spell big trouble. He would rather wait to ask questions after returning to the central domain, where he could access everything through the God Alliance. As he traveled, the population of cultivators increased as he neared the central domain's border. He found the West's cultivators were massing at the frontier. The atmosphere had grown tense. Given the situation, Lin Moyu was even more wary about his identity. He wasn't afraid of being revealed, just wary of trouble. It could cost many lives. After hundreds of teleports, he finally reached the border. He made his final teleport, plunging into chaos and away from the crowds. Now, he was attuned to the positions of the 4 cross-domain teleportation arrays within the central domain, but had no sense for the matching sub-arrays in the west. Thus, he had to guess at the location of the west sub-array based on the location of the central domain's main array. Lin Moyu used the cause-seeking ring to lock onto a region. The area was large and searching it would take time. The west sub-array was hidden in a rift. Even with Catastrophe Supreme's skill, it wasn't easy to find. Still, with the cause-seeking ring, time would yield results. Lin Moyu wasn't searching alone. Little Tree was helping, his command over time-space making him the natural choice. After leaving the transport array, living beings grew rare, until finally they vanished altogether. Little Tree quietly said, "Master, the aura from the ancient wilderness is thicker here." Lin Moyu had felt the same. An emanation from the ancient wilderness was several times stronger now, as if something major was coming. Whatever it was, it hadn't arrived, but its aura had a precursor to disaster, like a storm-driven gale before rain. Lin Moyu suspected that what approached was anything but simple, most likely from the deepest ancient wilderness territory unreachable even by supremes, and that it might trigger chaos. He entered the chosen region. Little Tree sent roots to search layer by layer in the rift. Lin Moyu used his understanding of the teleportation array to analyze potential sites. His undead spread in all directions, searching not for the array but for people. Anyone from the central domain would have an array token. These led to sub-arrays. Finding one central domain person would drastically narrow his search. The undead fanned out in groups of 10, encountering many beings but all from the west, not his target. With his undead eye, Lin Moyu could easily tell the difference. Central domain souls were steady like flickering flames, while western souls owing to their unique deo were sluggish, slow, subdued. So it was impossible to mistake a domain soul for a westerner. 10 days searching, Little Tree had covered 1/10 of the region's rifts with no luck. There was no use in hurrying, it was a careful, methodical process. Over those days, Lin Moyu checked the storage space. Yinda was still stabilizing. His power had grown tenfold from before and needed time to settle. Seeing that Yinda was fine, Lin Moyu left him to it. 30 days passed, turning over vast swathes of the region. Lin Moyu muttered to himself, next time I go to the south or north, I'll definitely use the central domain's array and save myself this trouble. Chaos Child giggled, Master, next is the north, right? Lin Moyu nodded, yes. The south is at war, leave it till last. I'll check the north before the fighting starts. But first, I need to retrieve the 5-world domain and split off the spirit mist domain. Chaos Child added, have you noticed, the aura from the ancient wilderness grows ever stronger? Lin Moyu replied, yes, much stronger. What on earth is coming? Little Tree interjected, whatever it is, it's not to be taken lightly. It'll turn the cosmos upside down. Lin Moyu eyed Little Tree, did you sense something more? Little Tree explained, these days searching time-space for the array, I've noticed the ancient wilderness aura, too. That means whatever it is, it can manipulate time-space and could arrive unpredictably. It may be more than one thing, perhaps not just objects, maybe souls. Whatever it is, chaos is about to erupt, maybe ancient wilderness too. Chaos Child agreed, Little Tree's right, chaos is inevitable. Lin Moyu frowned, are you hiding something from me? Chaos Child shook his head. Nothing. Little Tree thought for a moment. Ancient wilderness erupted once before the master should remember. Lin Moyu realized they'd both survived a past catastrophe. A single flower from the wilderness once caused most ancient powers to perish. That greatest disaster ever nearly wiped out all powerful beings in the chaos. If a similar disaster happened again. You mean that flower came from the deepest wilderness? Little Tree said nothing. Confirmation enough. Because of that one flower, most chaos ancient beings died half a world away. Now, something else was coming. Lin Moyu thought, last time, as terrible as it was, it laid the groundwork for a new era. Is it happening again? Just then, his undead messengers brought word. Lin Moyu focused his vision and smiled, finally found it. Chapter 4476, Chapter 4476, Hunting Western Domain Life Forms. Chapter 4476, Hunting the Western Pole Beings. The undead thralls encountered two groups engaged in pitched battle in the chaos void. Both sides consisted of chaos cultivators, fighting desperately, appearing to risk everything. One side was Western Pole natives from the same race. Their energies, spells, and treasures were nearly identical. The other group was different. Their spells and treasures were all varied, but what connected them was their human race. These humans were not from the same team, but their spells differed from Western Pole style, and they were fighting the Western Pole natives. With just one look, Lin Moyu was 80% certain these humans hailed from the central domain. He checked their soul patterns. Because they were in combat, their soul pulse was erratic, but even so it was clear they were central domain humans. Why they were fighting Western Pole natives was unclear, that was irrelevant. Having found them meant he'd found the cross-domain array. Lin Moyu didn't order his undead to intervene. The fight was evenly matched, neither side was winning, so he wasn't rushed. His undead quickly surrounded them, forming an enormous encirclement across the region no one could escape. Lin Moyu made his way there, a long flight. Little Tree kept searching separately. Like Lin Moyu, he didn't like putting all his eggs in one basket. As Lin Moyu traveled, he watched the ongoing skirmish. Suddenly a flare burst in the void, a brilliant light that raced outward across 1,000,000,000,000 miles. Help signal. Lin Moyu found it amusing, they had actually sent out a plea for assistance. Help signals are common, especially in domain wars. In chaos battles, the field can stretch tens of trillions of miles. A help signal can be seen by comrades within several trillion miles. If anyone sees it, they come to help. Usually, that's still unlikely, so the signal often brings no one. Here, Lin Moyu thought it pointless. But Little Tree piped up, "Someone's coming, Master." Surprised, Lin Moyu sensed many were indeed approaching. A moment ago, he doubted, but now he was proven wrong. Little Tree's spatial powers first picked it up, and Lin Moyu followed. A band of hundreds of cultivators arrived, their dress and treasures irregular except all were human. Lin Moyu noticed they belonged to the same faction, even the same sect. Everything can be faked except the soul. Their soul pulses were nearly identical as they moved. Their energies camouflaged them as Western Pole natives. Lin Moyu ordered his undead to break the encirclement and create a channel for them to pass. Now something seemed fishy. After just a short time, a large group arrived, far too quickly and precisely, almost as if it was planned. Their formation, timing all suggested it. The original battle with Western Pole natives was just bait. It was a trap for the Western Pole natives designed for massacre. Why murder Western Pole natives? Lin Moyu knew the answer. Although there are humans in the Western Pole, most residents are not. To the central domain humans, those are exotic beasts, every part of their bodies is valuable material. Plus, these natives possess wealth. A hunt can be quite profitable. But such acts risk war between Western Pole and Central Domain, bringing mass slaughter. Lin Moyu remembered the God Alliance once forbade this. If Central Domain did it, so could the 4 other poles, it would breed endless war. The God Alliance ruled the Central Domain, and most followed their decrees. Exceptions exist. Greed drives some to break rules and hunt non-human beings in other poles. This was clearly one such group. But how did they get here? The cross-domain array is run by the God Alliance, only members can use it. Are all these people God Alliance? And why break their own edicts? If so, the God Alliance has rotten inside. The arriving hundreds entered the fray silently, forming a siege. Then they all attacked the Western Pole natives, who numbered just 30 plus. Faced with 10 times their numbers, they stood no chance and fell one after another. Dead bodies were quickly divided and stripped within half a day, nothing remained. Next, they took out special mirror treasures. Reflecting light restored the void, erased the timeline, erasing all evidence of the slaughter. They were practiced, efficient, well-organized, clearly experienced. As expected, they've done this many times. There's no way Western Pole's powerhouses don't know, just haven't caught them yet. If Great Supreme Xing Chuan intervened, none would survive. They haven't been found, but word must spread. The hatred between Western Pole and Central Domain will only grow. Little Tree asked, "Master, are you going to do anything?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "Survival of the fittest. As long as they don't mess with me, I won't interfere. Even if I wanted to, it's not my place. This is Zinken's turf. If he's silent, it's not for me to meddle." In Lin Moyu's mind, life and death are fated, actions bring consequences, and these people will pay eventually. He didn't need to intervene. The slaughtered Western Pole natives hadn't defied fate, they simply accepted it. As the scene was cleared, Lin Moyu arrived. He didn't hide, he flew in openly, but had dispelled the blue flames and didn't disguise himself. Hundreds turned to look, their leadership focused on Lin Moyu. Seeing Lin Moyu was human and only at minor completion, their guard dropped. A great completion human approached and blocked him. Who are you? Lin Moyu answered respectfully, Junior Lin, from the Central Domain God Alliance. Greetings. His tone was polite, though not submissive, just basic courtesy. The man frowned. God Alliance. Lin Moyu produced a God Alliance badge. Even so, the man didn't drop his guard. What do you want? Chapter 4477, Chapter 4477, Central Domain God Alliance, Tang Feng. Chapter 4477, Central Domain God Alliance, Tang Feng. His reaction puzzled Lin Moyu. The Central Domain God Alliance has clear rules. If two members meet anywhere in the four extremes, they're to help each other. Rules may be rigid, but at the very least, people put on a polite front even if they won't actually help. But this man wasn't just impolite, he was openly wary, which was a red flag. Was Lin Moyu's prior guess wrong? Were these not really God Alliance members, but people using some other means to get here? Wilderness Scar is so dangerous that bringing so many people would be suicidal, unless they had some kind of safeguard. Even if they had a way to stay alive, time was still an issue. These suspicions ran through Lin Moyu's mind. The other man's response was so odd, yet Lin Moyu still thought they must be God Alliance members. Only the cross-domain array could explain how so many got into the Western Pole safely. Their outward appearance and gear were quite varied, but soul aura cannot be faked, they must share the same backing. Under the God Alliance sit many allied forces and sects, these were likely one of them. Seeing Lin Moyu slow to answer, the man grew even less patient, his soul power throbbing. What do you want? This slight movement set off the whole group. Hundreds stared him down with clear hostility. Lin Moyu feigned surprise. Aren't you also God Alliance people? The man said coldly, that's none of your business, get lost. I'm letting you go only because you're human too. Lin Moyu frowned but didn't leave. God Alliance rules say we're to assist each other when abroad. He was cut off. Enough talk, beat it. The man seemed moments from violence, but hesitated, glancing at Lin Moyu's God Alliance badge, a subtle but telling gesture. Apparently, the badge has uses beyond just ID. That alone was making them uneasy about acting directly. It confirmed they were at least in some way connected to the God Alliance. The badge must have secrets Lin Moyu had yet to learn, but he decided to hold off, since they weren't attacking. Seeing Lin Moyu standing firm, the man grew furious. Why haven't you left yet? Don't make me kill you. Lin Moyu replied, I only have one thing to ask. If you're not part of the God Alliance, then bring someone who is. If he was going to be rude, Lin Moyu wouldn't bother with pleasantries. The other's soul power now surged, ready for action right as a voice called out from a distance, what's going on? A middle-aged man arrived, with a powerful and steady aura at great completion, almost peak. If he found the right domain, he could probably become a perfection expert at once. As he approached, Lin Moyu's badge grew warm, tingling in his palm. The newcomer also produced a similar badge, there was no doubting his God Alliance status. Between God Alliance members, the badge self-activates within a certain range and is soul-linked, so it can't be faked. Clearly, the newcomer was truly God Alliance. The man who'd blocked Lin Moyu explained the situation. The new arrival bowed slightly. Central Domain God Alliance, Tang Feng. Lin Moyu bowed in return. Central Domain God Alliance, Lin Moyu. This was confirmation the first man who blocked Lin Moyu was not of the God Alliance. He could only be there thanks to Tang Feng. That didn't matter, what mattered was that Lin Moyu finally had a real God Alliance member to deal with and could ask about the cross-domain array. Do you need something, fellow Daoist Lin? Tang Feng was polite and didn't look down on Lin Moyu despite his cultivation, on the contrary, He respected anyone who could travel this far into the Western Pole. Lin Moyu said, I got lost in the wilderness scar, ended up in the west. Now I'm looking for the array to return to the central domain. As it happens, fellow deist Tang, might you show me the way? Tang Feng regarded him thoughtfully. Lin Moyu's claim didn't make much sense. Someone who can't find the array wouldn't have a token, and without a token couldn't use the array even if he found it. These details puzzled Tang Feng, but he chose not to press. That's easy enough, but if you have no token, how will you cross? Lin Moyu said, I have my means. Please, fellow deist Tang. Pressed but unconvinced, Tang Feng studied the badge and confirmed Lin Moyu's identity. Still, something was off. Tang Feng said, it's no problem, but I have many comrades here and must discuss things with them first, please wait a moment. He returned to his group. Lin Moyu, watching from afar, focused his soul power and caught snatches of their discussion. Many voices talked at once, but it was clear Tang Feng led the group and only he would make the final decision. Of the hundreds, most were at great completion, the rest at minor completion. These seemed to be juniors who rarely spoke, only listening on the edge. Soon Tang Feng came back. Your request is reasonable, but we still have business to deal with. Once that's finished, we'll help you. Lin Moyu replied, your business must be urgent, since the array can't be far. Tang Feng agreed. Yes, it's urgent but also close by. Here's what I propose, come with us, and when we're done, we'll all go to the array. We need to head back ourselves anyway. Lin Moyu thought it over. That's fine. He didn't pressure Tang Feng, and was even curious what their urgent matter was. With Lin Moyu's agreement, Tang Feng called out, let's move out. He summoned a sword, enlarged it, and gestured for Lin Moyu to board. Fellow deist Lin, please join me. Lin Moyu calmly stepped up. Many thanks, fellow deist Tang. Everyone else summoned similar swords, the design nearly identical. Tang Feng used a hand seal. Hundreds of swords snapped into seamless formation. Through the void move out. Chapter 4478, Chapter 4478, The Chaos Realm Great Completion Thief. Chapter 4478, The Chaos Realm Great Completion Thief. Traveling through the void, the sword formation was quite incredible. Hundreds of paired swords and chaos cultivators had their chi and power merged into one seamless force. At this moment, the group was like a single razor-sharp blade. The sword pierced through the barriers of reality, firing through space as a shining streak. Lin Moyu stood atop the sword, feeling an illusion of entering the ancient wilderness road. Though it was not really that path, it was artificially created. Hundreds of great completion chaos cultivators combining their strength and treasures to make a unique channel. This tunnel used time-space attributes, allowing everyone to move silently. It was stealth rather than raw speed. Lin Moyu noticed their pace was actually not fast at all, even slower than his own flight. But the magic was in cloaking their tracks with time-space power. Tang Feng's sword tip kept producing corpses. These were Western Pole natives they'd slain over the years. The bodies were burned in the 487 sword formation, their leftover energy joining the formation and reinforcing it. Because the corpses came from the Western Pole, their burned auras helped hide the group's trail even better. They kept moving quietly toward their goal. Tang Feng, controlling the sword, didn't explain, but Lin Moyu broke the silence. Deist Tang, are you on a special mission? Tang Feng glanced over, a bit startled, as if to ask, how did you guess? Despite seeming stern and poker-faced, Lin Moyu could tell Tang Feng was bad at hiding emotion. It took just one question to get his answer. Lin Moyu laughed, no need to be surprised, Deist Tang. I'm no stranger to time-space power, I can sense the unusual state we're in. Tang Feng still kept silent. Lin Moyu didn't press, but continued, if this is really so special, why bring me along? Wouldn't it be safer to let me go to the array first? Adding a stranger to a task only increases risk. What if I somehow mess up your plan? Tang Feng murmured, could be a risk, but it could be something else, too. As he spoke, he looked toward the front. Lin Moyu followed his gaze to a man with an odd aura. Lin Moyu could see lots of karma wrapped about this person, entangled into an eerily balanced knot. To someone cultivating karma, this man would look like a mystery, impossible to read. But Lin Moyu saw it differently. After years of dealing with karma, he knew there was something deeper called fate. Karma and fate are linked. Hardly anyone cultivates fate in chaos, it's too difficult. Most start with karma before glimpsing something more. In standalone domains, fate is easier to tap, but entering chaos makes it far more complex. Those who practice fate in a domain often lose that power in chaos, or must switch to another dao. In chaos, fate is often called destiny. Lin Moyu said, that man cultivates fate very rare. Tang Feng was even more amazed, you can tell. Lin Moyu shrugged, I dabble in lots of things, but just superficially. Still, I'd guess you brought me because it was his idea. Tang Feng said, you're a cut above, Daist Lin. His name is Tang Bing, and he is my blood kin. Lin Moyu replied, from what I understand, fate cultivators have to sacrifice a lot and their fighting prowess is usually lower than others. If you learn fate by starting with karma, your life gets tangled, and danger follows. Any group with a fate cultivator guards them like treasure, never letting them roam unless absolutely necessary. So this mission must truly be special, sending out a fate cultivator. Tang Feng admitted, Tang Bing ran a prediction and saw our mission had only a 50% success rate. But after we met you, he predicted again and saw the chance jump to 80%. The extra 30% was due to you. That's exactly why I insisted you come. I hope you won't mind. Lin Moyu replied, I won't mind if you are honest with me. If you tell the truth, I don't have much of a temper. Tang Feng explained, we are sneaking into the Western Pole to retrieve something from the Cold Toad clan. Every one of us is part of the Tang God sect, an affiliate of the Central Domain God Alliance. In a great war long ago, our ancestor died in the West, and our sect's treasure, the Dark God Pearl, was lost. We've traced its location after countless years and found it with the Cold Toads, so we came here to reclaim it. Lin Moyu asked, how strong is the Cold Toad clan now? Tang Feng answered, they were powerful once, but in the last Great War, their foundation was severely damaged. Now, at most, 1 or 2 perfection experts remain. They are no longer formidable. He spelled out everything. The Cold Toad were once strong but now lived on the edge of chaos, too weak to risk the core region. So whatever happened internally, no one paid much notice. Their hundreds could slip in, and even meeting a perfection level Cold Toad, they still had a good chance. They brought many treasures to restrain perfection level enemies. All present were great completion chaos cultivators, because rules strictly forbid perfection level beings from entering another extremity or face instant death. Thus, only great completion experts came. This didn't violate the rules, so Supreme Xingchuan wouldn't attack them. As long as the Supreme doesn't act, even perfection experts may not know they're there. With time-space tricks and Tang Bing's fate arts they could sneak in without a trace. The Dark God Pearl can't be kept in a domain or in a storage treasure, so as long as they could get inside, they could find it. The best option was theft, grab the pearl and slip out with time-space powers. Lin Moyu smirked, so you're playing at being thieves. Tang Feng forced a smile. Daist Lin jokes, we're just taking back what's ours. Hardly theft. Lin Moyu asked, if you came for the pearl, why have you killed so many Western Pole natives? Seems you've slaughtered more than one group. Tang Feng said, we've been here over 500 years, and must have killed 10 batches, totaling several thousand. We hate to do it, this risks war between the West and Central, with untold suffering. But it was necessary for us to get inside safely. Tang Bing says you can help us, though I don't know how. But rest assured, as long as I'm alive, you won't be harmed. Chapter 4479, Chapter 4479, I want that ancient ice. Chapter 4479, I want that ancient ice. Tang Feng's words were sincere at least, Lin Moyu could easily tell he wasn't lying. With Lin Moyu's current spiritual strength and level, it would be hard to deceive him. Tang Bing's fate technique had only predicted that with Lin Moyu, the odds of their mission succeeding would rise from 50 to 80%. He didn't know why. Fate, also called destiny, belongs to everyone. Destiny can be set or altered, it's always in flux, changed by a million factors. For example, someone might be fated to die at the hands of a lower-level cultivator, only to survive when a stronger person kills that would-be slayer. That cause and effect passes to the new slayer, and the original victim's fate changes. They might still die eventually, or perhaps live much longer. Then again, their survival could itself be destiny. Destiny's shifting unpredictability is what makes it so elusive. The tiniest thing can change the outcome from moment to moment. Now, Lin Moyu had joined their group. This was thanks to Tang Bing's calculation, as well as Lin Moyu's desire to save time by having Tang Feng guide him to the cross-domain array. Ironically, by trying to save time, he might spend even longer. It all felt like fate. Regardless, Tang Feng's attitude made Lin Moyu decide that if he could help, he would. During their chat, Lin Moyu learned how they'd managed to get here. Tang Feng possessed a treasure, or rather, Tang God Sect did, that was obtained from the ancient wilderness by their fallen ancestor. This treasure contained a whole world inside, able to hold living beings. By using his God Alliance identity with the cross-domain array, Tang Feng brought his sect members to the Western Pole to try and reclaim the Dark God Pearl. Tang Feng didn't know what the Dark God Pearl actually did. He only knew it was the unrivaled treasure of the sect, and every ancestor considered it supremely important. If it weren't for restrictions placed by the Supremes, those ancestors would have come in person. The sword formation they traveled in was a secret art unique to Tang God Sect, using a touch of time-space power to stealthily pass through layers, all the way to their destination. It offered strong concealment, but was extremely tiring and quite slow. Chaos is vast, so Tang Feng had paused several times to recover before pressing on. After a dozen days of this process, they were finally close. The Cold Toad's home was remote, near the edge of the Western Pole, much further, and they'd be in. Here, The influence had begun to seep in, but chaos still ruled the area. The temperature was frigid, even compared to the rest of the Western Pole. According to Tang Feng, this chill came from the Cold Toad's lair, which was a chunk of ancient ice that had never melted for countless years. The whole clan was born and bred atop it. Supposedly, the ice came from the northern pole, not native to the west, and somehow had remained there all this time. Lin Moyu didn't really care about the Cold Toad lineage. What truly interested him was that ancient ice. Little Tree's power pierced time-space and relayed information about the ice to Lin Moyu. Master, this so-called ancient ice is actually the corpse of the cold ancient behemoth. Chaos Child exclaimed, so it's that beast. In its day, it could freeze heaven and earth. Even Golden-Winged Peng would have to steer clear. Little Tree added, it was a creature of absolute cold. At full power, it could freeze trillions of miles. Even Golden-Winged Peng would be frozen stiff if it got close, not dead, but its speed would be crippled. Everything has its counter. The Peng's speed bested countless powerful beings, but the cold ancient behemoth's freezing power was an utter counter to the Peng. In reality, the behemoth's true form was the very first ice between heaven and earth. When it died, it reverted to pure ice. During the ancient war, much of it was destroyed. What remained became only a fragment, but still as vast as a domain, and it was on this husk that the Cold Toads made their home. It was easy to imagine how massive the original behemoth was. In the age of giants, only beings of truly unimaginable size earned the name behemoth. The behemoth's corpse the ancient ice Tang Feng spoke of was of great value to Lin Moyu. Its identity was too unique to make it a revenant. If Lin Moyu revived it, Dao itself would intervene. But used as the foundation for cultivating domains, it was peerless, especially for compressing domain power. After Little Tree and Chaos Child analyzed the matter, Lin Moyu set his heart on possessing the ancient ice. He softly questioned Tang Feng, "Have you thought what you'll do if you can't steal the pearl?" Tang Feng shook his head, "That's not an option. If we fail, we'll die here. We may not be able to destroy the cold toads, but we'll wound them grievously. If war truly arrives between West and Central, our sex perfection level ancestors will come following the trail left by our blood to avenge us." Tang Feng was totally resolved, either succeed or die, never considering failure. He then added, "That was how we thought before, when the success rate was low. Now, with you here, it leapt to 80%. We're sure to succeed." Lin Moyu caught a key point. "So you expect West and Central to go to war?" Tang Feng nodded. Tang Bing predicted there's a 90% chance. 90% was a virtual certainty. Lin Moyu's instinct told him it was connected to whatever was coming from the ancient wilderness. The group paused. They'd entered the cold toad domain, slipping into the ancient ice, though in another layer of time-space. To emerge, all they had to do was cancel their spell and they'd appear inside. Tang Feng produced a divination compass to pinpoint the location of the Dark God Pearl. They came here to steal, not to rob outright. At the same time, Tang Bing made a last prediction, wanting to double-check their odds. He was closely guarded by 10 great completion experts. Tang Bing was weak in combat and could be easily killed. The compass spun. Soon, it locked onto the pearl's location. Tang Feng's eyes shone. "Found it!" Simultaneously, Tang Bing finished his prediction. His face lit up in excitement. "Brother, the odds are now 100%. 100%. Tang Feng was stunned. Even he knew fate never offered a true guarantee. There's always a variable. The best he'd ever seen was 99%. But now it was perfect certainty. Tang Feng asked, "Are you sure? Could it be wrong?" Tang Bing agreed it was strange and tried to check again, but Lin Moyu stopped him. "No need, that's normal. Tang Feng, when you take the pearl, I want the ancient ice." Chapter 4480, Chapter 4480, Not a Small Amount of Power. Chapter 4480, Not a Small Amount of Power. Lin Moyu understood exactly why Tang Bing's prediction had reached 100%. Even though Lin Moyu didn't specialize in the Dao of Fate, he was clear on the basic principles. Fate is constantly changing, and the Dao always leaves a thread of hope. Even for the Cold Toad clan, there should have been at least a minimal chance for survival. So for the odds to be absolute means the Cold Toad's thread of fate had been cut off. The reason? Lin Moyu himself. When he joined the group, he hadn't intended to act directly, so the Cold Toad's fate persisted and Tang Feng's odds were only 80%. Once he decided to intervene, that thread was severed. Unless he changed his mind, the outcome was fixed. This was why Tang Bing's prediction was beyond precedent. Lin Moyu realized something unusual. His own intentions now had such an influence that he could utterly determine destiny, erasing all hope for the opposing side. The impact was subtle on the surface, but deep down, it was terrifying. A single thought, action, or intention could change everything. Tang Feng looked at Lin Moyu. "Daoist Lin, I'm not sure I understand." Lin Moyu answered, "Take it at face value." Tang Feng frowned. "You want the ancient ice, but that's the Cold Toad's clan land. How do you expect to take it?" Lin Moyu replied, "Just go for the Dark God Pearl. Let me handle the rest." Tang Feng didn't get it, but this wasn't the time to worry. Their divination compass locked onto the Dark God Pearl, and the team readied themselves. His voice rang out to everyone, "It's time to move. There's no failure possible, either return with the Dark God Pearl, or die here." Everyone was burning with fighting spirit. The mood was tense. Tang Feng bellowed, "Attack!" Their hidden technique dissipated, and space shifted. All of them instantly emerged in the real world. Frigid winds tore at them, even chaos cultivators at great completion felt the cold cutting to the bone, chilling both body and soul, and weakening their power. The whole group was suffering, except for Lin Moyu who felt absolutely nothing. With his soul and physical strength, only a living cold ancient behemoth could trouble him, mere ancient ice was meaningless. The air glittered with ice blossoms, no snow, just intricate shards blooming everywhere and pelting them. In the distance stood a palace like white jade, topped by a spire with a single black pearl set at its tip. Amid all that whiteness, the black pearl, the dark god pearl, was more distinct than ever. One glance told Lin Moyu that the palace was heavily warded, protected by a rare bloodline array not easy to break. There was no one inside, but outside, 4 cold-toed perfection experts had buried themselves in the ice, hiding their aura from sight. Lin Moyu using the undead eye could see all 4, 2 injured and weakened just as Tang Feng had said. But the other 2 were healthy. Tang Feng's information had been off, the cold toads had mostly recovered. Without Lin Moyu, these 4 alone would have doomed Tang Feng's mission. The group's sudden appearance drew instant attention from the cold toads. The ice wind shifted with howls, echoing across the ancient ice. Shattered ice erupted as hordes of cold toads burst up to attack. No discussion was needed. Tang Feng's party were invaders, and chaos customs dictated, kill the intruders. Tang Feng shouted, initiate the Tang God Grand Sword formation. Hundreds of swords rose and meshed into a titanic sword array. Everyone in Tang God sect quickly made seals, linking their chi with the array. Their clothing transformed, taking on matching robe shapes. These were treasure garments, which glowed with sword light and merged with the formation to amplify its power. Their aura tipped from cautious to razor sharp. They felt ready to slice through anything. At their level, destroying a domain was a single sword's effort. Lin Moyu found it amusing the sword array was using Tang Bing as its core, while Tang Feng handled support. To base a battle formation on fate divination, that's interesting, Lin Moyu mused. Tang Bing constantly predicted their next moves, steering the sword formation and the battle with tactical precision. This wasn't the highest level use of the Dao of Fate, but it was certainly practical. Little Tree remarked, using the Dao of Fate this way leads you astray, odd effects, but the wrong path. Chaos Child agreed, anyone who mastered true Fate Dao would be furious to see it reduced to this. In Little Tree's ancient era, Fate Daos had been held by truly powerful beings. One, supposedly, had perished. Little Tree mused, maybe that guy isn't dead. Chaos Child replied, of all us old-timers, he's got the best chance of making it through. Little Tree nodded, last time I saw him, he said he had to leave or he'd die, but I never found out if he actually left. Lin Moyu asked, who was he? Little Tree shook his head, no one remembers. He erased himself from fate. We all sensed he existed, but couldn't name him or picture his face. If he walked by now, we wouldn't know. Chaos Child said, I do remember him asking me for a huge chunk of precious earth to build a coffin for himself. Little Tree agreed, he asked me for tree roots and a bit of Chaos God soil too. Said it was for that coffin. Whoever he was, that explained why Chaos Child bet on his survival. He was careful to the extreme. As they spoke, the sword array snapped fully active. The Tang God sect formation spawned countless swords, forcing the cold toad experts back. A massive sword formed and slashed toward the palace. They weren't afraid of breaking the Dark God Pearl. Its power made it indestructible at their level. Their aim was to cut through the palace's array. That the cold toads put the pearl on top as mere decoration was a calculated insult against Tang God sect. Outsiders wouldn't care, but to Tang Feng and his peers, it was infuriating. The white palace flared with cold light. A huge toad phantom appeared and screamed shrilly. The noise stabbed at the soul, briefly disrupting the sword array's operation and dulling its power. The giant sword struck the toad phantom, shattered, and the whole squad was thrown back. The toad image also cracked, then crumbled. Impressive power, Lin Moyu said. Chapter 4481, Chapter 4481, A Mistaken Performance. Chapter 4481, A Mistaken Performance. Lin Moyu joked as Tang Feng was thrown back. He had already left the sword formation, left exposed outside. Not that he cared, instead, he just critiqued the formation's power. The Tang God Grand Sword formation drew strength from hundreds of chaos cultivators at great completion, just barely scratching the gate to perfection decent enough for a formation. Yet Lin Moyu sensed something missing. It wasn't complete. Probably the Dark God Pearl. With it, the sword formation could be far stronger. Lin Moyu noticed the black pearl set atop the palace was stirring, seemingly resonating with the sword formation. But the array inscribed upon the palace suppressed the pearl, keeping it stuck. The formation didn't disperse. Tang Feng regained control and pulled Lin Moyu back inside its protection, keeping his word. Tang Bing closed his eyes to divine and suddenly pointed at one corner outside the palace. His fingertip flashed, and Tang Feng shouted, "There!" Everyone made hand seals and the sword formation erupted again. This strike was even stronger. Sword light swept the emptiness, landing exactly at Tang Bing's chosen spot. With a deafening boom, the ground split open, a massive crack appeared across the palace. Lin Moyu observed Tang Bing's foresight had targeted the weak spot in the array. Using the Dao of Fate to divine the array's flaw. Clever, Lin Moyu judged. He made mental notes, thinking he could use this for the Fate Master in the Five Worlds domain someday. The Dao of Fate is never easy, even for a Fate Master in Chaos. Since it was his own domain's folk, Lin Moyu would help if given the chance. Chaos Child scoffed, "That's not how you use the Dao of Fate." Little Tree agreed, "He's lost the right path." Both grumbled despite not having a better answer. Lin Moyu just kept watching. A couple more sword strikes would shatter the array and let Tang Feng's group claim the Dark God Pearl. If the formation got the pearl, maybe they could actually win. But 4 overwhelming auras surged from beneath the ground. The Cold Toad clan's perfection powerhouses had awakened. Tang Feng's face fell. Why are there 4? He was shocked but didn't falter. He wielded the formation again, beating back the enemy crowd and refocusing his strike. But too slow. Before the second sword hit, a terrifying force burst forth, destroying the formation's blade, blasting the sword formation apart. Their formation was strong but still a step below true perfection. Tang Bing whipped out a disc-shaped treasure, closing his eyes and spitting blood onto its surface. The magic wheel ascended, hovering above the palace. Countless runes fell like rain, morphing into divine weapons that hammered at the 4 perfection experts of the Cold Toads. This treasure was incredibly powerful. It briefly pinned the 4 down, paralyzing them. Ice shards exploded skyward. The ancient ice was so tough, it hadn't been ground to dust by all the fighting. The 4 perfection experts were exposed, immobilized by the treasure, but they struggled madly, soon to be free. Tang Feng pointed again, slashing with his sword formation at the same weak point. The immobilized experts kept roaring, seemingly sending out some kind of signal, unable to escape, but able to command. Sword light flashed as more Cold Toads rushed in, bodies blocking the strikes. They unleashed various powers, bombarding the incoming sword light. Instantly, the sword light flickered and was nearly spent before it even reached the array. That sword killed dozens of Cold Toad chaos cultivators, but this was their territory. Even killing a few meant nothing against thousands. There was no way to finish them all. "Brother, I can't hold on!" Tang Bing cried out, nearly breaking under the effort to keep the experts pinned. Tang Feng growled, "Hold on just a bit longer." He tossed forth a tiny sword, which expanded and fused with the sword formation. The formation surged in power as Tang Feng signaled, "Sword God cleaves the heavens, strike!" A phantom appeared in the void. A pulse of sword essence rocked chaos. The apparition lifted its blade as if to split the earth itself. Lin Moyu froze. The sword essence was achingly familiar. That was Lin Moyu. Physical appearances change, but sword intent rarely does. Lin Moyu had once been called the Great Sword Sovereign, Now, to Tang Feng, he'd become a sword god. That strike must be Lin Mohan's heaven-cleaving sword. Lin Moyu wondered how Tang God sect knew Lin Mohan's sword intent. Lin Mohan's sword cleaved the sky, smashing downward. Tang Bing vomited blood. He'd reached his limit, unable to control the treasure anymore. One perfection toad broke free, confronted the sword phantom. Swathed in chaos armor, surrounded by shattered ice, it showed true form, a monstrous toad. Its blue tongue snapped out, gleaming like a blade, clashing with the phantom's sword. It blasted out freezing mist, coating Tang Feng's people with ice. The sword aura collapsed, Lin Mohan's image faded, the strike was blocked. But the mutant toad was mortally wounded, collapsing barely alive. Its ice casing, for the first time in battle, was fragmented. Lin Mohan's sword shattered fragments of ancient ice. Tang Feng also paid a price, weakened after releasing Lin Mohan's sword essence, but persisted, pointing to unleash another sword at the array's fracture. All they needed was to shatter the array and grab the pearl. But the remaining 3 perfection cold toads broke free, with Tang Bing injured from the magic backlash. Armored in chaos and wielding shards of ice, the perfection toads easily blocked the sword light. Compared to Lin Mohan's sword intent, the sword formation was much weaker. They simply couldn't win against true perfection. One attack nearly broke the formation, many in the group spat blood. Tang Feng's face twisted in frustration. He produced another treasure, a bead resembling the Dark God Pearl, but not quite the same. Lin Moyu sensed raging power in the bead, more than enough to wound a perfection expert. Tang Bing's expression sharpened. "Brother, it's too soon, don't use it." Tang Feng whispered, "Any ideas left?" Tang Bing shook his head, "I made a mistake in my prediction. I'll take responsibility. Give me the blast god bead, I'll hold them off, you lead the others away." Tang Feng refused, "I said I'd succeed or die trying. If I die, that's my fate. Everyone take Tang Bing and Daist Lin and leave, I'll hold them here." No one moved, stunned by his order. Tang Feng roared, "Will you defy me?" Tang Bing shouted, "If we go together. If we stay together." He produced a teleportation array disc and handed it to Lin Moyu. "Daist Lin, use this to escape." Chapter 4482, Chapter 4482, Daist Lin, are you going to massacre the clan? Chapter 4482, Daist Lin, are you going to massacre the clan? Tang Bing carried a teleportation array disc, an extremely advanced artifact, able to send him trillions of miles in an instant. Lin Moyu knew such discs were difficult to craft. The fact that Tang Bing carried one meant he was especially important. Even if the Tang God sect expedition all died here, they absolutely didn't want Tang Bing to die. It was his own life-saving tool, yet he'd rather hand it to Lin Moyu than use it himself. Lin Moyu had always interacted with Tang Feng, hardly speaking to Tang Bing, so he was surprised Tang Bing would act this way. No one in Tang God sect objected. None of them wanted to flee, not a single one. Tang Feng was resolute. "If that's how it is, Daist Lin, use it and leave." The fate calculation failed, so if we die, we die. You don't have to join us. They had come with the resolve to die, seeing no hope, so now there was no point in futile resistance. Tang Feng held the Blast God bead, an item which could let a person temporarily surge up a cultivation level enough to reach perfection, at least to buy some time. Yet nobody would go, and Tang Feng was helpless. Lin Moyu declined the disc. "Keep it for yourself. You want the Dark God Pearl? I'll get it for you." He tapped the earth with a finger, sending a chaos rune deep below. Instantly, the ancient ice ground began to tremble and quake. The palace protected by the formation shattered with a crash, so did the formations. Freed from suppression, the Dark God Pearl turned to a streak of light that flew their way. Tang Feng reflexively swept his hand. His sword array condensed a sword projection and caught the pearl. Boom! The array thundered, its strength soared skyward, leaping up a level. Tang Feng froze, Dumbfounded by Lin Moyu's actions, how could such an inconspicuous rune suddenly obliterate the entire array? He realized it wasn't the rune, but Lin Moyu, a formation master of unimaginable level. Attacks rained down now, but the sword array imbued with the dark god pearl, now glowing brightly, lashed out sword essence and blocked every strike. With the pearl, the array shot up in power, suddenly able to stand equal with perfection enemies. Just as Lin Moyu had predicted, a complete sword array needed the dark god pearl. Quick on the uptake, Tang Bing exclaimed, "I didn't expect Daoist Lin's formation arts were this profound." Lin Moyu smiled. "Well then, you have your pearl and your mission is done. No need to become martyrs." Tang Feng was relieved and happy. He might not have feared death, but no one really wants to die. He said loudly, "It's all thanks to Daoist Lin, let's clear a path and fight our way out together." But Lin Moyu shook his head, "Your mission's complete, but my goal hasn't been achieved." Tang Feng suddenly remembered Lin Moyu wanted the ancient ice. He'd thought it was a joke, but now it looked serious. Tang Feng said, "If so, how do you want to do it?" "We'll try our best." Lin Moyu shook his head. "No need, just watch." He left the sword array and strode straight for the Cold Toad clan members, drawing a barrage of attacks. He didn't even flinch as everything struck him. Lin Moyu's flesh glimmered, any potent attack dissolved when it got near. He needed no effort, physical defense alone left him invincible. Seeing Lin Moyu swamped in attacks, yet totally unharmed, Tang Feng was first tense then awed. What is Daoist Lin's true strength? Is he at perfection? No, he's only at minor completion, but he's not like any minor completion I've seen. I just can't figure him out. How did he get so strong? Just standing there, Lin Moyu was like a wall no one could overcome, inspiring despair. Snap! He flicked his finger, and the void twisted. A horde of undead thralls appeared, bloody cloaks flapping in the icy wind. A surge of murderous energy swept the whole ancient ice plain. Lin Moyu only released 1 billion undead, but that alone was enough to terrify anyone. The Cold Toad clan might have over 1 billion members, but every undead Lin Moyu summoned was at great completion. Against 1 billion great completion combatants, even perfection masters would be shaken. The Tang God sect crew were in total shock, jaws hanging open. What are those things? Puppets? How could there be so many, and all at great completion? All these puppets belong to Daoist Lin? Is he planning to wipe out the whole clan? Tang Feng at last grasped the truth. Lin Moyu's desire for the ancient ice was no joke. He was about to eradicate the entire Cold Toads and seize their ancestral land. There was no doubt, with so many great completion puppets at his command, Lin Moyu could do it effortlessly. Their 100-strong sword array was a child's toy in comparison. Only the 4 perfection toads might pose an issue, but Tang Feng felt Lin Moyu could handle them. Battle erupted. The undead launched their assault. But it wasn't a battle. It was a massacre, one-sided annihilation. Undead struck from all sides, sweeping across the ancient ice land. The Cold Toads were slaughtered by the millions. Enraged, the 4 perfection leaders charged for Lin Moyu, their hatred beyond words, since in a flash their kin were nearly exterminated. Snap! Another finger flick, a giant python appeared. The space-time soul python's eyes glazed over as it looked at the 4 toads. At once, 3 of them jerked and stopped cold. In a flash, space-time soul python's soul controlled those 3 and turned them against the 4th. Cousin killing cousin, right before everyone's eyes. Its soul control was terrifying. Few of equal rank could resist. It could only enslave 3 at once, though. The one not taken over, gravely wounded by Lin Mohan's sword intent earlier, was now doomed. Beset by 3 peers, he wouldn't last long. But at least he wouldn't become a puppet. The Tang God sect members were dumbstruck. Lin Moyu's methods terrified them. Tang Feng realized, if Lin Moyu ever turned against them, they'd have no hope. He glanced at Tang Bing. Tang Bing silently nodded. He, too, accepted this truth. Chapter 4483, Chapter 4483, Did the Cold Ancient Behemoth Not Completely Die? Chapter 4483, Did the Cold Ancient Behemoth Not Completely Die? The two brothers, Tang Feng and Tang Bing, felt as though their hearts were in perfect sync and were both relieved to have treated Lin Moyu with proper respect. They hadn't offended him. Tang Feng sighed, "Little Bing, this time your fate prediction was actually correct." Tang Bing also sighed, "So the Dao of Fate really can show a 10 out of 10 result." Today, their eyes had been opened. Lin Moyu's methods were far beyond their comprehension. Most of what he did, they couldn't even make sense of. Imagine living countless years, surviving trial after trial, experiencing the world's wonders, achieving the level of great completion, chaos cultivation, only to realize how little you actually understand. Now, the hundreds within the sword formation stared wide-eyed, shocked and bewildered by what they witnessed, realizing how little they actually knew. In only half an hour, the legion of undead thralls had swept the entire ancient ice lands again and again. Lin Moyu turned to Tang Bing, "Deist Tang Bing, please attempt to divine if any members of the clan still survive." Tang Bing immediately agreed, "Of course." He began his prediction, dripping a few drops of his own blood while the Dao of Fate churned. Millions of possibilities flashed through his soul. Moments later, Tang Bing's expression changed dramatically. His body erupted in wounds, blood pouring out, and the injuries wouldn't stop. The wounds grew larger, his body began to collapse, even his soul sustaining damage. But he could not stop divining, it was as if he'd lost control. Tang Feng shouted, something terrible entered his prediction. Lin Moyu stepped up to Tang Bing, unleashing streams of vitality to engulf him. Tang Bing's wounds slowed, but could not be suppressed completely. Tang Feng explained, "Little Bing must have encountered a powerful force during his prediction, maybe a supreme, quasi-supreme, or top-tier perfection expert. With insufficient cultivation, any time he touches upon these beings in the Dao of Fate, he'll suffer a backlash." In the past, when Little Bing wasn't yet a chaos cultivator, he once hit upon a perfection expert in a prediction and was gravely wounded. It took him 1,000 years to recover. But this time is even worse. Tang Feng explained everything in hopes that Lin Moyu could help. He was clearly anxious for his brother, but said nothing to blame Lin Moyu, only expressing concern. Lin Moyu asked inwardly, "Do you have any idea what's happening?" Little Tree said, "Tang Feng's explanation is right. He ran into a powerful being, not just a top perfection. This must be a quasi-supreme or a supreme." Chaos Child wondered, "Does this mean the cold ancient behemoth isn't completely dead?" Little Tree shook his head, "It's definitely dead. Its corpse was even divided up. My guess is it generated a new will, which then fused with someone from the Cold Toad clan. The cold ancient behemoth was once a monstrous power, even in its peak matching a supreme. After death, parts of its corpse spawned sentience, and by merging with a member of the Cold Toad clan, it could be reborn. Of course, the reborn behemoth wouldn't return to peak strength, but could reach a level close to a quasi-supreme. If that was the case, Lin Moyu already had a plan. Just use purifying water. Purifying water could suppress a supreme's or quasi-supreme's will, so it would work for the behemoth's will as well. Tang Bing merely touched that will through the Dao of Fate. With purifying water, it could be cleansed instantly. Problems that looked insurmountable to others were trivial to the truly powerful. The saying goes, "It's hard for those who don't know how, but easy for those who do." A tiny droplet of purifying water flew out, exploded in Tang Bing's body, and filled him with a mist. Sizzling sounds emerged as white steam poured out, and Tang Bing's wounds rapidly healed. Next, purifying water flooded his soul, isolating it from the invading will spawned in the Dao of Fate. Before purifying water, the behemoth's will was wiped out instantly. Tang Bing gave a groan and woke up. Lin Moyu's vitality healed his injuries quickly. Tang Bing gasped, "Deist Lin, there's still someone alive." Lin Moyu nodded, "I already figured. Where are they?" If there were no survivors, Tang Bing wouldn't have been hurt so badly. Tang Bing's body trembled as he pointed downward, the entire ancient ice is his body. Lin Moyu nodded, everyone retreat, leave this to me. The ancient ice was its body, given its durability, killing it wasn't easy. But it wasn't impossible, world-burning flame and the sky jellyfish would do it. Tang Feng led everyone back, retreating a billion miles. Lin Moyu recalled the undead thralls. Now only Lin Moyu remained on the frozen wasteland. A ball of flame formed in his palm and dropped into the ice. Instantly, world-burning flame swept across the land, turning it into a sea of fire. The flames sank into the earth, seeking their target. If any soul remained, the world-burning flame would force it out. Lin Moyu waited patiently. The ancient ice was just a part of the behemoth's body, still colossal enough that the fire couldn't engulf it all instantly. Time ticked by. Lin Moyu was relaxed, while Tang Feng's group grew even more worried. Tang Bing had told them, the next opponent Lin Moyu would face could far exceed perfection, if not a supreme, it would be nearly as strong, capable of killing them in a blink, even if they had the Dark God Pearl. Half an hour passed in tense silence. Just then, Lin Moyu's voice sounded in Tang Feng's ear, fall back even farther. Without hesitation, Tang Feng withdrew the group another billion miles. As they retreated, rolling thunder sounded from the ancient ice, as if a beast were awakening. The sound grew, freezing everything it touched, snuffing out life. Tang Feng's sword formation became encased in cold, the outer layer turning to ice, slowing their retreat. Looking around, they saw only frozen waters stretching behind them. The cold was pouring into the sword formation. Each person's soul was chilled with terror. They pushed themselves to the limit just to resist, or they'd die at any moment. Even great completion chaos cultivators would be frozen to death. This was a horrifying cold. Luckily, they had retreated early. At the previous distance, they'd already be dead. Break the ice! Tang Feng yelled, slicing the ice apart. It was incredibly hard, but because they were so far away, they barely managed, just slower. As Tang Feng broke the ice, he looked back at Lin Moyu, eyes wide. How is this possible? Chapter 4484, Chapter 4484, Wretched and Disgusting. Chapter 4484, Wretched and Disgusting. The void around Lin Moyu was also frozen, and to a much higher degree than what Tang Feng's group was experiencing. Lin Moyu stood right atop the ancient ice, taking the brunt of it all. By all rights, with his minor completion chaos realm, he should have been frozen to death in an instant. Technique is technique, but cultivation is cultivation. These are not the same. But reality was wildly different. What Tang Feng saw contradicted all his expectations. Faced with ice meant to freeze all, Lin Moyu simply punched, again and again. Each punch shattered mountains of ice. After only a few punches, he had opened a zone around himself, within which not a single block of ice remained whole. The punches seemed ordinary, but the force was far beyond what the Tang God Sword formation could produce. Even with the Dark God Pearl, it didn't compare. How is he so strong? Tang Feng couldn't fathom it. This was minor completion, yet each blow surpassed perfection. It wasn't just defying the heavens, this was beyond absurd, breaking the rules of chaos itself. After clearing space, Lin Moyu's body erupted in undying fire, turning his sector into a sea of flames. Waves of grey mist swept outward, constantly corroding the surrounding ice and expanding Lin Moyu's domain. The being inside the ancient ice couldn't do anything to Lin Moyu with its cold. Tang Feng kept glancing at Lin Moyu while controlling the sword formation, retreating farther and farther out until he was over 10 billion miles from the ancient ice land and couldn't make out Lin Moyu's figure. The ancient ice was so vast, however, that it remained clearly visible. He saw the ancient ice start to move. This birthplace of the Cold Toad clan, shrouded for eternity in chill, now stirred. Frost spilled everywhere, swelling boulders fused together to form a monstrous beast. The beast looked half like a cold toad, half like something else Tang Feng had never seen. Just glimpsing it made Tang Feng feel mortal dread, a chill in his soul, instantly icing over the outside of his spirit. Don't look! Tang Bing's voice broke in. Tang Feng snapped his eyes shut and instantly felt the chill subside. Opening them again, he saw the others had all closed theirs too. Tang Bing whispered, "That's what I touched in the divination, it nearly killed me." Tang Feng now understood the terror that thing was beyond his comprehension. "What is it?" Tang Bing replied, "I don't know. It's probably an ancient being, or maybe the self-awareness of the ancient ice itself, merged with a cold toad clan member, granting it intelligence. Before, it had always been dormant. This time, all the commotion woke it up. I sense its power exceeds normal perfection." Tang Bing had only ever seen perfection-level experts, so his guess was conservative. Tang Feng said, "That's not the important part, what matters is how Deist Lin fights it." Tang Bing answered, "He'll surely have a method. Still, we should pull back even more, the aftermath could easily kill us." Tang Feng agreed, "All right, let's retreat some more. If anything happens, I'll distract it while you take the Dark God Pearl and the others and run." This time Tang Bing didn't argue, he understood that retrieving the Dark God Pearl mattered most. They retreated the sword formation another 10 billion miles, watching from afar. The beast finished forming in front of Lin Moyu, its chill surging anew, pushing back the energy of death and compressing Lin Moyu's space. Lin Moyu stood motionless, simply watching, waiting for the monster to finish. Chaos Child sneered, "If that thing could see what it's become, it'd lose its mind." Little Tree nodded, "It really is hideous." Even the cold ancient behemoth wasn't attractive, but at least it wasn't so wretched. This fragment of the cold ancient behemoth, after fusing with a cold toad, became grotesque and even nauseating. Its aura finally stabilized, its soul flame flickering. Lin Moyu guessed it was now at the level of a top-tier perfection, maybe a bit stronger, but not by much. Compared to the Wine Sovereign, he felt the latter had a greater chance of victory. Killing the thing wouldn't be easy, the body was too hard, impossible for perfection experts to break. The cold toad massacre earlier was just scraping off its dust, it wasn't even a scratch. The behemoth glared at Lin Moyu, blue eyes burning with the whitest, most murderous blue. Roar! A blast of freezing force barreled at Lin Moyu, shattering death energy, cutting through undying fire, aiming to pulverize him. Ascend! With a low shout, Lin Moyu's aura soared. He instantly reached the peak of great completion, a hair from perfection. His body and soul, already maxed out, rose by another 10% or so. At this level, even a 10% gain was like leaping a whole minor realm for anyone else. His foundation couldn't be compared to ordinary cultivators. He was even stronger at this stage of chaos than old-time supremes had been. He transformed into a giant and threw a punch. This was the strongest punch he'd ever thrown. He didn't even know where his own limit was, but decided now was a good chance to test it. Neither side had a domain, so it was pure brute force, a fair contest. To Tang Feng's eye, a giant materialized in the void, raised a fist, and smashed through the ice, striking the beast. The whole void shook, chaos seemed about to shatter. Massive stretches of space were crushed and revealed the abyss beneath, a dozen vortexes spinning, like bottomless pits. That punch etched itself in the memory of everyone present, even in 10,000 years, when they reach perfection, none will forget it. That fist devastated everything, splintering chaos and hammering the beast, sending it flying. It cracked open, rifts ran across its body, though they closed quickly and the behemoth howled in pain. Lin Moyu's fist contained not just physical but spiritual power. That same soul force followed, transforming into a giant fist that pounded into the monster's soul, raining down like a squall. Earlier, world-burning flame had traced the way, letting Lin Moyu pinpoint the soul's location. His soul attacks were as straightforward as his physical ones, pure overwhelming force. The behemoth's flesh was hard enough to resist most of the pounding, suffering only shallow cracks. But its spirit was far weaker. Repeated soul barrages left it helpless. Unable to control its own body, it reeled as Lin Moyu pressed the attack, fists following up. Chapter 4485, Chapter 4485, The Test Subject. Chapter 4485, The Test Subject. The giant beast became a punching bag, taking blow after blow from Lin Moyu, its body constantly cracking and then swiftly healing. Its physical body was formidable, but with Lin Moyu's current strength, every strike shattered it. But its soul was weak, each wave of soul attack left the beast screeching, utterly losing control over its body. Now it was just a living target for Lin Moyu, like an experiment. After a flurry of relentless attacks, Lin Moyu grasped the limit of his own strength. Sheer force alone, he had surpassed the Chaos Realm. Even the likes of the Wine Sovereign couldn't match him in raw body and soul might. But top perfection experts had domains, and those were extremely powerful. Once domains were in play, Lin Moyu would have the disadvantage. Even so, with his dual physical and soul defenses, killing him would be nearly impossible for them. Chaos Realm level treasures, whether for flesh or soul, couldn't harm him unless they surpassed the Chaos Realm. In other words, he was invincible in the Chaos Realm. As long as he didn't encounter a supreme, quasi-supreme, or primordial chaos beasts, his life was never in real danger. But what Lin Moyu valued most was his foundation. Dual strength in soul and body meant an incredibly solid base, which was the springboard for future breakthroughs. Compared to fighting power, foundation mattered more. Lin Moyu reflected while he beat the beast, treating it truly like a sandbag. After a while, the beast seemed to give up on its flesh, realizing it couldn't be broken, and focused on defending its soul. Lin Moyu's soul barrages kept coming, the beast defending desperately and barely keeping itself together. From Tang Feng's group's perspective, Lin Moyu had the beast firmly suppressed, but it seemed he couldn't destroy it. If he stopped, the beast would counterattack. Lin Moyu couldn't keep this up forever, and without another trick, the beast might never lose. Tang Bing whispered, "Don't worry, Deist Lin is using it as a test subject. When he's done experimenting, that's when the beast dies." Tang Feng nodded, trusting Lin Moyu. He'd seen countless people over his lifespan, geniuses, monsters, regulars, ancient masters. None were as absurd as Lin Moyu. He believed Lin Moyu had plenty of ways to deal with the beast. Indeed, this was the case. Once done testing, Lin Moyu had wrung all value out of the beast. Suddenly, flames erupted from his fists. World-burning flame reappeared, even fiercer than before. Fire-powered punches blasted into the beast's soul world, turning it into an inferno. The soul world trembled on the edge of collapse, its spirit roasting in the fire. Lin Moyu's soul attacks kept rolling in, locking down the beast's soul. The beast shrieked and could do nothing but suffer. Before Lin Moyu's flood of attacks, it could only await death. Eventually, unable to take it anymore, its soul exploded. Fragments scattered through its body, abandoning its soul state and using its revived will to control its flesh for a last-ditch counterattack. Lin Moyu laughed coldly, "I've been waiting for this." Drops of purifying water fell into the beast, churning into a thick mist. Where purifying water went, the beast's will was erased completely. Trying to flee into its body, the beast found the way back to its soul world blocked by world-burning flame and another tide of crushing attacks, hounded and pinned down. With nowhere left to run, mist rolled over the beast and wiped its last thoughts away. Its soul shattered, will cleansed, its body crumbled, the ice breaking apart and exposing the ancient frozen wasteland again. The wasteland returned to its original form, still frigid, chunks of ice swirling in the air. But its chill was no longer terrifying, the floating ice slowly began to melt. Victory at last! Deist Lin's methods are beyond our imagination. Deist Lin wants to claim the frozen wasteland, but how can he possibly move it? Tang Feng's group finally breathed easy. They'd believed Lin Moyu would win, but seeing it was different. Now they wondered how Lin Moyu would transport the frozen lands. The frozen wasteland was unique, not the kind of thing that could be put in a domain, not even close. Lin Moyu released his soul, covering the wasteland with a thought. With a wave of his hand, a vast tear opened in the void, swallowing up the entire frozen continent. The power of his storage space was on display again. A domain was nothing to it, within that space, a domain was a mere speck. The frozen wasteland entered the storage space, reduced to a mote of dust. Lin Moyu placed the frozen wasteland into the grand world. In chaos, it couldn't fit into a domain, its grade was too high, but inside his storage space, Lin Moyu was master. He modified the rules, gave the grand world an exception, and fit it right in. He also left a drop of purifying water on the wasteland, to prevent a new will from forming. The 4 silver light rabbit elders stared blankly at the scene. The wasteland was a resource of unimaginable power, like nothing they had ever seen. It was huge, more than all Lin Moyu's other materials put together. The chief elder asked gingerly, "Sir Lin, what is this?" Lin Moyu replied, "It's the Cold Toad clan's territory." "Frozen continent?" the chief elder gasped. Lin Moyu said, "Yes, the frozen wasteland, their territory, and also a supreme crafting material. I moved it here to grow domains." "That's extravagance, using an entire territory as crafting supplies for a domain. Most would never dream of it. The kind of karma that comes with using someone's ancestral land as material is not something regular people could endure." The chief elder asked, "So what of the Cold Toad clan?" Lin Moyu answered, "Naturally, they've been destroyed. Truly, after taking their homeland, how could the clan survive? Chaos is brutal, tales of extermination are common, and even silver light rabbits lived under the fear for years." Lin Moyu seemed nice, but only because they served a purpose and were obedient, otherwise, he'd exterminate them too. The chief elder considered it normal, that was the law of chaos. As long as they obeyed, all would be fine, their lives were already much better than before. He said quietly, "Don't worry, Sir Lin, we'll make full use of the frozen continent." Lin Moyu replied, "I've heard it can compress domain power, research it as you wish, I won't interfere. If you need more resources, let me know, and I'll try to find them." Chapter 4486, Chapter 4486, Lower Domain Combat Power. Chapter 4486, Lower Domain Combat Power. He glanced at Yinda on the silver grass plain, still adjusting to his power. Lin Moyu was in no rush. Such a huge boost would take time to absorb. With Yinda's aptitude, rapid results weren't possible. Lin Moyu preferred slow, solid progress over speed. After ensuring Yinda was fine, Lin Moyu left. The ancient ice plain vanished from chaos. The frozen void slowly melted, and the Cold Toad clan was erased from chaos. To chaos as a whole, this was a trivial matter. Countless races exist, losing one among many is nothing. The cold ancient behemoth had been dead long ago, its body carved up. This leftover remnant was simply a bargain for Lin Moyu. Originally, Lin Moyu had considered saving a chunk as corpse explosion material. But Little Tree advised against it. If the cold ancient behemoth were used this way, it might blow a revered sovereign apart. That would bring Dao's attention, and unless prepared for head-on confrontation with Dao itself, it's best not to stir it up. And by the time he could fight Dao, this corpse might not even be useful. Lin Moyu's punch alone could become mightier than an explosion. So, the ancient ice lost value, better not to tinker with what can't be truly used. Lin Moyu crossed the frozen wastes and returned to Tang Feng's group. "All right, let's go." His casual tone made Tang Feng blink before answering, "Right, let's go." Tang Feng was a bit nervous. He now realized Lin Moyu's power far exceeded that of the entire Tang God sect. Being around Lin Moyu was more stressful than meeting an elder in his own sect. Lin Moyu smiled, "No need to be tense, I just needed a shortcut." Tang Feng tried to calm himself. "Understood. You've done us a huge favor, and Tang God sect will always remember. If you ever need us, just ask. Lin Moyu smiled, don't worry, I'll call on you. Tang Feng stammered, I'll gladly welcome you anytime. He produced a jade token. Whoever brought it to Tang God sect would alert Tang Feng. Tang Bing also gave Lin Moyu a jade token. My brother sometimes travels, but I'm usually at the sect. You're always welcome as a guest. Lin Moyu accepted the tokens and suddenly asked, your Tang God sect's history must be quite long. Tang Feng replied, indeed. We're an ancient sect, but we aren't sure how old. Some records are missing, I searched but found no earlier details. Lin Moyu said, earlier you used a certain sword artifact with unusual sword intent. Tang Feng said, that's the sect's supreme treasure, the heaven-slaying sword. It's made to work with the Tang God sword formation. At full power, even we can strike with a perfection-level attack. The elders can push it even higher. They say the heaven-slaying sword was left by an ancient senior, but I haven't found any records. Maybe the elders know. Despite his position, Tang Feng was only great completion, so some things were out of his reach. Lin Moyu smiled, I'll ask the elders when I visit. Tang Feng asked, are you interested in the heaven-slaying sword? From his view, Lin Moyu had no use for such an item. He was far more powerful than even their sword at full blast. Lin Moyu shook his head, not really. I'm just intrigued by the sword intent, nothing more. After all, it was Lin Mohan's sword intent, perhaps Tang God sect was related to Lin Mohan or even founded by him. It was idle curiosity. If there was a connection, helping the sect wouldn't be a mistake. On the way back, there was no need to hide in time-space. They moved openly and much faster. While the Tang God sect group were from the central domain, they hadn't violated any sovereign's rules. All they fought were great completion enemies. Normally, even perfection-level enemies in the Western Pole wouldn't interfere. And now with Lin Moyu present, anyone picking a fight would be courting death. Lin Moyu lounged on Tang Feng's sword, letting Tang Feng handle the flight. If he could be lazy, Lin Moyu did nothing. Tang Feng made small talk, mainly explaining things about the Central Domain God Alliance. Lin Moyu listened most of the time. They were both God Alliance members, but Tang Feng was senior and knowledgeable. Lin Moyu knew nothing of the alliance, so he took the opportunity to learn. Through Tang Feng, he learned the Central Domain God Alliance had 4 branches: East, South, West, North. These refer not to directions but to domains, created to deal with fighting the other 4 extremities. Each extremity has its own traits, so the God Alliance adjusts tactics accordingly. In addition, there is a headquarters in the central domain, holding absolute authority and all the strongest powers. Many there only answer to the supreme leader of the central domain. Having heard about the God Alliance, Lin Moyu asked about the upper domain. With the central domain and west at war, the north stirring, he had heard upper domain would assist. Tang Feng knew a little. Upper domain also has a God Alliance almost the same name. They aren't weak, but within the same cultivation rank, their combat strength is lower. They're too focused on pure power, not actual battle. For the north it's no big deal. But among the 3 domains, the strongest in war is the lower domain. They just rarely get involved. Once, the 4 extremities and 3 domains all fought at once. I forget why, but it was brutal. Even sovereigns were involved. The Central Domain God Alliance held off the west and south, the upper domain checked the north and east. But the upper's God Alliance was overmatched. The east fell, and we couldn't spare anyone to help. That's when the lower domain stepped in. They routed the east, slaughtered sects and clans, leaving the east too afraid ever to try again before withdrawing. And they only used 100,000 people, while the east had over 1 billion. 100,000 against 1 billion, and they won. That's how strong the lower domain's fighters are. It might be exaggerated, but there had to be some basis in fact. Suddenly, Tang Bing said, someone is blocking our path. Chapter 4487, Chapter 4487, this is all I can help with. Chapter 4487, all I can help with." Along the way, Lin Moyu chatted with Tang Feng, while Tang Bing occasionally performed divinations. Simple divination was no burden for him, as long as nothing above perfection was involved, he was fine. His predictions helped the group avoid trouble, and now the main aim was to get the Dark God Pearl home, not to fight. This time, Tang Bing saw someone blocking their route up ahead right by the cross-domain array's sub-array, which seemed less than coincidental. Tang Bing wondered, how did they know we'd come this way? It doesn't seem random. Tang Feng mused, West Pole has fortune tellers too, maybe they divined our route. Or perhaps some artifact could achieve it. Plus, with all the people we killed these past centuries, we were bound to catch some attention, that's probably why we're being intercepted. Is there a perfection expert among them? Or how many? Tang Feng was sharp, he could usually identify the core problem quickly. Tang Bing shook his head, there are plenty, but I don't know how many exactly. My divination is being disrupted. There shouldn't be any perfection present at least, so far, they're not showing up. Tang Feng said, even if there are perfection experts involved, they won't show for now. Is there a way to slip past? Tang Bing replied, let me check. After another divination, his face darkened. No way, they've got a way to track us. Tang Feng summed up, looks like they're prepared. If we can't avoid them, we'll fight. Tang Bing nodded and pulled out a piece of fur, projecting a void map. He marked a few spots, red for their current location, blue for the enemies, green for the teleportation array. The enemy doesn't know the exact array location, but they know our heading and plan to intercept us midway. Changing our course won't help, my divination shows only a frontal attack will work. Tang Feng finished, by the rules, perfection experts from either side won't take part, but since we're outsiders, anything could happen. And since we've hunted so many West Pole natives, even if we covered our tracks, if they're set on killing us, proof isn't needed. This time, we'll have to force our way through. Are my brothers ready? Everyone's fighting spirit soared, they answered not in words but readiness for battle. War. That was their answer, one way or another, they'd get the Dark God Pearl home. Lin Moyu stayed silent until Tang Feng looked his way. Lin Moyu got his meaning. Relax. As long as a supreme doesn't intervene, you'll make it back. Tang Feng was instantly relieved, with you saying that, I'm at ease. Lin Moyu shook his head. You'll still need to fight. As long as their perfection experts don't join in, I won't intervene. If you fail, it just wasn't meant to be. Tang Feng suddenly held up the Dark God Pearl. Deist Lin, may I beg one last favor? Lin Moyu saw the request coming. Don't worry. If your whole group dies, I'll bring the Dark God Pearl home for you. This interception battle was trouble Tang Feng's group had brought upon themselves, it had nothing to do with Lin Moyu. As long as the West Pole perfection experts stayed out, Lin Moyu wouldn't touch that karma. If Tang Feng couldn't break through, bad luck. As for the pearl, Lin Moyu could help them take it home, but only when it suited him. Tang Feng understood this was Lin Moyu's limit, they'd just met, and he'd already done more than enough without Lin Moyu, they'd never have gotten the pearl. Even this much was already generous. Before engaging, Tang Feng halted the sword formation so the group could rest and prepare for the push. This was the West Pole, not their home ground, they wouldn't linger. And with the teleport array nearby, getting there was safety. After a brief rest, the formation kicked back to life. Tang Feng drove it as a single indomitable sword, slicing through the void. 100 million miles, a billion miles in no time, the sword formation breached 10 billion miles. A force appeared 1,000 strong, all chaos great completion, from 3 distinct non-human races. They had taken beast form, huge bodies like iron walls, blocking the way entirely. When West Pole natives enter beast form, they fight at full power. In human form, they cultivate, but in beast form, it's battle time. Compared to them, Tang Feng's people were tiny, almost ant-like. But size didn't dampen their momentum. Tang Feng cried, "Tang God Grand Formation, arise! Kill!" A massive sword exploded into space. These West Pole beasts weren't phased. A ram-like beast, with glowing horns, twisted space a barrier cut their advance. Suddenly progress stalled, easy to break space now froze them in place a wall now stood, progress halved. Tang Feng roared, "It's a sky ram space lockdown. Bing, use the void-piercing spike." Tang Bing launched a small silver spike, which expanded and blasted a huge path through the barrier. Following the spike, the group advanced, coming face to face with their foes. The sky rams were flustered they could bend space but not withstand pitched battles. They called up a legion of dragon turtles, their shells formed a massive shield, guarding the sky rams. Crash! The great sword smashed the shield, the dragon turtles stumbled back. Yet Tang Feng's momentum also stalled, and their progress slowed again. Surrounding West Pole beasts closed in with giant forms to pin Tang Feng's crew. Explode! Tang Feng muttered sword formation split into countless blades, spraying outward to drive back the enemy. He drew another artifact, another small sword like the one earlier, but lacking Lin Mohan's sword intent a replica. He merged it into the formation, unleashing a tidal wave of sword power. It wasn't Lin Mohan's, but still formidable. Cut! Swords lashed out, whoever blocked, died. Get out of my way! 100 whips lashed forward. Bang 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 sword shadows shattered, Tang Feng's force fell back. Chapter 4488, Chapter 4488, Breaking Through. Chapter 4488, Breaking Through. The sword formation fell back but didn't collapse. Previous battles with the Cold Toad clan had shown its resilience. This formation wouldn't break easily. What forced the retreat were hundreds of giant lizard-like beings, each with long, snake-like tails as deadly weapons powerful enough to kill any Chaos Great Completion who wasn't strong enough. Their numbers matched Tang Feng's group, and together their strength pushed the sword formation back. Tang Bing closed his eyes and divined. He and Tang Feng formed the core of the formation. Tang Bing for guidance, Tang Feng for control. Suddenly Tang Bing pointed left, and Tang Feng instantly forged a sword seal. At his command, all the Tang God sect members completed their seals together, condensing the formation into a massive sword, slashing in the direction Tang Bing indicated. The formation surged behind the blade, using it as a path to break the siege. Against these West Pole beasts, one must never get surrounded. Once trapped, there's no way out. That had been Tang Feng's plan all along. He stuck to it, keeping the Dark God Pearl in reserve as his trump card. The giant sword slashed a path, but resistance waited. Huge bee-like creatures guarded the way. As the sword approached, they beat their wings, showering the formation with countless stingers like artillery shells. Tang Feng shifted his seals. Explode! The sword detonated, generating a tidal force that repelled the stingers and launched a devastating wave, smashing the giant bees aside and opening a gap. Seizing the opportunity, the formation rushed out through the breach. Anguished roars sounded. Before them materialized a massive creature, shaped like a rhinoceros and gleaming with gold. "That's a golden light divine rhino," Tang Feng said quickly. "A renowned powerhouse race in the West, legendary for their strength. Their battle power was unrivaled in their realm, even among the 4 extremities and 3 domains, they were feared." The gold rhino flared, its size ballooning to 100,000 miles. Its horn unleashed a beam of light that crashed toward the sword formation. Tang Feng's expression hardened. "Hold tight, smash through." The sword formation slammed into the gold light, both were deflected, ricocheting aside. More West Pole beasts lay in wait on the new route, unleashing relentless attacks. Again the formation exploded into thousands of blades, meeting the assault head-on. Tang Feng pushed the formation, keeping it moving, never letting them be fully surrounded. From his vantage, Lin Moyu watched the chaos with interest, riding Tang Feng's sword and flying all over the field. There were so many kinds of West Pole beings it was like a zoo, every creature imaginable. That gold rhino really is impressive. It had single-handedly blocked Tang Feng's sword formation. Everyone was chaos great completion, but the rhino was several times tougher. Little Tree chimed in, of course, it has a trace of wild bronze bull blood. Even a drop is enough to put it at the top of its class. Lin Moyu replied, its aura reminds me of the Chaos Wild Ox. Little Tree added, Chaos Wild Ox has tons of wild bronze bull blood, so it's even fiercer. How strong was the bronze bull? Little Tree, attack isn't stellar, but defense is nearly unbreakable. Took a lot for me to kill him. So, Little Tree had actually slain the bull, making him an authority. In Little Tree's judgment, the bull's defense was tops the attack, just decent. Defense can always be breached, and in the end it was killed. Here, the gold rhino with just a hint of bull blood was already insurmountable. It kept firing gold beams, foiling each attempt by Tang Feng's group to break out without the Dark God Pearl. Escape seemed impossible. Despite this, Lin Moyu noticed the battlefield shifting. Each attempt by Tang Feng wasn't random, he was steering the fight toward the cross-domain array. If they could reach it, they could escape alive. Lin Moyu saw the plan it could work, but not succeed in the end. Through the undead eye, Lin Moyu picked out several massive soul flames burning far away perfection-level chaos beings. They hadn't acted, just watched, waiting for Tang Feng to escape before intervening. After spending hundreds of years in the West, picking off countless natives, Tang Feng's group wasn't going to be allowed to simply leave. The formation twisted and rolled in repeated breakout attempts. Tang Feng's skill was remarkable, and with Tang Bing's guidance, they never got fully trapped. But space to maneuver was dwindling, the encirclement was closing, and Tang Feng's options nearly gone. Finally, the ring locked. Once trapped, they would have no hope left. Lin Moyu, watching the scene, knew the hour had arrived. Next instant, Tang Feng drew out the Dark God Pearl and fused it with the sword formation. Its power erupted far greater than before. At once, the formation leapt past chaos great completion, achieving perfection power. The pearl was Tang God Sect's supreme treasure, the real heart of the formation. Divine sword descends. Tang Feng growled, pouring all his force into the formation. A monstrous sword manifested, a masterpiece of lethal majesty, every pattern a work of art. On its hilt, 3 sockets waited for gems. The Dark God Pearl shot into one, becoming part of the sword. The sword fell void ruptured, power utterly at perfection level. The surrounding great completion beasts were stunned. It was too late to flee. Stop! Someone shouted. Finally a perfection expert intervened, but too late. The sword struck. Sword light swept out, void shattering, screams filled the air. Sword chi surged outward, eviscerating everything. West Pole defenders were ripped apart, bodies and souls carved up helpless. Tang Feng unleashed the strike, pale after expending almost all his power, but used the formation to speed away. He ignored the carnage behind, focused only on escape back to the central domain. Get back! An enraged roar. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere and smacked the sword formation like a fly. Chapter 4489, Chapter 4489, The Perfection Experts Ran Away. Chapter 4489, The Perfection Experts Ran Away. The just broken through sword formation was sent flying again, and Tang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, so did all those within the formation. That slap was too strong, beyond chaos great completion. Tang Feng clenched his bloody teeth. Perfection expert. A perfection expert from the West Pole had finally intervened. Tang Feng didn't know what to do. Confronted with such a foe, he had no options left. Earlier, they still had treasures that could briefly stall a perfection expert, such as Tang Bing's artifact or the one-slash-to-heaven sword. But those had already been used in the battle with the Cold Toad clan. Even the Dark God Pearl could only match one sword strike with a perfection expert, and Tang Feng had already swung that sword. He couldn't unleash another. Stabilizing the sword formation, Tang Feng didn't push further. He knew there was no way to break out against a perfection expert. Tang Bing finished his divination and shook his head at Tang Feng. The result wasn't optimistic. With their own strength, they couldn't escape. Both looked to Lin Moyu. Now, only Lin Moyu could help. Previously, Lin Moyu had said as long as West Pole perfection experts didn't intervene, even if their side was wiped out, he wouldn't act. But now that a perfection expert had moved, Lin Moyu should step in. They saw Lin Moyu studying the area where they'd broken out. The sword light had dissipated, and the surrounding West Pole beasts were suffering mass casualties. Over 1,000 Chaos Great Completion natives had perished in one strike, and most survivors were wounded, some very severely. It had been a strike equivalent to that of a perfection expert. Immense power. Even the gold rhino, with its vaunted defenses, was battered, its horn partially smashed. Lin Moyu asked, "That divine sword you summoned earlier was impressive. What's its story?" Tang Feng hadn't expected Lin Moyu to ask about the sword, but seeing Lin Moyu's calm it reassured him. Lin Moyu didn't fear the perfection experts at all. Tang Feng explained, "Our records say the Dark God Pearl was once a gem in that sword. Our formation's ultimate secret is summoning the sword. Supposedly, it was wielded by a legendary sword god, and its power is on par with the treasures of a supreme. But we can only use the Dark God Pearl to summon a projection. If our elders used it, the summoned sword could sweep most perfection experts away. Sadly, we fall far short. Being able to summon only a projection meant the sword still truly exists somewhere, not a relic but a current artifact." Lin Moyu suspected this divine sword was once Lin Mohan's blade, and Lin Mohan was the sword god in question. After Lin Mohan, none had earned that honor. Given everything, Lin Moyu felt the Tang God sect was probably Lin Mohan's legacy. But Lin Mohan, always reclusive, founding a sect was odd. Maybe reincarnation had changed her disposition. Lin Moyu was curious about his own sister's previous life, perhaps that's something to explore one day. He pondered why Lin Mohan would be reborn as his sister, sharing a blood resonance. In hindsight, it seemed intentional rather than coincidence. Snapping out of his musings, Lin Moyu saw Tang Feng and Tang Bing watching him, so he smiled, "Keep heading for your destination, I'll handle the rest." He stepped from the formation and stood atop the sword. Tang Feng reshaped the sword formation, forging a giant blade for Lin Moyu to stand on, then continued flying toward their goal. Lin Moyu showing himself drew surprise from their enemies. A Chaos Minor Completion standing so exposed, what was he planning? It didn't matter. The West Pole perfection expert tried again. "Get back! You can't leave!" A giant hand reached from the void, swatting at the sword formation. Lin Moyu smiled. "Ignore it, keep advancing." Tang Feng obeyed, driving the formation forward. Twisted void swirled, and 3 gigantic cold-toed beasts appeared, launching savage attacks. Their assault shredded the giant hand and unleashed a torrent of frozen energy, exposing the hidden perfection expert. In front of Lin Moyu's necromancer eye, his concealment failed completely. These 3 toads, swinging frozen power, attacked as if desperate. "What are you doing?" he roared. The cold toads were West Pole natives, why attack him? Then he noticed these 3 looked vacant, their eyes dull. They'd been mind-controlled. He stared at Lin Moyu. "Are you the one controlling them?" Lin Moyu grinned, "Guess." The expert nearly choked a Chaos Minor Completion. Controlling 3 perfection-level beasts was beyond comprehension. Furious, but under attack by 3 perfection-controlled beings, he could do nothing but fight for survival. Lin Moyu turned elsewhere. "You two stop hiding and come out." His words thundered across the void, twisting space and forcing 2 other perfection experts into the open. He gazed at them. "You want to fight, too?" They said nothing, but their surging aura made their intentions clear. They'd come specifically to keep Tang Feng's group from leaving. They all knew about the cross-domain array. If Tang Feng's team reached it, they'd escape. Now was their last chance to intervene. But before they could act, Lin Moyu pointed. A distortion appeared, and the space-time soul python emerged. The two saw the python and instantly panicked, bolting away at full speed. They ran. And not just them, the one wrestling with the cold toads gave a strange cry and also fled, vanishing in a heartbeat. Lin Moyu was stunned. They just ran off. He hadn't expected the space-time soul python to be so terrifying. One glance and all the enemies fled. You sure have a reputation. Lin Moyu teased. The python calmly answered, a lot of West Pole people fear me. After failing to reach Quasi-Supreme, the python had turned half-mad. Many perfection experts had fallen to its control, losing themselves and dying. Almost every perfection expert in the region knew of this infamous creature. See it, and you escape immediately, lest you become its next puppet. The python was unmistakable, everyone recognized it. Lin Moyu hadn't expected such instant results. If he'd known, he'd have used it sooner and saved a lot of trouble. Chapter 4490, Chapter 4490, Thinking from the Details. Chapter 4490, Thinking from the Details. The three perfection powerhouses of the West Pole fled 1,000,000,000 miles before stopping. They looked at each other in lingering fear. How could it be the space-time soul python? Yet, why would the space-time soul python be here? No wonder those three cold-toed ancients attacked me. Turns out they were being controlled by the space-time soul python. But why would the python listen to that little guy? Are we really just going to let them go? With the space-time soul python present, what else can we do? Go and become its puppets? The three were truly helpless. They couldn't provoke the space-time soul python and didn't even dare appear before it again. In their eyes, the python was an utterly perverse existence. Unless a quasi-supreme or supreme intervened, anyone challenging it would die. For now, they were powerless. Their survival was more important than whether Tang Feng's group escaped. With the space-time soul python clearing the way, and three perfection-level cold toads leading, an overwhelming force filled the void. No one dared approach. Especially those who'd previously tried to block the group. They all watched Tang Feng's party leave with strange expressions. You had perfection guardians? Why didn't you say so? Why were we even trying to stop you? Tang Feng at last fully relaxed. Just like Lin Moyu had said, as long as no supreme stepped in and if they could breach the great completion blockades, they'd be fine. Perfection experts didn't matter. Lin Moyu never saw them as a real threat. They continued smoothly to their destination, unimpeded. Tang Feng took out the array disc. It resonated with the cross-domain formation and began activating. He then pulled out a pagoda artifact. Drawing everyone inside this treasure allowed him to lead everyone through the great formation. It was a high-level item. Tang Godsek's ancient legacy ensured deep resources. Tang Feng asked, "Deist Lin, will you come in?" Lin Moyu shook his head. No need. Tang Feng didn't insist, understanding Lin Moyu's independence. Once the disc activated, it synced with the grand teleportation array. Little Tree quickly synced to the spatial frequency and located the array's exact position. Found it. Before the array disc was fully ready, Little Tree had already pinpointed the array. At this point, Lin Moyu no longer needed the array disc at all. When the activation finished and Tang Feng prepared to enter, the grand array would send him back to the central domain. Tang Feng asked, "Deist Lin, won't you return with us?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "You go first. I have things to do here." "Thank you, Tang Feng, for your guidance. When I have time, I'll visit Tang God sect." Tang Feng clasped his hands in salute, "We await you at the sect. Your help will be remembered by us all." Lin Moyu, just happened to suit each other's needs, no need to be so formal. Tang Feng, I understand. He entered the array, the formation fully engaging and linking to the great teleportation array. Tang Feng instantly vanished into the void, sent down a spatial channel toward the central domain. Next instant, Little Tree's roots tunneled through layers of space, opening a direct path to the great array's lair. Lin Moyu entered, finding the massive formation itself. The formation had shrunk down to a 10-meter wide flat disc, fused almost perfectly into a spatial seam so well hidden that even races with innate space talents would struggle to find it. Lin Moyu was familiar with this kind of formation. He inscribed several chaos runes to make himself a back door. He slipped in like a stone into water. All these great arrays shared the same design. Lin Moyu had already seen one in the East Pole. He quickly found the core and entered directly. There, the familiar statue awaited. Every formation featured a statue left by the Calamity Supreme, in both main and sub-arrays. As long as Lin Moyu connected with one, he could proceed. The statue served two purposes. First, to hold a fragment of the Supreme's will, each will stored separately, weaker for stealth and safety. Second, as insurance, in the event of a mishap, the will in the statue could take action. "You're here," rumbled the Calamity Supreme's deep voice. Lin Moyu was used to it. "I'm here. Anything you want to say?" The statue trembled slightly. "Everything you need to know, you already know. Since you're here, I'll take my leave." Lin Moyu replied, "Safe travels." A spatial rift opened behind the statue, which then flew in and disappeared. This time, the Supreme left no further message, but actually, he had through what he didn't say. From that single remark, Lin Moyu deduced that all the statue's embedded wills had now linked together. Previously, each statue's will was independent. Whenever Lin Moyu arrived, each would repeat the necessary information, often redundantly. This redundancy was deliberate, a safeguard in case something happened to one, ensuring nothing crucial was lost. But now, this statue stated plainly that Lin Moyu already knew everything which Calamity Supreme never would have said before, since if Lin Moyu had visited West Pole first, he'd have missed out. Thus, Lin Moyu inferred the fragments of the Supreme's will had linked together. Why? Because he'd already found several arrays, and those statues had all gone to the same place, their wills fusing, forming a stronger will, which could connect with the weaker fragments and keep up to date, eliminating repetitive instructions. From such small clues, Lin Moyu worked out the situation. The most important thing wasn't that, however, but rather something Calamity Supreme once said. "I am you, but not you." Now Lin Moyu understood he truly was not the Supreme's reincarnation. If he were, then at a certain strength, the will in the statues would conflict with him, creating a paradox of two Supremes at once. Thus, the phrase "I am you, but not you" must be reinterpreted. He inherited the Supreme's will but was not his reincarnation. He was only the successor to the will, his selfhood remained his own. If he ever wished to abandon that inheritance, it was possible. He was not bound. The path ahead would be Lin Moyu's alone. He wouldn't repeat the Supreme's life. With a flurry of chaos runes, Lin Moyu began refining the grand array, using the sub-array to influence the distant main array in the central domain. Chapter 4491, Chapter 4491, Teleportation Array Closed. Chapter 4491, Teleportation Array Closed. The refining process went very smoothly. Lin Moyu had refined many such arrays and felt no pressure at all. His soul's advancement meant that every chaos rune was stronger than before, so the refining went even faster. In less than a day, the sub-array was completely refined, and using this as a springboard, he began to refine the main array. The refining power spanned the vast void, traversed the desolation scar, and silently entered the main array. Cultivators within the main array had no idea the cross-domain array already had a new master. The presence of the new master had no effect unless he chose to exert control. If he did so, the cross-domain array would be under Lin Moyu's full command. In the central domain, near the West Pole, stood a city called Lingxi City. There were also Yunnan City and Baikan. The four cities of East, South, West, and North all shared something. Each was refined from fragments of the same domain, giving them common traits, and all were enveloped by the main cross-domain array. The cross-domain array in Lingxi City operated slowly, space distorting as Lin Moyu appeared in the city. The city's formation automatically sensed his token, confirming his identity. If the visitor wasn't a Central Domain God Alliance member, the formation would sound an alert. A sizable army was stationed here, with several perfection experts overseeing its security was not an issue. Using the cross-domain array to enter Lingxi City, Lin Moyu looked beyond the city where the formation lay. He was now its master, whether it worked depended on his will. The God Alliance's layout was systematic. Outside Lingxi City was another city, Wangzi City, mirroring Guangdong City in the east. Now Lin Moyu needed to travel from Lingxi to Wangzi, and then teleport to other regions. Unlike the West Pole, every teleportation array in the central domain was built as a massive city. Led by humans, the central domain setup was totally different. Humans value interaction, so they built the array into city hubs, where people could rest, trade, and enjoy the security guaranteed by the God Alliance. Thanks to these rules and institutions, even the weak could live peacefully here. Compared to the central domain, the West Pole was almost barbaric. Lin Moyu returned to Wangzi City, feeling something like a traveler coming home as he walked among cultivators on the bustling streets. He didn't rest, there was no need. Lin Moyu quickly found the teleportation array in Wangzi, preparing to head north to Wangbei. The plan was to teleport to Wangbei, then move to Linbei City, and finally enter the North Pole. The South Pole was at war, he just hoped the North Pole was peaceful, if not, things would get complicated. But when he arrived at the array, he was a step too late. Travel from west to north required passing through hundreds of teleportation nodes. Each transfer happened automatically, without his intervention. When he reached the teleport array, something was wrong. It was packed with people, more so than normal. At least 10,000 crowded the area, the air above full too. A cacophony broke out as many people complained, some anxious and even panicking. With a nudge of his soul, Lin Moyu heard fragments of conversation. Why is the teleportation array closed? My family is waiting for me. If I don't make it back, the Domain Lord will never forgive me. I'm finished, I'm finished. My disciples are still in the north, this array can't close. The array was closed? Lin Moyu frowned, seeking the array's overseer, a Dao life cultivator in God Alliance attire, likely a junior member. Lin Moyu showed his ID. Why is the teleportation array to Wangbei closed? The man saw Lin Moyu's credentials and quickly bowed. Senior, the North Pole is on high alert. The Alliance needs to mobilize, so the array is temporarily requisitioned. How long will the closure last? Asked Lin Moyu. The man shook his head. I don't know. The closure was personally ordered by God Alliance elders. They didn't say for how long. Judging by past experience, it won't be short, at least 100 years, maybe 1,000. It really depends on when the war breaks out and ends. The Alliance would not close an array merely to mobilize, there had to be other reasons, just not made public. Closing the array causes problems, but the God Alliance might not care. Lin Moyu continued, what if I detour through Guangdong City? The man answered, the Guangdong to Wangbei array is still open, but since the southern border is at war, seniors can't transfer through Wangnan. As for the central headquarters route, if you have access, you could transfer directly from HQ to Wangbei, which would save a lot of time. So there were 3 routes, via Wangzi City, via Guangdong City, or using headquarters. Only the headquarters route was shortest, but only select people had access. With Wangzi's array shut, Lin Moyu could only go via Guangdong. But with the south at war, going via Guangdong meant first routing through the main HQ. This complicated things greatly, costing everyone more time and money. Worse, some only wanted to make intermediate stops, now they'd overshoot, ending up even farther away. That explained the swelling crowd and the God Alliance's lack of a solution. Despite the crowd, order held, no one dared cause trouble with the God Alliance in charge. Lin Moyu calculated, from here to HQ and then onward would add over 15 days compared to a direct route, via Guangdong, over 40 more days. After thinking, Lin Moyu decided, in that case, I'll go via Central Domain Headquarters. He'd never seen the headquarters before joining the God Alliance. This was a good chance to take a look at the massive power guiding the Central Domain's peace and growth. Lin Moyu paid in Chaos Gold and entered the array, teleporting to Alliance HQ. Maybe due to his empowered body and soul, Lin Moyu noticed space itself seemed to slow, and he could see the shifting scenery clearly as he traveled. Chaos space operated with regularity, unlike the absolute turmoil of the Scar region. During transmission, Lin Moyu studied the changing world, faintly noticing something amiss. 10 minutes after the journey began, the direction shifted not toward headquarters anymore. Each node transfer was very fast, less than half a second, fully automated. This entire cluster of arrays was highly instructive. With the right approach, it could yield unexpected opportunities. After a few days in transmission, the destination appeared: Central God Alliance Headquarters. An old man awaited, surrounded by women Lin Moyu recognized. Chapter 4492, Chapter 4492, Don't Make Trouble. Chapter 4492, Don't Make Trouble. The old man looked unfamiliar, yet he was smiling cheerfully at Lin Moyu, as if he knew him well. At his side were 3 women, each equally smiling at Lin Moyu. They were all faces Lin Moyu had encountered once before. A distant memory stirred back in the grand world. When Lin Moyu painstakingly reached the other shore realm, he had glimpsed a lakeside scene, a group collecting ancestral water and handing it to a white-robed elderly man. Back then, Lin Moyu hadn't realized the white-robed elder's level, but later learned he was a supreme, as was the green-robed one, Chaos Very Peak. The 3 women were among those collecting water at the lake. To Lin Moyu, these 3 should be subordinates of the supreme, so why were they here? Wasn't the central domain ruled by the green robe? Greetings, Deist Lin, I have waited a long time, the old man said with courteous respect. The 3 women also bowed, their beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity directed at Lin Moyu. Clearly, these people had come specifically for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu stepped out of the teleport array and greeted the elder. I greet you, senior. What business would you have with me? The elderly man wore the attire of the God Alliance and was a chaos perfection expert, one of the very best, his natural aura as heavy as the wine sovereigns. There were many perfection experts in the Alliance, but few as great as this one. Lin Moyu judged his position was very high. The elder squinted and smiled. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Mu, given name Tians, and I am the vice leader of the Central Domain God Alliance. Vice leader? Lin Moyu hadn't expected this status. The Alliance had one true leader and a vice. The main leader was mysterious and rarely ever seen. On normal days, all major affairs of the Alliance were handled by the vice leader. Mu Tians continued, these 3 are fairies from the upper domain, here at our Alliance for business. Upon hearing you'd arrived, they wanted to meet you, no other reason. Mu Tians didn't elaborate on their purpose. The 3 didn't speak, only gazing curiously at Lin Moyu. They made no sound or mental transmission. Anyone not in the know might think they couldn't speak. Of course, this was just a joke. Chaos perfection beings can remake their bodies at will. Silence is never disability. Lin Moyu quickly realized the white robe was an upper domain supreme, while the green robe was the central domains. The 2 supremes were close and so were their domains. The women were likely here on the white-robed supreme's business. With war brewing in the South Pole and the Alliance mobilizing, with the North Pole possibly next, upper domain agents were on the move, so this was normal. Lin Moyu said, Greetings Vice Leader Mu. May I ask why you summoned me? Mu Tians didn't answer directly, he glanced at the 3 women. One smiled, since Vice Leader has business, we sisters will take our leave. Mu Tians nodded, give my regards to Leader Luo. She replied brightly, your words will be delivered. Deist Lin, do visit Upper Domain Alliance as a guest sometime. Lin Moyu replied with equal politeness, not committing to when or if he'd go. With a glow from the teleport array, the 3 women disappeared. Mu Tians beckoned, Deist Lin, please follow me. Lin Moyu wasn't sure what Mu's purpose was, but knew there was no malice. He had a hunch the ever-absent true leader might be the green robe, a very plausible scenario. If so, Lin Moyu knew there could be no harm intended. He followed Mu Tian's down a path away from the transmission area, toward the Alliance's headquarters. Tall, awe-inspiring towers lay ahead, refined, majestic, radiating authority. Above the headquarters a floating castle hovered, a powerful artifact surpassing perfection, its aura shocking. Yet Mu Tian's took Lin Moyu onto a side path, through a grove to a small, ancient village. The village was quaint, with perhaps 100 houses, scattered but orderly. Behind lay hills and a stream winding through, leaving the village for distant lands. Birdsong and flowers blanketed the scene, a peacefulness pervaded, dissolving all cares upon entry. Mu Tian's finally spoke, "This is where us old folks retire and rest." Lin Moyu replied, "It really is a good place, blessed by nature and talent." He noticed clusters of immense soul flames flickering slowly through the village, a sign that their owners were calm, unhurried. Yet all these soul flames belonged to top-tier perfection experts. Out in the world, such experts were rare, yet here were 100, and doubtless, more were hidden. There may well be other villages like this. The strength of the God Alliance was evident. Mu Tian's and Lin Moyu walked the village path. "Deist Lin, you once helped solve the cross-domain array issue in the East. That was a huge help." Lin Moyu kept quiet. Although resolving the array was important, he didn't think such a task warranted the vice leader's personal thanks. Seeing his silence, Mu Tian's continued, "Recently, the leader visited and asked us to prepare a little something for you." Lin Moyu asked, "What kind of thing?" Mu Tian's answered, "Just some materials, nothing of great value, but the leader said Deist Lin might need them, so we prepared a batch." The leader Mu Tian's referred to was certainly the green robe. Why not deliver it himself? Why use Mu Tian's as agent? There must be some restriction at play. Lin Moyu recalled the green robe once said during his descent to the source continent, "The walls have ears." Apparently, there were things he really couldn't do personally, so he had to ask others. Entering the village, Lin Moyu instantly felt dozens of powerful wills scanning him up and down. Some were friendly, others invasive, attempting to peer inside. Ordinary cultivators would have to endure such prying due to the status and strength of the wielders. But Lin Moyu wouldn't put up with it. World-burning flame flared on his body, instantly incinerating all those probing wills. A chorus of grunts echoed from all over the village, followed by angry muttering. These ancient cultivators clearly disliked Lin Moyu's method. Mu Tian's calmly addressed them, "Take it easy, Deist Lin is the leader's guest. Don't make trouble." Chapter 4493, Chapter 4493, The Green-Robed Elder's Little Test. Chapter 4493, The Green-Robed Elder's Little Test. Mu Tian's voice echoed through the whole village, and instantly all the auras settled down. No one dared feel anger. No one tried to peer into Lin Moyu's mind again. Mu Tian smiled at Lin Moyu, "No need to concern yourself with them. They've been living secluded here so long, any outsider is a novelty." Lin Moyu asked, "Do these seniors never leave?" Mu Tian's replied, "Hardly ever. They're mostly alone, have no real reason to go out. They've given up on reaching Supreme, and don't even dare try for quasi-Supreme. This is just how their lives have ended up." Mu's words were blunt but true. Everyone in the village could hear him, yet none refuted or even shifted their aura. Clearly, Mu had delivered this speech before, they were all used to it. Becoming a supreme is impossible for them, trying for quasi-supreme is too risky. Their ambition isn't enough, at least not compared to the Wine Sovereign. To attempt quasi-supreme is to risk disaster, but without risk there's no reward. Lin Moyu didn't comment, everyone picks their path, and it's fine not to regret it. Mu Tian's led Lin Moyu to a small cabin, "Everything's inside. Go ahead, take it, don't be polite." Lin Moyu pushed open the wooden door, its neglected hinges squealed. Inside was another space, suddenly expanding to more than 10,000 meters wide and high. There, piles of materials formed mountains. A chill permeated the room, every material was coated in pure ice. Freezing them together removed any risk of incompatibility even if their properties might clash otherwise. This bounty, from the green-robed elder, was meant for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu mused, how did he know so many materials were needed? Compared to what Lin Moyu had collected before, this was millions of times greater. Did he foresee I'd visit the Silverlight Rabbit clan? No, that's impossible, he couldn't predict Silverlight. He just knew I'd cultivate a domain, so he prepared materials in advance. Cultivating a domain was set by the Calamity Supreme, and the green robe was in on it. But the Silverlight Rabbit affair is purely personal, no one could see that coming. With Silverlight Rabbit, Lin Moyu could move much faster. Previously he'd been worrying about materials, now they came to him. With these, domain growth could speed up, the ancient ice could be set aside, used later for compressing domain force. Wishing to store the materials, Lin Moyu found they would not budge. A powerful force locked them in place far above chaos level, truly supreme class. The green-robed elder left them here with no fear of theft. It was not an array holding them, so one cannot break an array. To claim them meant overcoming a challenge. That old man really doesn't let you rest. Lin Moyu laughed, realizing this was some little test from the green robe. It wasn't meant to hinder him, probably just for fun, or perhaps the elder was watching from afar. Lin Moyu scanned the vast chamber, nothing obvious was hidden. 3 mountains of materials stood at trinity points, not a true array but arranged suggestively. Those were the only details to puzzle over. Studying the 3 piles, Lin Moyu saw each was different, but all were exactly the same height, and at each peak the top material was identical. That was strange, the rest looked randomly placed, but the tops were all alike, clearly deliberate. What's more, all 3 top pieces were mirror smooth. A quick glance told Lin Moyu the secret. He smiled and flicked out 10 motes of light. Fire turned to scorching suns, illuminating the space and rising to be level with the 3 peaks. Light shone on the top materials, each reflecting a beam onto the floor, 3 beams overlapping. At their intersection, faint markings appeared on the ground. Lin Moyu made out the traces, they were left by something round. The marks bore vague patterns, which seemed meaningless. But since the green robe left them, they must matter. After a moment, Lin Moyu understood what to do. He flicked his wrist, and the frost jade cushion flew out. The ground's faint marks matched the cushion perfectly. Combined with the cold around the materials, clearly, the frost jade cushion was the key. He placed it over the marks and expanded it to cover them all. Nothing happened, the cushion remained unchanged, as did the material mountains. Lin Moyu sat down on the cushion and began powering it. This was a supreme treasure, he'd only tapped a fraction of its power while in the domain, to great effect. But after entering chaos, he hadn't used it, not because it was weak, but because he hadn't refined it, hadn't drawn out its full power. Now, he understood the green robe's intent, he had to refine the frost jade cushion. To refine it, his soul needed to reach chaos perfection. In truth, this was a test of his soul's power. To cultivate a domain, he needed to do so before reaching perfection. After perfection, he'd run out of time. So the green robe was requesting that his soul reach higher before his cultivation did. Soul surpassing cultivation, this was his requirement. Whether this was the green robe's own intent or something set by the Calamity Supreme, Lin Moyu wasn't sure, but it didn't matter. The point was, Lin Moyu was now fully capable of refining the frost jade cushion. He hadn't had time before, but for all these materials, he'd do it now. The cushion was powerful, but Lin Moyu was not walking the same path as before, and didn't want to rely too much on objects. So let's refine it. Powerful soul energy surged into the frost jade cushion. Lin Moyu's soul was now beyond perfection, perhaps not quite supreme level, but stronger than most quasi-supremes. Refining the cushion posed no difficulty, soul waves swept through, strengthening their connection at incredible speed. An ordinary chaos perfection might take centuries to refine a part, Lin Moyu took a dozen days. Soon, as the refining progressed, the cushion radiated intense cold, resonating with the icy energy in the mountains of materials. The whole space froze. Lin Moyu then discovered the cold of the cushion was very similar to the ancient ice, about 30% alike. Chapter 4494, Chapter 4494, Ice Crystal, That Place. Chapter 4494, Ice Crystal, That Place. Lin Moyu believed his intuition was right. The frost jade cushion definitely had some connection with the ancient ice, and more precisely, with the ancient ice behemoth. He brought up the issue with Little Tree and Chaos Child. After carefully examining the cushion, both confirmed Moyu's suspicion. Little Tree said, "Before, Master hadn't refined the frost jade cushion, so nothing special was apparent. Now, it seems that the frost jade cushion was forged from the corpse of the ancient ice behemoth." Chaos Child added, "They're both parts of the ancient ice behemoth's body, but they feel different to me." Little Tree said, "You're right, the frost jade cushion likely used that beast's soul crystal." Chaos Child, surprised, asked, "You mean it was forged from that guy's soul crystal?" Little Tree answered, "It's just a guess, not certain." Not convinced, Chaos Child pressed, "If you weren't sure, you wouldn't say it. You must have seen something." Little Tree explained, "I met the ancient ice behemoth once, so I'm about 60% sure it's his soul crystal." Lowering his voice, Chaos Child grew mysterious, "If it really is that guy's soul crystal, does that mean we could go there and take a look?" Little Tree said, "Possibly." Chaos Child insisted, "Then it's decided, if there's a chance, we have to check it out. I've always wanted to see what that place is like." Little Tree reminded, "It's up to Master, not you." Lin Moyu listened in silence, waiting for a proper explanation. As Moyu continued refining the frost jade cushion, he gradually discerned its differences from the ancient ice. Both originated from the ancient ice behemoth and wielded cold, but the cushion's power was far purer. If used at full strength, its output could surpass even the ancient ice. Perhaps, as Little Tree theorized, it was truly forged from the beast's soul crystal. Finally, Little Tree and Chaos Child explained what a soul crystal was. Long ago, the first ice formed in chaos, which birthed a will and became the terrifying behemoth, the ancient ice behemoth. At the core of this primordial ice was a unique ice crystal, containing 90% of its power. Over time, the ice crystal evolved into a soul crystal, bearer of its soul. When the behemoth died, the soul crystal disappeared. Little Tree never saw it, so can't confirm absolutely. As for that place Chaos Child mentioned, it is an extraordinary site in chaos, said to be linked to the behemoth's appearance. Normal means can't reach it. The ice crystal is the key to entry. But once it became the soul crystal, the behemoth couldn't enter either. The site was discovered only because, time and again, the behemoth tried and failed to gain entry. Eventually other beings took notice. No one knows exactly what's inside, theories abound, but all are speculation. Chaos Child elaborated, that place is now the North Pole. Actually, the behemoth once dwelled there too. The ancient ice only ended up in the West Pole after its demise. So now that the beast is dead and its soul is gone, the soul crystal has reverted to an ice crystal, perhaps once again usable as a key. Master, you could go explore when you reach the North Pole. Lin Moyu mused, even if it's reverted to the ice crystal, it's since been refined into the frost jade cushion. Not sure it can still serve as a key. Little Tree replied, it should work. Back then, the beast failed because its soul had tainted the ice crystal. Now, in artifact form, it's clean. Chaos Child said, I see no problem, at least Master could try. Lin Moyu chuckled, you two are bold. Aren't you worried something dangerous is waiting there? Chaos Child replied, even if there's danger, you'll surely handle it. Little Tree said. Back then, the behemoth kept trying to enter the site and was obsessed with it. Must be something inside, otherwise, it wouldn't have bothered. He was at the peak, even stronger than me, stronger than this guy too. If he wanted that place badly, it must be special. Chaos Child protested. What do you mean stronger than me? I'm just not a fighter. Little Tree ignored him. Whether to go or not is up to Master, we're fine either way. Lin Moyu thought a moment. Once I reach the North Pole, if there's an opportunity, I'll try to find that place. Little Tree said, if you do, use the Frost Jade Cushion as the guide, partnered with the Seeking Cause ring. You should be able to locate it, though it might take some time. Chaos Child added, even if we find it but can't get in, there's little lost. He was especially curious about what was inside and why the behemoth was so fixated on it. He knew other formidable beings had tried their luck too, all failing to enter. Clearly, the place is extraordinary. As the refinement neared completion, the cold enshrouding the material mountains whipped into wild wind, becoming white mist streaming into the Frost Jade Cushion. That cold originated with the cushion and now returned. The chill vanished from the materials, unlocking one after another. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate. Each material freed was swept into storage, sent into the grand world for the Silver Light Rabbits to handle. The unlocking sped up. The mountain of materials shrank rapidly. No doubt, the Silver Light Elders in the storage space were stunned at the sudden material rain. These materials were impressive. Few were low chaos grade, almost all were upper chaos grade, some even higher. No Supreme would risk their reputation by donating weak ingredients. Such paltriness would be laughable. The mountain dwindled, refinement nearly complete. When the last material was taken, the process finished. From this moment the Frost Jade Cushion belonged to Lin Moyu, severed forever from the green-robed elder. Wholly refined, the cushion changed form, no longer a seat but a fist-sized hexagonal crystal. Chaos Child exclaimed, that's it. For sure, that's the one. Little Tree concurred, this is the ice crystal, the ancient ice behemoth's very core in its day. It was the vessel for his soul. So the Frost Jade Cushion hadn't been its true form now, as pure ice crystal, it could reach its full power. The ice crystal is not made for cultivation, its greatest use is freezing. It freezes everything, time, space, spells, anything. Its offensive and defensive powers are supreme. Even the golden-winged rock would be stopped cold, no way around it. Chapter 4495, Chapter 4495, Using Chaos as a Game Board. Chapter 4495, Using Chaos as a Game Board. When Lin Moyu held the ice crystal in his hand, it wasn't cold, instead, it felt somewhat warm and gentle. He sensed that if he placed his soul inside, it would be protected with formidable defense. But, if he did so, his soul would also be trapped and unable to escape. The ice crystal was like a solid cage. While its protection was tremendous, it also sealed the soul within. Very likely, that was the fate of the ancient ice behemoth. Once its soul entered the ice crystal, it could never leave. Moreover, that protection wasn't absolute. Some powers could bypass it and strike the soul directly. For example, world-burning flame. Lin Moyu knew nothing could stop its destruction, not even the ice crystal. If the ice crystal didn't house a soul, even when fully refined, Lin Moyu could only draw out 70% of its power. 70% is enough. Lin Moyu had no intention of risking his soul imprisonment. For him, the ice crystal was simply a mighty artifact. His soul power enabled him to freeze any chaos grade completion expert, and even impact perfection levels. All sorts of divine arts could be instantly frozen, and even major arrays could be sealed. In front of this ice crystal, nearly nothing in chaos could resist. This gain was massive. The green-robed elder had prepared an ocean of materials for Moyu, enough to last for ages. With these, Lin Moyu revised his plans. He'd originally intended to go to the North Pole next, but now decided to first retrieve his fifth world domain, placing it in his storage space. He'd also extract the spiritual Miao domain from the fifth, cultivating it separately. Domains 4, 3, 2, and 1 had all reverted to seats after the Great Cataclysm now, with enough materials and the Silver Light Rabbit clan, they could all be cultivated together. Not to mention, the Sky Void was itself a domain and could be integrated as well. With that, all 9 domains would be in his grasp. The last step was to find or create a 10th domain. He had already made up his mind about where the 10th would come from. Under old conditions, raising so many domains would have taken 10 million years and a sea of materials. He was ready for endless labor in ancient chaos. But now, with the green ropes materials and the silver light rabbits, everything was simplified. He projected his consciousness into his storage space and asked the 4 elders, "How about these materials, are they enough?" All 4 nodded. The chief elder replied, "Absolutely, they're more than enough to perfect several domains." "How long would it take for 10 domains?" Lin Moyu asked. After a silent exchange, the chief elder said, "Each domain would take about 1,000 years, so 10 would mean 10,000. It also depends on how good the starting point is." Lin Moyu, "Assume they start as seeds. Then it will take 2 to 3 times longer. If there are more people involved, it could be faster, but likely still close to 10,000 years." Lin Moyu let them work and went to see Yinda. Yinda was already awakening, his power and cultivation were about to firmly settle. After checking that everything was fine, Lin Moyu said, "Yinda, follow my instructions, find 11 top-tier chaos great completions. I'll be back in a few days, I hope you'll be ready." Yinda, filled with adoration for Lin Moyu, replied, "Don't worry, Sir Lin, I'll see it done." He was full of respect. Lin Moyu had miraculously helped him reach perfection level without a domain, breaking the laws of heaven and earth. Though his realm hadn't outwardly changed, Yinda knew his strength had reached perfection, a state only possible here, but that was fine with the Silver Light Rabbits, who never wanted to leave. They simply wished to live, prosper, and pass down generations. Having issued his orders, Lin Moyu exited the storage space and left the room. Without the mountains of materials, the place was just an ordinary warehouse. Under a tree outside, Mutians had set up a chessboard, playing against himself. When Lin Moyu stepped out, Mu waved, his opponent vanished in smoke. He smiled, "Deist Lin, want a game?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "I only know how to fight, I'd let you down, senior." Mu didn't mind, he only laughed, "You just haven't lived long enough. Someday, when you tire of fighting, you'll pick up new amusements like playing chess with a chess soul." As they spoke, Lin Moyu saw the immense chessboard, a chaos treasure, with 999 lines each way covered Indiana joined pieces. Its complexity was staggering, even a glance would kill a mortal with confusion. Lin Moyu realized this was not just chess, but a mental trial Mu was playing against himself, refining his will. Mu asked, "How does my chessboard seem to you, Deist Lin?" Lin Moyu replied, "It's a chaos-level treasure, but your way of heart is even greater. Senior, are you preparing for Quasi-Supreme?" Mu laughed, "Brilliant though you don't play, you grasp the subtleties at a glance. I do wish to prove the Dao by chess, but the final step is too difficult, I feel something's missing." Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, "If I may, I have a thought." "Do go on," said Mu. Lin Moyu explained, "Proving the Dao by chess is right, but there's one mistake, chess needs an opponent. Senior, having long found no one to play, made a chess spirit. But a chess spirit lacks true life, the very spark you need." Mu listened attentively. Chess is the art of contest. With an opponent there is victory and defeat, thus, life and death. The battle is not only on the board, but across the whole of chaos. Just look, South Pole is at war, North threatens, West arms, the East is secretive. Isn't this a chess match? Why not use this as your board? Mu's eyes lit up, the chessboard shifted, reorganizing into East, South, West, North, and Center, with upper and lower layers. It became chaos itself, the conditions of each pole now within. Mew moved the pieces as if maneuvering chaos itself. Using chaos as the board, all beings as pieces, what a game. He sighed, Deist Lin, your vision surpasses the ordinary, I am enlightened by your words. If I prove the Dao, this favor will not be forgotten. Chapter 4496, Chapter 4496, The Peculiar North Pole. Chapter 4496, The Peculiar North Pole. After the chessboard episode, Mutian's attitude toward Lin Moyu changed noticeably. He had been cordial before, but that politeness was more out of respect for the green-robed elder than personal sentiment. Mew thought Lin Moyu was closely tied to the green robe, hence his courtesy. Now, however, Mew's feelings had shifted inwardly. Lin Moyu's advice revealed to him a new path. For years he had felt stuck, believing his journey was at an end, but now saw a fresh direction. If he could follow through, he might become a quasi-supreme, greatly increasing his power and even standing equal to the great supremes. The number of top-tier perfection experts in chaos is large, but only a handful ever reach quasi-supreme. It seems that every leading perfection has the potential, but in reality, few succeed. This pursuit has been Mew's lifelong dream. He thought it almost hopeless, but now, thanks to Lin Moyu, he finds new hope. Mew took Lin Moyu away from the small village to the Central Domain God Alliance headquarters. Along the way, Mew briefed Lin Moyu on the current situation. The South Pole and Central Domain are already engaged, but the fighting isn't fierce, mostly small skirmishes so far, with full-scale war yet to erupt. However, Central Domain God Alliance troops are ready for much bigger battles at any time. Lin Moyu understood they surely had their own sources of intelligence, as likely did the South Pole. He didn't care much, since this was the God Alliance's affair. Besides, conflict here was nothing new by now, they were all accustomed to it. Responsibility for the North Pole had been given to the Upper Domain God Alliance. Mew did not elaborate, continuing to trust his allies there. The Western situation was somewhat better. While West Pole and Central Domain have also fought big wars, both sides remain relatively restrained, with lower casualties than in the other regions. Most mysterious is the East Pole, which has shown little movement, but the quieter it is, the more caution is necessary. Who knows what may transpire next? With this review complete, Mew asked with a smile, Deist Lin, you're so young, have you ever experienced a war of this scale? Lin Moyu replied, I've been through something similar before. Battles within domains aren't as high level as chaos, but the scale can be enormous. Mew offered, would you be interested in commanding a team? I could make the arrangements. Lin Moyu declined, not this time, I won't be joining in. Mew assumed Lin Moyu didn't want the risk and didn't urge further. Then you're headed for the North Pole, I suppose. Lin Moyu nodded. Originally, I planned to transfer to Wangbei Realm via headquarters, then use the cross-domain array to reach the North Pole, but now I want to go to Wangdong first. Mew answered, I imagine you have matters to attend to in the north. I won't pry, but do be careful, the situation there is complicated. You probably already know some things about the North Pole. I have a dossier with more detail, which might help. Mew handed Lin Moyu a jade token before the chess conversation. He might not have shared it, but now their relationship was closer. Lin Moyu accepted. Thank you, senior. Mew smiled. No need for a thanks. Let me show you the headquarters, then I'll send you to Wangdong. Upon entering headquarters, Lin Moyu felt an intense air of discipline and tension. The HQ itself is actually a colossal magic treasure, not an ordinary artifact. It is a battle array treasure of truly daunting power. Ordinary treasures are enhanced with engravings, but the base is always the material. Array treasures, on the other hand, are founded on a great array with materials built atop. Such an array must be extremely powerful and made with peerless resources. The array treasure also needs a spirit, and not just any spirit, but one with immense strength and room to grow. All this makes forming an array treasure exceedingly difficult. The Central Domain God Alliance boasts many master array designers and artifact forgers, plus all the resources one could want, and thus produced this one array treasure. Mu informed Lin Moyu that this array treasure was beyond the chaos realm, a force that could rival dozens of perfection experts, even unpowered. With numerous cultivators feeding it energy, even those who aren't perfection experts, the combined force can match battles against hundreds of top-level foes. Mu implied that even he himself is not a true match for the array. In sum, the HQ array is the God Alliance's ultimate anchor. After the tour, Mu brought Lin Moyu to the transmission array inside the HQ. It's faster and longer range than the public arrays outside. What once took 5 days now took only 2. Though 3 days might seem minor, it could decide the fate of a war. Lin Moyu bade Mutians farewell and headed to Guangdong realm. His target, the 5th world domain, lies to the east, so, traveling via Guangdong made the journey much shorter. On the way, Lin Moyu studied the Jade Token in detail. As vice leader of the alliance, the effective administrator Mu knew far more than most. His knowledge of the 4 poles was second only to the Great Supremes. Everything Mu knew was noted on the token for Lin Moyu's reference. Some data was old, maybe ancient, but in chaos, even a million years may pass without much change. Chaos evolves so slowly that sometimes it seems nothing moves at all. Lin Moyu reviewed every detail carefully and, from the mass of information, assembled a precise picture of the North Pole, understanding why Mu had warned him to be extra cautious there. Of the 4 poles, the North is the most peculiar. It is extremely cold, not merely freezing, but filled with chaotic ice. The North Pole is a world of ice attribute Daos, suffused with cold, though lethal chills are rare, soul and bloodline abilities are hampered. Outsiders entering the North Pole will lose at least 20% of their power, and even Mu, an elite perfection expert, is not immune. In contrast, native North Pole beings are empowered by the cold, gaining at least 20%, sometimes up to 50%, in strength. This advantage makes them nearly unbeatable in their homeland. Attempts to explain these phenomena have failed. Even the Supremes have looked into it, with no answers. Key point: North Pole beings hold strong grudges. Chapter 4497, Chapter 4497, Help me work, I'll give you freedom. Chapter 4497, Help me work, I'll give you freedom. Compared to the East Pole beings' volatility and the West Pole's reserved and silent types, the North Pole's creatures stand out for their unity. Their cohesion differs. The North Pole's population is less diverse than the other 3 poles, and there are even humans among them. Humans hold predominance in the North Pole, wielding significant authority, though not to the extent found in the Central Domain. With humans' leadership, internal conflict among North Pole races was managed and resolved, forging a unified front against outsiders. Over time, enmities faded, and the North Pole's residents became close-knit. Elsewhere, offending one people meant only that group bore a grudge. In the north, angering any group could mean hostility from the entire region. Living in constant cold, they speak little and prefer action to talk. Their solidarity means they rarely bother with reason. If provoked, it's never just one against one. Sometimes, one foe brings the whole pole as an enemy. The Jade Tablet included not only information on local temperament but also critical environmental details. The North Pole is home to shifting domains and numerous chaotic glaciers. These glaciers drift through layers of space, appearing without warning like phantoms, swallowing all creatures nearby. Anyone caught by a chaotic glacier rarely returns. Even an entire race, perfection-level experts in all, was once devoured in this way. Survival dictated that North Pole dwellers learned to track glacier movements, and after countless eons, they now predict most glacier paths. Through adaptation, North Pole races developed a unique skill: every race's territory can move. In other places, moving a territory isn't extraordinary, but here, clans migrate continually to evade the glaciers. Nowadays, chaotic glaciers no longer trouble the North Pole natives. But for outsiders, the glaciers are deadly, encountering one is almost always fatal. Many still venture to the North Pole, chasing a rare material known as chaotic cold jade. Used in cultivation, smithing, or domain enhancement, chaotic cold jade is enormously valuable, inspiring many to risk the journey for personal use or to trade. There's no pattern to the jade's appearance, luck alone determines who finds it. The information doesn't mention that place, Lin Moyu noted after reading the North Pole dossier, finding no references to the mysterious area Little Tree and Chaos Child had described. If it was as extraordinary as they claimed, surely it would have long been discovered. Why did Mutian's records omit it? Did something about the place change after Little Tree and Chaos Child fell? Or perhaps the Dao entered, causing the site to vanish? Both seemed possible. Lin Moyu shared these guesses with Little Tree and Chaos Child, but neither had answers. Only by visiting himself would he know. 2 days later, the teleport ended, and Lin Moyu arrived in Guangdong. Guangdong seemed unchanged but was now on high alert. With the South Pole at war, Guangdong's cultivators had readied for battle, gathering at Lintung City for defense. The local God Alliance outpost, itself a powerful battle artifact, had flown off to join them. When war breaks out, it will play a vital role. Lin Moyu didn't linger in Guangdong, instead, he departed directly and, relying on his sense of the Fifth World domain, took the Ferry of Calamity towards it. Meanwhile, Xiao Peng continued absorbing primordial qi. His bloodline was almost fully awakened. Soon, it would be complete. Though his outward level hadn't changed, still Chaos Great Completion, his fighting power was already on par with perfection. Lin Moyu could not let Xiao Peng awaken fully, otherwise the Dao would notice and kill him. Lin Moyu estimated that awakening 90% of the Golden-Winged Peng's bloodline was enough, any more was too dangerous. Now, over 70% had awakened, and the rate was slowing. Lin Moyu instructed Little Tree and Chaos Child to cut off the qi at 90%. While the ferry was in flight through the void, Lin Moyu entered his storage space to meet with Yinda. Yinda was efficient. In a few days, he'd gathered 11 tribe members, all Chaos Great Completion Silver Light Rabbits like him. There was little rank among them, they were united by warmth and kinship. Now that Yinda had advanced a step, his aura pressured the others he led, and they obeyed. All the rabbits knew that Lin Moyu was untouchable, angering him would mean not just personal doom, but possibly annihilation of their kind. Yinda saluted, "Sir Lin, as you asked, everyone is here." Lin Moyu nodded, "And you explained everything to them?" "Yes, once they ascend, they'll work wholeheartedly for you." Lin Moyu assessed the group, huge, Chaos Great Completion beasts, but none dared meet his gaze. Such beings, with only the realm and no real power, would be enslaved or destroyed in chaos. He said, "You know what's at stake. I'm offering you a chance, help me, and I'll grant you freedom. But just the 4 elders aren't enough according to the chief elder, 16 at perfection are required. So, I'll raise all of you to perfection. Same deal, when the work is done, a realm of your own, free to live as you please, nobody will bother you." Their eyes shone with hope. Freedom was a dream for many generations. "Thank you, Sir Lin." Yinda was the first to bow in gratitude, and everyone else quickly followed. Lin Moyu could tell their gratitude was genuine. The Silver Light Rabbits were simple, honest, rarely deceitful. With a thought, he summoned a clump of primordial qi. The rabbits immediately grew excited, though they didn't understand what it was. Instinct told them it was precious. Yet reason kept them in place. They listened and waited for instructions. Lin Moyu, satisfied, drew runes to create a chaos array with 11 channels for qi. A mass of primordial qi entered, splitting into thousands of threads. He placed Yinda at the array's heart and taught him the controls. The others each received a thread of qi, managed by Yinda. The process couldn't be rushed. Slowness was critical, or the body would explode. Yinda followed every direction. Lin Moyu knew it would not be long before he had 16 assistants ready to cultivate his domains. Chapter 4498, Chapter 4498, Sharp Gold Beasts, Xiao Peng's Battle Power. Chapter 4498, Sharp Gold Beasts, Xiao Peng's Battle Power. The Fairy of Calamity sailed through the void for several dozen days, long past Guangdong, still some distance from the Fifth World Domain. Even though both are in the eastern part of the Central Domain, the journey between Guangdong and the Fifth World Domain still takes hundreds of days. This isn't because the fairy is slow, chaos itself is just unimaginably vast. Without teleport arrays or spatial rifts, even the fairy consumes endless time. It could cross the entire Fifth World Domain in under half an hour if it went full speed. Suddenly, the array supplying Xiao Peng with primordial qi stopped, the energy flow ceased. Without it, Xiao Peng opened his eyes, displaying clear irritation like a person rudely awakened from deep sleep with a burst of grumpiness. But upon seeing Little Tree and Chaos Child, his annoyance vanished immediately. He wouldn't dare act out around these two powers. Lin Moyu explained calmly, "Your Golden-Winged Peng bloodline has awakened to 90%. You mustn't go further, or that entity will come for you, and you'll surely die." Xiao Peng stuck out his tongue. The enormous tongue whipped through the void like a lash. "I understand. Thank you, Father." Lin Moyu said, "There will be a chance in the future to fully restore your bloodline. I have a method in mind, but it's not perfected yet, and I'm still working on it." Xiao Peng replied, "I trust you'll manage it." Lin Moyu nodded, "Once you recover, come out. The fairy is too slow, maybe you can move us faster." In a flash, Xiao Peng manifested in the real world as a golden rock, not entirely golden, only his wings gleamed gold, the rest stayed the same. Xiao Peng became a ray of golden light, taking off in the lead towards the Fifth World Domain. His speed was at least 100 times the fairy's, leaving a long streak of gold through the chaotic void. "So fast, at this rate, we'll reach the Fifth World Domain in under 10 days, Lin Moyu observed as Xiao Peng streaked by, noticing the surrounding space was unchanged, no twisting or folding, just pure speed. Speed in chaos has an upper limit. To exceed it, one must manipulate space itself, as perfection experts do by warping or creating passages. It's not about their bodily speed. But Xiao Peng was different. He'd reached chaos very speed limit any further, and he'd surpass it. Back then, the Golden-Winged Peng exceeded such limits. By current standards, it meant standing above the rule's true quasi-supreme. Little Tree said, "The Peng's speed was once many times faster than this." Chaos Child commented, "He relied on that speed to stir up trouble and got surrounded and killed for it." Little Tree said, "Such is his nature, hopefully this one won't repeat it." Overhearing, Xiao Peng transmitted, "I'm quite obedient." 10 days later, Lin Moyu reached the location of his Fifth World Domain. The domain was shrouded in chaotic qi and concealment arrays. Strong cultivators could walk right by and still not find it. Yet now Lin Moyu spotted others nearby. Creatures were prowling close, a whole group, clearly searching for something. They moved in their true forms rather than humanoid, a rarity in the Central Domain where most races take human appearance, a custom shaped by ages of human rule. So Lin Moyu immediately recognized these were the sharp gold beasts from the texts about Spirit Miao Domain. Long ago, Spirit Miao cultivators created time-space channels to control various worlds. Those worlds were from different domains. Eventually, though, they angered a certain world's power, who retaliated and all but destroyed the Spirit Miao Domain. Now, these creatures from an unknown domain had tracked its remnants down, likely led by lingering aura within the domain. These guys really hold a grudge. Lin Moyu mused, bemused they'd remembered for so long. Who knew what else he might not know? No matter, their presence meant he could sever Spirit Miao Domain's karma. If they could hunt him down, he could repay the favor. These Chaos Minor and Great Completion Realm beasts meant nothing to him. Xiao Peng, as gold light, zoomed toward them. The beasts noticed Lin Moyu, and one growled, "Sharp gold beasts are working here, outsiders, leave." He didn't finish speaking before a gold flash ripped through the void and pierced his head. Words were pointless, his body shattered, and his soul vanished to Chaos Minor Realm Beast dead. Lin Moyu said icily, "What are you? Speaking to me that way?" His action and tone set the beasts raging. Courting death. Several sharp gold beasts in great completion form lunged. They were bold because Lin Moyu seemed to be only Chaos Minor Realm, and Xiao Peng's aura was strange using primordial qi. Xiao Peng's powers were all battle, not reflected in surface rank. To others, Xiao Peng was only Chaos Great Completion unless he released his might, that's all others perceived. Thus, a Great Completion beast and a minor realm human dared kill their kin, which the sharp gold beasts saw as flagrant outrage. The sharp gold beasts all looked peculiar, but each bore a long, sharp golden horn on the forehead their mark. Lin Moyu had no interest in this race. Kill them all, leave none, he ordered Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng was itching for a fight after awakening 90% of his bloodline, he had no sense of his own true combat power. Perfect timing, he could use them for a test. He accelerated dramatically, now easily reaching Chaos Max speed. In a blink, Xiao Peng, as golden light, darted among the beasts before they could even respond. Moments later, sharp gold beasts in great completion form burst with gold light, their bodies shattered, souls gone. Xiao Peng killed them so fast they never realized how he attacked. He then shot off towards the rest. The minor realm beasts wouldn't be spared. Lin Moyu had commanded, "Leave none alive." Chapter 4499, Chapter 4499, Nonsense, of course a physical body. Chapter 4499, Nonsense, of course a physical body. It only took 2 breaths for Xiao Peng to traverse tens of millions of miles, killing several Chaos Great Completion Sharp Gold Beasts and over 100 Chaos Minor Completion Sharp Gold Beasts. The whole process was incredibly fast. Only streaks of golden light flashed in the void before the battle ended. Even Lin Moyu could only vaguely track Xiao Peng's actions. If Xiao Peng was already this quick, the Golden-Winged Peng of its prime must have been even more terrifying. That kind of speed is a nightmare for countless beings. Even a rays can't stop him. With a wave of his hand, undying flame swept through the void, reviving all the fallen sharp gold beasts in roaring fires. Lin Moyu ignored them, letting the fire burn, and approached the 5th world domain. With a wave, he dispersed chaotic energy, undid his array, and revealed the 5th world domain. As master of the 5th world domain, he held complete dominion. "Master, you're back." A phantom of the soulless beast appeared outside the domain. Seeing Lin Moyu again after so many years, the soulless beast was clearly delighted. Lin Moyu scanned the 5th world domain, instantly understanding its internal state. Everything was stable, all as it should be. Many eternal beings had advanced in cultivation. Time was short, but in the future, they might reach chaos level themselves. Circumstances had changed. Now that he was Realm Lord and had brought the domain into chaos itself, their prospects proliferated. The domain was heading to an even better place soon, where primordial qi flowed and the domain could be perfected. Everyone's strength and foundation would drastically improve. Soon, new experts and talents would emerge in abundance. Of course, Lin Moyu wouldn't play the fool, he would impose restrictions. Anyone who left the 5th world domain had to heed his summons when called upon. Kindness is one thing, foolishness is another. You've done well, keep managing the domain, there are other tasks for you ahead, Lin Moyu said. The soulless beast respectfully answered, "As you command, Master." "Just give your order." Lin Moyu motioned him away, then locked onto the Spirit Miao domain inside the 5th world domain. Spirit Miao domain once projected itself alongside the Grand World, using its power to partially restore itself. Its real body had always remained here, damaged and fragile compared to its prime. Domains take millions of years to grow. After devastation, recovery is many times slower. It was lucky for Spirit Miao domain to have survived at all. Lin Moyu reached out, the domain's great law surged, forming a massive hand that forcibly pulled Spirit Miao domain out. For the first time in many ages, Spirit Miao domain reappeared in chaos. Assaulted by chaotic energy, the domain buzzed, struggling to withstand it. The fifth world domain's power shielded it. Next, Lin Moyu targeted the listening beast within the domain's virtual layer. The listening beast, roused from slumber, felt an irresistible force, then in a flash, found the world changed. A familiar yet strange aura enveloped him. His ethereal body suffered under the chaos energy, turning even more transparent. He existed in the virtual realm because he couldn't survive, otherwise he could visit the real world, but not stay long. Once, as Spirit Miao Domain's law enforcer, his physical body was lost in cosmic war, only his soul remained in the virtual realm. Now, yanked into chaos, chaos energy would soon kill him. In panic, he heard Lin Moyu's voice, "Don't panic." A gentle force screened him from the chaos, steadying his body. Only then did the listening beast see Moyu. "It's you, Lord Realm Master. You nearly scared me to death." Lin Moyu smiled, "Surely you aren't that timid." The listening beast said, "I am that timid, my lord. Why have you brought me out?" Lin Moyu replied, "Didn't you want freedom? I promised, and now I'll keep my word." The beast's eyes shone, "You can really do it." Lin Moyu, "Yes. Now you have two choices, stay as a soul or I'll give you a physical body and complete chaosification." The beast didn't hesitate. What kind of question is that? Of course a physical body. To him, life without a body was inconvenient and restrictive. Though some creatures exist purely as souls, it wasn't for him. Lin Moyu fully supported his choice. It was personal, and there was no absolute superiority between body and soul. "All right, I'll reshape your body. Any requests?" The listening beast thought a moment, "No demands so long as it's tough. I'm afraid of death." Lin Moyu laughed, "All right, no problem. Trouble yourself to sleep for a bit." With a finger tap, Moyu sent out a surge of soul power, and the listening beast fainted. He opened his storage space, tucking the beast inside. Lin Moyu would never reveal his storage space unless it was to beings like the Silver Light Rabbits, who could never leave. Since he owed the listening beast freedom and would send him into chaos, he'd never reveal this secret. Even a sworn oath was unsafe, in case greater powers could extract memories later. Inside, Moyu summoned a thread of primordial qi for the beast's soul. The soul grew strong, the qi would form a solid foundation and raise its potential cap. Next, Lin Moyu selected tough materials, melting them with soul fire to craft the body. These materials served one purpose: toughness. They wrapped the soul, which shaped them into a template. Here, Lin Moyu was like a creator, rewriting rules to make the process simple. Life force surged, as if a new being was gestating. The shell was just the first step. True reconstitution meant the soul would eventually fully merge and refine this body. Once the soul and qi fully fused, Lin Moyu released the beast from storage and used chaos energy to complete his chaosification, granting him true survival in chaos. The whole process went smoothly. A day later, the listening beast awoke, the bewilderment in his eyes clearing into understanding. Chapter 4500, Chapter 4500, Fulfilling the Promise. Chapter 4500, Fulfilling the Promise. Why are you shaking? Lin Moyu looked at the trembling listening beast, who was shivering in such a rhythmic way that it almost looked funny. Because of these tremors, the listening beast could barely speak clearly, stammering out, "Uth. Think, wanted, to." He couldn't string together a full sentence. Not only was his body shaking, but even his soul was trembling, so much so that even his spiritual transmission was interrupted by the shakes. Lin Moyu, of course, knew the reason behind it but watched in amusement. Once high and mighty in the Fifth World Domain's virtual realm as the Spirit Miao Domain's supreme rule keeper, now he was in this sorry state, amusing to see. His soul was merging with the new physical body infused with primordial qi, the soul's foundation grew stronger and the body was in the process of becoming more powerful, but during this synchronous growth, neither body nor soul was stable, so he couldn't stop trembling. Based on the current situation, the listening beast would keep trembling for a while longer. Lin Moyu wasn't rushed, letting him shake it out while he got on with his own business. His main purpose this time was to take both Fifth World Domain and the Spirit Miao Domain away, but first, there were small things to handle like the listening beast, and the Chaos Great Completion Expert, Flower Fairy, who was trapped in the Fifth World Domain. Back then, Flower Fairy obeyed the Supreme of the East Pole and invaded Sky Void. They were defeated, many died or fled, and Flower Fairy was trapped ever since. For ages, her greatest wish was freedom. At that time, Lin Moyu made a deal he'd let her go in exchange for information, but before, the time wasn't right. If she broke the deal, Lin might face a tough enemy. Now, he had nothing to fear and was willing to keep his promise. He located her space, summoned the domain's rule, isolated the area, and then pulled out the domain, a quick and easy job for him. Space shattered within chaos, and a castle appeared, its surrounding gardens also emerging, all part of the treasure. This artifact was no ordinary item, thanks to it, Flower Fairy survived. Once in chaos, the movement woke Flower Fairy. Fragrant breezes carried her out of the castle, her beautiful face showing sleepiness. This is chaos. I'm finally out. Gradually, her gaze brightened as she took in the familiar aura of chaos, feeling at home at last. She couldn't recall how many years it had been since she felt the breath of chaos. Lin Moyu said, "My promise is fulfilled. You're free now. You can go." Flower Fairy held her silence, greedily absorbing the ambient chaos. Not having that energy for so many years had left her hurt and unable to advance her cultivation. Returned to chaos, it was like a withered flower drinking in sudden rain. She devoured the energy, quickly restored her strength and soon reached Chaos Great Completion again, even showing signs of further breakthrough. Destruction begets creation, at least for Flower Fairy. This ordeal meant that her cultivation was sure to soar in the coming years, maybe even reaching perfection. After several breaths, she recovered, looked at Lin Moyu with complex emotions, and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Deist." Lin Moyu replied, "A promise is a promise. Going forward, the road is yours to walk. You're in the central domain, far from the East Pole." Flower Fairy nodded, "I understand, sir. The Desolation Scar isn't easy, even a Chaos Great Completion expert is not safe. However, with her castle, Flower Fairy would be fine." Lin Moyu updated her on the situation. The South Pole and Central Domain are at war, and the East Pole's status is unknown. Most likely they'll be fighting soon as well. For Flower Fairy, this intel was critical. She replied, "Thank you for the warning, Deist. I'll stay in the Scar a while longer and wait for the wars to end before returning." She was clearly not eager to get involved in the conflicts. Lin Moyu smiled, "Go ahead, I have other things to do, so I won't see you off." Flower Fairy bowed again, "Thank you, Deist. May we meet again if fate allows," and turned into light, fleeing into the chaos with her castle. The listening beast's voice called out, "Aren't you afraid she'll come after you later?" He was still trembling but now able to talk. Lin Moyu shook his head, "Just a great completion expert, nothing to worry about. Besides, I always keep my word. You should know that." Listening Beast said, "Can you help me a bit more?" "I've already prepared for this," Lin Moyu said, tossing him a jade token. The jade detailed the current state of chaos, especially in the central domain. Everything Lin Moyu knew, he included. With the infusion of primordial qi and a rebuilt body of the finest materials, the listening beast was now nearly half a step into chaos, far more powerful than before. With chaosification complete, just a little cultivation would see him to chaos minor completion. That's no big deal in chaos, but as long as he stayed in the central domain, he'd be safe. His rebuilt body, crafted of unique materials, was incredibly tough. Lin Moyu said, Complete integration of body and soul will take time. Once you finish, you'll fully refine your new form then, when flesh and blood are reborn, your future cultivation will not be hindered. The listening beast understood, so what will you do next? I've got things to do, not for you to know. Learning them won't help you, only bring you death. The listening beast seemed to shudder again, though with all the shaking, it wasn't clear. His look did change. I want to find that person. Lin Moyu said, he'll probably come looking for you soon, no need to search. If he wants to see you, he'll come, if not, you could search all chaos and still miss him. That person naturally meant the Supreme Bai Zhong, the white-robed elder. Long ago, many things the listening beast did were at the white robe's behest. In the fifth world domain, the green robe and white robe worked many schemes, all to help Lin Moyu grow. They supposedly wouldn't intervene, but still couldn't resist making arrangements. If the listening beast really was Bai Zhong's follower, he'd probably show himself. After half a day, the listening beast completed his initial integration and no longer trembled. He took human form, bowed deeply to Lin Moyu. This favor I'll never forget. If I have a chance, I'll repay it. I'll go now. Lin Moyu waved, no need. Just live well. Maybe fate will bring us together once more. We'll meet again, if fate allows.